For 7 years, the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl brings together the best. This summer, we head to San Diego Race Weekend, where world-class motorsports meets the intensity of Call of Duty.
Kill feed is lighting up.
The prizes are stacked. Modern Warfare 4 beta codes and epic viewer rewards.
Let's go, baby.
Who will earn the title of Monster Energy MVP? Who will take home Solo YOLO?
Solo YOLO's my thing.
No breaks, no second chances. Buckle up and drop in.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Y'all were cooking.
Tune in to the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 7 on June 20th.
Hello and welcome to C.O.D.E Bowl 7 presented by USAA. We are here at San Diego Race Weekend at Naval Base Coronado. And boy, oh boy, are we excited to be here. My name is Lottie. I'll be with you all day long taking you through the action, but of course, I can't do it alone. I have a very good friend of mine and honestly an expert at his craft, Reflections Taylor. First of all, buddy, it is so good to be up here with you. And secondly, incredible to be here with you for C.O.D.E Bowl, something that we both absolutely love.
Year.
How are you feeling about today?
Yeah, every year we look forward to this, don't we, Lottie? And C.O.D.E Bowl, it means a lot, not only to us, but also to the competitors, because this is their chance to truly shine and showcase why they are the best of the best for their branch, but also in the world. When it comes to the military, we love being here, like I said. And now San Diego, it's beautiful race week in NASCAR. You can hear the engines roaring at times. I'm sure you're going to be able to hear it later on in the day, but this is all about Warzone and, of course, about the Endowment Bowl, and it's going to be a ton of fun.
I mean, you can literally hear them right now behind us. I don't know if
actually
it's up in the
on
mic.
cue.
Literally on cue. I mean, it's unbelievable here in San Diego. A pleasure to be live, of course, from the Naval Base as well. And with NASCAR just behind us, you know, they're also racing for a championship themselves.
That's right.
It's going to be incredible. So much going on behind us as well, and it'll fill up a little bit more later today. But like you said, C.O.D.E Bowl, I mean, I'm excited to crown maybe, just maybe, a new champion. I'm kind of willing it on. I want to see another military team member take it for the first time, and there's so many that we can consider.
Quite a few, including returning champions, but still some fresh faces on those rosters. You look at Air Force, not only, of course, here in the U.S., but all around the world. They seem to be dominating C.O.D.E Bowl. It makes sense. I was in the Army. I know Air Force is typically smarter. Now, of course, I'm talking for myself anyways, but they have been winning. Marine Corps, though, last year was an exciting storyline, getting third place. They're getting better and better each and every year, and some of the influencers have switched over. Let's see how they do.
They certainly have indeed. Well, like I said, we're here at Race Day Weekend for San Diego, and it's with NASCAR. And make sure you guys actually tune in tomorrow and Dural 250 on Sunday. It's June 21st, 11:30 a.m. Pacific time on Prime. That one is going to be one you don't want to miss. I mean, one, the location is gorgeous. Two, we have some legendary racers who are in the mix as well. And quite frankly, it's always pretty good to see some cars just going as fast as they can around a bend to see who will take that trophy at the end of it. So incredible stuff. NASCAR, any kind of thoughts on that one? Have you loved NASCAR? Have you watched it before?
Yeah, NASCAR's great, isn't it? I mean, who doesn't like to see cars going, 200 plus miles an hour, right?
Yes,
this is a
that's
unique
crazy.
race too, being the track that it is, being where it's located. Growing up, my grandma always used to watch NASCAR. Massive fan, yeah. So she would drag me along. We would watch the races. So I have fond memories of NASCAR. It's super cool to be here in general.
It certainly is indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, something else that is super cool, and it's a sponsor we know and love very much here at C.O.D.E Bowl, and that's, of course, USAA. And they are proud to be a sponsor, again, of the Call of Duty Endowment, of course, here at C.O.D.E Bowl 7. USAA, I mean, they have been with us through thick and thin, but not only that, they are with you through thick and thin as well. USAA do so much, they give so much. This is such a meaningful tournament, a meaningful competition, and I know it's close to your heart too.
Yeah, USA is great. I've had it all my life. My dad spent 23 years in the Army. My stepmom is still in. I was also in the Army myself. I remember being deployed in Africa, and back in the States, it was like maybe 1, 2, 3 in the morning, and I had a question. I had to give a call, and I called. To my surprise, had a live agent actually answer the phone call, and I said, "What are you guys doing up?" Well, they said, "Well, you guys don't sleep. You guys are all over the world. We also don't sleep. We're always here to help you." And that meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
Everything that I have, insurance, checking savings, all through USAA, it's been a pleasure being with them, and obviously them supporting this event also means a lot to me and the competitors too.
Well, talking about supporting an event, we also have a really exciting chance for you guys. We have a very special fundraiser that's also ongoing side by side with us here at this race weekend at Code Bowl 7. We're excited to actually spotlight a special fundraising effort benefiting actually the Call of Duty Endowment. Up for auction is a one-of-one Anduril Edition Chevy Silverado, designed by Anduril Industries, a defense technology company specializing in advanced autonomous systems and custom built in partnership with Real Truck. The auction will be on June 27th. Look at that bad boy. So make sure you guys at home are sure to follow Anduril and the Call of Duty Endowment, of course, on social for all of those updates. And don't forget to scan the QR code for more details on that one as well. But my goodness, that might be the coolest fundraiser I've ever seen, because usually the fundraisers back in Wales aren't that exciting. We just get a Chevy at the end of one. So.
Yeah. No one-of-one Enduro, of course, trucks out there over in Wales. Well, we got it here in America, baby.
I love that.
Great stuff. Yeah, one-of-one, you want to be unique. Hey, you definitely want to get involved with that truck, and it's beautiful. I mean, it truly is.
Now, I'll tell you something. We talk often about how much we love the Call of Duty Endowment and what they are doing, and I will say this year is no exception. The Call of Duty Endowment, they are proud to support organizations that have proven to be the most effective and efficient at placing US and UK veterans into high-quality jobs, and look at these numbers.
Yeah, 169,000 veterans placed at $686 cost per placement. We're talking 10.8 billion cumulative economic impact, 90% 6-month retention rate, and hear this, average starting salary of $76.5 thousand, 92% full-time placements. Each and every year I feel like the numbers just get higher and higher. They're always breaking records. The endowment program is sensational to help soldiers transition, of course, from the military workforce into the civilian life. Sometimes that transition is tough, but the endowment program is there to help them.
Now, I've done this a few times now. I'm proud to do this, but I will say the fact that the numbers are always record-breaking every single year, it just shows you that everything that we're doing here for Code Bowl, for the Call of Duty Endowment, it means so much, and we couldn't do it without the viewers at home as well, because the fact that you guys tune in, you want to see the action, and you're watching the entertainment with us, it means everything, and especially to these incredible military members across the US and the UK. So fantastic stuff. And also, thank you so much USAA as well for being such an incredible sponsor for this as well. Now, I'll tell you something though, we have got race day weekend here behind us, which is a really exceptional kind of place and venue for us to be at, but we also have drivers that are roaming around. Guy Blaze actually had a chance to catch up with Sammy Smith earlier. Let's see what he had to say about his weekend ahead of him.
What's up, everybody? I'm with the man himself, Sammy Smith, driving that number 8 with JR Motorsports. Sammy, we're here at another street course, and it's going to be a crazy weekend. How has preparation been? How you feeling in this beautiful sun here in San Diego?
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me. It's been good so far. San Diego, first time here. It's been awesome. Got here Wednesday. And then obviously we did practice just a little bit ago. So did a lot of preparation for San Diego this weekend, just with it being a new track, a very hard track. So it was good to get on track, get some laps, get some feel for the tires and the grip and everything. So we qualify tomorrow and then we race. So hopefully we were, I think, top 10 in practice. So we have good speed and need to pick it up a little bit just with a few things. But like we talked about, truck practice was a little bit crazy. So we tried to just keep our car in one piece and work up to it. So.
And work up to it, in context, the trucks out here, they were sliding all over the track today. And these guys was definitely learning a lot about them as they were breaking the track in, Yep. You're top 8 in points this season. You're driving the number 8, and I know you guys want to at least get a top 8 finish here.
Yep.
With us today, we're working with a lot of veterans with the Call of Duty Endowment program, and they're playing, they're raising monies. We got veterans out there, they're with players, and they're in comms, and I know our veterans are in the comms with some of our content creators, giving them tips, even if it's in just little comms out there trying to help them raise some money. But talk to me about tips that veterans have given you over the years. You're one of the youngest drivers on the circuit. What is some advice that they've given you to be as consistent as you have been?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and obviously I think everything that you guys do and to support the veterans and help those that are done serving is awesome, because I think I got to come out here early and actually do a full-on tour of the Naval Base with SEAL Team 3 and get like a inside scoop of everything. I got to go on the base and just watch. We got to hold guns. We got to do a lot of different things. So I think for me, I just respect those people and men and women that do that, and it's awesome that you guys do that. I think for me, I've I'm very close actually with an ex-Navy SEAL.
Okay.
So he just continues to kind of talk to me if I, struggle with something, just kind of like, I think those guys are just so motivating just to see, what they do on a day-to-day basis. And then, our bad days probably look a lot different than their bad days. And I think it's easy to, overlook that. So, we appreciate all the, serving and the veterans that are done serving now. So
yeah, man, we appreciate everything in which they do for us. And now here for the race, okay? What are some things that veterans are giving you as far as tips on the tracks and helping your racing out?
Yeah, I actually talked to, when we were doing the Navy SEAL tour yesterday, just talking to one of the Navy SEALs just about kind of the whole base, because obviously he was here before. Obviously, we got to walk it yesterday and then this morning, but he was just kind of telling me where, some rough spots are, where the bumps are, because he was able to drive it before I got there and talked to him. So it was kind of cool. Like, I didn't expect to, have that connection. Like, he was all in. Like, he wanted to drive the track and do that all before kind of I got there. And we had a good connection just talking about what I've felt on simulator and then obviously what we have here at the naval base. So it was super cool.
That is awesome. All right. Now this weekend we got Pilot supporting you guys.
Yep.
You guys got a great partnership with them. Yep. Now I want to ask you, a fun question. Okay. One is I want to ask you what you love about Pilot. But if you had to make a gamer tag for Call of Duty and you had to take your name and you had to take Pilot and put them both together, okay, what kind of gamer tag would you make?
Well, this weekend with having Arby's on the car, they gave me a call sign. My call sign's actually Cowboy, so maybe Pilot Cowboy, I would say. Cowboy. So I think it's they're calling me Cowboy this weekend, so I think Pilot Cowboy would be funny to have a gamer tag.
I think it would be great, all right? Everybody, Sammy Smith, a.k.a. Pilot Cowboy. Make sure you check out him driving that number 8 this weekend. Sammy, we appreciate you, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
It is so good to hear from Navy Pilot Cowboy.
Isn't that
I
awesome?
love that. Cowboy, that's actually a dope game.
Absolutely, and that's what Arby's gave him to, which is great.
Sick.
So wonderful to hear him. Blaze obviously out there getting everything live from the paddock, and of course out there on the racetrack. He's going to be walking around all day long, getting those exclusive interviews. But gaming transcends, right? Doesn't it? I mean, even now they're NASCAR racers, they're still finding time to game, which is quite incredible.
Of course, who wouldn't be? Let's be real, folks at home, right? Come on, we're all gamers over here.
That's right.
I will say I might actually have to kind of, I don't know, cheer Sammy Smith on, because number 8, that's my number. So
Okay, all right.
I'm just going to say, by the way, though, real winners are you folks at home, because you guys get your hands on some epic rewards. And if you are joining us from YouTube and Twitch, the rewards are coming through thanks to USAA. We have the Paint Trader Weapon Blueprint, the Brain Bucket Weapon Charm, the Burn Rubber Animated Emblem, and the Finish Line Spray. And I will just say, Taylor, the fact that these are race day themed, my goodness me, C.O.D.E Bowl has come through yet again.
Absolutely, and the fact that they're free, come on, and you get to support veterans.
Yeah.
Seriously, it brings me such great pleasure whenever I load up into a COD lobby, whether it be Warzone multiplayer, and I get to see some of these, of course, free rewards being used, supporting the Endowment Bowl from previous, obviously, of course, this time around too. It's really special, and you can tell how much of an impact that it has worldwide across even the public lobbies. So these are free 99, best price out there. Make sure you pick them up when you can, because if you like racing, these are ones you absolutely need to get your hands on.
Love that. I'll be rocking the Brain Bucket Weapon Charm for sure, but you guys at home, we'll see what our players will be rocking with, and that's of course the format for today. Our teams, they're going to be completing 4 drops of Black Ops Royale on Avalon, competing against one another, and each team receives 1 point for every elimination, and depending of course where they finish, there's also a placement multiplier, so it's actually incredibly crucial to make it to that final circle if you want that 2-time points. And of course, since each military branch has 2 quads, each of their scores will be added together. So actually, without further ado, why don't we talk about our teams, because we've got some stacked rosters today, and I'm really excited to see who's going to honestly be the most competitive out of all of them. And I actually do think that there are some teams already up front in the running. Absolutely. Here we go. First page, by the way, US Army Esports, Air Force Gaming, Marine Corps Gaming, US Navy Esports, and of course Coast Guard Gaming here. Now, who is taking kind of your eye pick when you're just looking across there and thinking, ooh, that's a solid roster?
Be it from the Army, US Army Esports, of course, they need need another championship. They got it back in DC. Can they get it here in San Diego? But they bring in for the first time Hisoka, the closer himself. He's been winning nearly everything possible when it comes to Warzone competitive, not only on Big Map, but also Resurgence. So he's going to be a serious contender, and he is an IGL for his actual competitive roster, which means today he's going to be guiding his troops effectively.
That's huge, actually.
It is, and Hisoka brings a lot of energy too. So if you can match that energy, you're going to be flying and frying all day long. But Swish'em, we love Swish. She's been competing for the longest time, and even at times being a real competitor to nearly make the global stage for the World Series of Warzone. So Swish'em joining on US Army Esports, they look serious. But what do we know about Air Force Gaming? Because look at Joe Owen Grits.
I'm excited about Air Force Gaming. I'll tell you why. Joe O, he has been a resident of C.O.D.E Bowl for quite some time. He's a 4-time C.O.D.E Bowl player, but he's never won. Could this be his year?
Hope so. You know, one thing about Joe, he's got a beautiful smile.
Yeah.
Okay, so even though he's not winning, he's still making me smile either way. But he is going to be a crazy competitor today, and he's paired on the opposite side with Grits. Now, we were looking at Grits' stats. What are some of those stats? Because his win rate percentage is beyond belief.
Insane, honestly. In terms of his content, he is all about those numbers. And an 89% win rate over 1,100 games. That is an unbelievable feat. I mean, we talk about that multiplier and that final circle. His stats go to show that he is able to do that, and hopefully he can also take Air Force with him.
I hope so. Air Force Gaming is a serious competitor. I mean, you know, they at the end of the day, they haven't won just yet, but they have got dangerously close. So they're looking to go all the way as well. Now, Marine Corps, I mentioned them at the top of the show, Lottie. Third place last year. They are getting better each and every year. This time around, they bring a champion of C.O.D.E Bowl in Legion. He ended up winning it with Aiden and Co. over in DC. This time around, we'll see what he can do. But Repulse on the opposite side. Now, Repulse was a competitor when it comes to Warzone, but he is a blessing to the Warzone competitive scene with his watch parties. He gives tons of coverage. He runs his own series. Super happy that he had the time to come here and play with the Marine Corps gaming roster. He's going to be a valuable asset, again, bringing the energy and truly a special competitor. But Legion is all about the joke, so hopefully he can be a bit strong today.
I will say just some notable ones here as well. US Navy with Huskers. I mean, the most winning player in C.O.D.E Bowl. He's so incredibly successful. And again, what an incredible player to have on your side who knows exactly what it takes to be competitive and to win as well.
And back-to-back with Space Force, bringing in MPX player, Navy veteran himself. Going to be exciting to watch how he's going to end up playing. Of course, Coast Guard Gaming bringing in Teep, who has played in all 7 C.O.D.E Bowls, and Breadman. Super excited to see how far they can go. Can Teep finally get a win? Because he's also not been able to get a win throughout the 7. Let's take a look at our page 2, starting with Space Force Gaming. Lucky joining the mix, but Butters, I know you're excited to watch her play.
Oh, I am beyond excited to watch Butters play. Honestly, she is one of my favorite creators in Call of Duty. She brings rainbow, sunshine, happiness, good vibes, and that is really the name of the game for her when it comes to her creating her content. And actually, I do think that's going to be an incredible vibe going into a competitive kind of nature in the scene here, because I think you need to have some good energy. You need to make sure your head doesn't go down when maybe you've had a bad drop or whatever it may be and it hasn't quite gone your way. She'll lift them back up again. So I'm really excited about Butters here. And of course, Lucky as well. I think, you know, he's part of the Backer Bros. He knows Repulse really well. Maybe that could also play into his advantage. Maybe he knows how Repulse plays.
He's a serious competitor too, and when it comes to Resurgence, he is an absolute animal. Now, British Army Esports, Juki's long-term competitor. We know him from the World Series of Warzone. You know his streams. Great guy, wonderful competitor playing with Benny Central. Again, another veteran when it comes to the World Series of Warzone and Warzone scene in general. Royal Navy Esports, Zyro, MZ, an incredible streamer and player.
Baby.
Yes, and I've been watching her for a long time, and in person, she's lovely. You can walk right up to her, talk to her, and just, you know, just have a good time in general. Zyro, for the longest time, was a very serious competitive, well, not only in Big Map, but specifically when it comes to Resurgence. So this being Respawn's obviously a little bit different compared to the traditional Resurgence. Zyro is going to be bringing in big numbers. So Royal Navy Esports looks very, very strong this time around, and I can't wait to see how far they go. Royal Air Force, though, FIFA kill, Sophie. The champions from last year now looking to bring it back.
Yeah, I'm really excited about seeing the RAF once again. RAF, honestly, quite close to my heart. I lived near an RAF base for a long time before I moved over to the US, so I know a thing or two about the RAF and what they can do. And I will say, with the likes of FIFA Kill and Sophie Snaz, they have proved time and time again that they are capable of winning Code Bowl. They have done it twice before. And FIFA Kill, honestly, having an incredible year as well in Code Bowl, going on to win Solo YOLO. He had an incredible performance one of the years. I'm just wondering if he can also recreate that this time around.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, FIFA not only winning Code Bowl last year, won the Solo YOLO, and then went on to win the World Series of Warzone Global
Unreal.
Finals. He had a stellar 3 days over in Vegas. But this time around, they do bring back, like I said, FIFA, Sophie, but Whoopty's also here, the Monster Energy MVP from last year, coming back into the mix. Maddie Icy also returning. This is a very serious roster that stayed together, which doesn't happen too often when it comes to Code Bowl, because we're always switching things up, right? Because some of these rosters go through a competitive tryout phase, but they ended up making it. They're going to be the ones you got to keep your eyes on. And then, of course, we have the Royal Canadian Air Force coming back into the mix. Pros Steiner, two very talented players in their own right. Let's not forget, you go back several years, and Royal Canadian Air Force did, in fact, win. They did that with our first ever female service member, Ms. Whiskey, taking the win, and then followed up by, of course, Sophie a little bit later on, representing the Royal Air Force. So love that the women are getting involved. They're playing well. Today's going to be exciting.
It certainly is indeed. And of course, all of these teams, are going to be competing for something incredibly special. The branch with the most points after 4 drops will be crowned the Code Bowl 7 champion and will take home this incredible piece of hardware, the Code Bowl 7 trophy. It is gorgeous. We're actually sitting right next to it right now. I feel like a winner just being in its presence. But yeah, this is a massive, massive thing. They are practicing day in, day out, these branch members. So I'm really excited to see who's going to be taking it this time around. Number 7. Number 7.
Isn't that
It's
crazy?
going to be a big one, especially here in San Diego.
Absolutely.
This is absolutely massive. But yeah, all to play for today, and I'm really excited to see what branch is going to do the best, because I kind of do want a new winner, Taylor. I do.
Woo, there's a lot of great competitors. Yeah, that trophy, though. And I'm curious. I got to get a fact check if this is the one that was sent to space. Because, yeah, one of the trophies was sent to space by Space Force when they went back-to-back the second year. So they're looking to do it once again. But, hey, we are bringing in something special this time around, like the previous years.
Now, folks, if you do stay tuned after Code Bowl, we have our Solo YOLO. And this one is really special because we take the team element out of it, and it's literally the winner who does the very best. At the end of that circle, whoever wins will be our Solo YOLO champion, presented by USAA as well. And again, USAA coming through for that one.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it's really determined by the best skill level individually, who is able to kind of have the best strategy and move forward literally single-handedly and do that. And we have a lot of incredible competitors who are very well versed in solo kind of Warzone championships. So really excited to see the Solo YOLO, of course. And we also do have an incredible sponsor returning as part of Code Bowl as well. And we love to see them because they are my favorite energy drink, the White Monster. Monster Energy is back as a partner of Code Bowl 7 as well. And they will be giving out the most valuable player, our MVP. And it's for our standout performances throughout the entire event. But of course, none bigger than Whoopty at Code Bowl 6. He was unbelievable last time. And thanks so much to Monster Energy, Whoopty from the Royal Air Force, he did take home that Energy MVP award. And yeah, it was just an outstanding performance, quite frankly. And it has been for a long time. I just saw you shaking his hand there.
That's right.
And of course, that incredible, incredible ring that you also get as part of the Monster Energy MVP. That is to die for. That partnered with the trophy, oh my goodness me.
Talk about being unique,
Hardware.
right?
Yes.
Somebody's hand's going to get a little bit heavier by the end of this. And if it's Whoopty, he's got 2 of them. Think about that.
I know, indeed. I'll tell you what, we have a lot to think about, because actually, as a reminder to everyone at home, the Code Bowl 7 broadcast team will be deciding who is going to be our Monster Energy MVP to honor, of course, that standout player who has shown an unbelievable performance across all of our military team members, obviously giving a relentless pursuit of victory and, of course, unleashing the beast on the competition. So make sure you guys at home stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned the next Monster Energy MVP. And yeah, that ring, like we said before, it is unbelievable. Now, I'll tell you what, to celebrate all things MVP, we actually have the Call of Duty Endowment and Monster Energy partnering to develop a custom calling card for you guys at home. And all you have to do is log in to get your hands on this. It will be automatically granted when you log in, and it's called Awaken the Beast. So go check it out, equip it right now, and say thank you very much to Monster Energy because they are coming through with the goods. I mean, everybody comes through the goods at Code Bowl. It is really just an incredible event.
Yeah, we got tons of drops. Of course, coming in with that calling card is great. And again, I see so many of those whenever I'm playing COD. So this program is great.
It certainly is indeed. Now, you did mention it before that Blaze would be wandering around the venue, and I'm quite curious to see what he's found himself up to currently. So let's head on over to Blaze and see where he's at.
As you can see, we're here at Naval Base Coronado, everybody, as the Navy is hosting NASCAR once again, as this is the newest street court, a part of the circuit. As you can see, everybody has came out to have a good time. We got our racers competing on the streets. We got players competing in Call of Duty at home. The weekend is just full of competition as everyone is just trying to be that much faster, that much better, and come away with a victory. And it's beautiful here in California. You know, as you guys have saw, you heard the racing happening behind us. You know, you heard the fans erupting and getting loud. And I hope you guys at home are having a good time. Get loud in the chat because you don't want to miss out on any of the action. So make sure you're cheering for your favorite team, your favorite branch, and having a good time. I'm about to go out here and watch some more racing and see who's gonna come out on top.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I love seeing his little updates and see what he's up to. And he's going to have a ton of fun around the venue today in San Diego for race day. It's going to be incredible. But I don't want to keep you too much longer because we do have Drop 1 coming your way very shortly. But before we get into it, let's introduce you to the two gorgeous voices that will be behind you. We got Tiff and Dream as your casters on the mics. Ladies, Drop 1. Let's see who will get that early lead.
I'm ready to see it. Thank you so much, Lottie, Reflections, and of course Blaze out there live in the field. San Diego's looking pretty gorgeous, but Dream and I are so ready to dive into the action. Black Ops Royale, come on, are you excited to see some Avalon today?
So excited, Tiff. And I mean, come on, it's the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl number 7. Blessed to be here with you, but we've mainly had air-focused branches at the top. So like, I want to see, will we have a repeat winner? Will we have a new winner? Because some of these squads, Tiff, as we were watching them warm up this morning, they've been out for blood.
They truly have. Honestly, one of my favorite parts about Code Bowl in general is just seeing the branches kind of banter with each other. They get really hyped in making sure that their branch stands out amongst the rest. And you're right. I think it was FIFA and Whoopty in particular that were wanting to run it back. They were warming up this morning, talking about how they have Polaroids of the squad on their desk so they can remind. And FIFA was like, should I break out the golden headset? Do I put it on my desk, or is that a little bit of a curse?
Hey, you definitely don't want to curse yourself, but yes, I mean, coming into this, right, they're feeling good. That's a squad that has been building reps and working well together. So will they take it? We are going to find out. But as a reminder to those who are tuning in, Modern Warfare 4 beta codes, tune in for a chance to redeem. Of course, make sure you have your callofduty.com account connected for a chance to get a code.
Yeah, of course. Make sure you tune in throughout the event and catch those beta codes throughout our broadcast today, because then you'll be able to play Modern Warfare 4 multiplayer when early access to the open beta starts later this year. You can definitely find me in some of those lobbies. I know Dream will be right there next to me. We'll be grinding. I'm not going to be raging in any way, shape, or form, but dude, can you believe it? We're getting another Call of Duty soon. Code Bowl is here. I'm just ready for such a dang good time today.
Me too. I mean, listen, I have a tab open already on the side. Like, we are ready for that code. We are farming for it. But coming into, right, a lot of firsts. The first time, right, NASCAR's on the Coronado Naval Base. The first time here, of course, with Code Bowl, commentating with you for me. But it's just the first time we're in Black Ops Royale, right? For these squads, these military service members, Tiff, they're used to being in mini Royale trials. You can't just go out and buy your loadout now. This is going to be about survivability. Of course, no loadouts, no gulags, no buy stations in Black Ops Royale.
I love that you're pointing that out because it is completely different, right? And maybe some of our service members haven't actually been diving into Black Ops Royale until maybe recently. And as we get geared up for game number 1, friendly reminder, we're gonna have 4 drops of Black Ops Royale on Avalon before we dive into that solo YOLO. And our scores for each of the branches will be added between the Alpha and Bravo teams. Now, where are we starting out? Looks like Aces diving in, looking for some high ground, maybe a rooftop? Yes.
And I love this. This is our 2023 winners. What was so impressive about the Royal Canadian Air Force, right, Tiff? The year that they entered, they won in the same year. And since then, maybe if you will, had a little bit of a drop off. Last year placed 9th, and now we have the return, of course, Aces and D-Lo, who played that year #1. Will this be the magic? They're starting off things hot here, of course, as Low Tao. We know things are mixy. Now fighting with actual MZ goes down.
Oh no, not MZ, not the creator lead there. No sniper for the close range combat, and it looks like a full squad wipe for that team. Looks like Royal Canadian Air Force with pros going down early, having some issues as well. But we thought that we were going to see some early contests. Now, specifically here in the South Old Arsenal, this has led to that circle being very heavy in that southwestern quadrant, because during our warm-up matches, let me just tell you, U.S. Army, they went mansion. We went up towards resort, land on the roof, we get bodied, and he's like, good thing it's a warm-up because we gotta change a pace.
That's what you were saying, and I mean, for Army coming in dead last year after taking first in 2024, right? Now you have Hisoka in the mix, you have Vexy, Shady, like they are immediately, it seems like, picking up a lot of eliminations, but for Shady right now, who has won, okay, Actual's back into the mix. That is different coming into Black Ops Royale, right, Tiff? Redeploy tokens. You only have one chance to drop, but then from then, you have to rely on your teammates to get resurrected back in.
Yeah, you have to utilize those towers, making sure that you know exactly where they are. And speaking of exactly where you are, make sure you're locked in. I see a beta code drop over on the left-hand side of things. They're gonna go quick, so you have to be really efficient. Keep your eyes out. Don't miss the action. Don't miss the beta codes, because we're just getting started.
And look at this here. We do have the Royal Air Force now fighting in what looks like to be Jowo, who's now on the Air Force. FIFA Kill does take down another. He currently has 2 to his name.
Oh, but he's getting laid out in the stairway across the way. Maddie, gotta have his back. Don't let that full come through. It does for FIFA. Maddie does have 1 kill to his name thus far, but when you're fighting here in Stadium, things can get really dicey working the staircase, and Isaac definitely right behind Jowo wants to make sure we get those angles, and I'm feeling pretty bad here for Royal Air Force.
For the U.S. Air Force, though, you're feeling pretty good. And yes, Tiff, around Stadium, you have so many stairwells and ways that you can hide. You have to be careful, though. Isaac just making sure that no one's in the vicinity. But for Royal Air Force, who were able to win it here, it doesn't seem like there is anyone else nearby. And for these squads, Tiff, right, you don't want to run into another Air Force, as each branch does have 2 designated teams. For those watching at home, this is the Alpha Squad, and then we do have the Bravo Squad, which Grits is leading somewhere around the map. But FIFA Kill able, of course, to respawn back in with that redeploy token. Now where do you go? Probably stay away from the Trinity Stadium.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Especially you're kind of hovering over Stadium right now. We saw a golf club on the horizon, but that circle is pulling down towards that southwest like we talked about. So making sure that you get in, get the resources up. I know when these boys were warming up earlier today, they were talking about making sure they get gold armor, making sure they're locked with their sensor darts. Because every engagement that they take, they want to just spam those sensor darts so they have that constant influx of information, you know, lend the fight their way.
And we see Whoopty here at a redeployment tower trying to get his teammate Wang back in, who seemingly obviously went down twice. And I love that you point that out, of course, with this being Black Ops Royale. It's going to be loot and scoot and survive by getting those special weapon archetypes, right? What you find on the ground, you have to work with, especially if you don't find something good right away. And upgrading, finding those attachment kits, right? Super, super important. Maybe even a trauma kit for extra health here as we take a look at Trimsky, that Coast Guard Gaming, that Alpha Squad, taking down this high ground. Who is that?
Ooh, great Kuba on the screen, though. I know in some of the interviews that we saw with the players earlier, he was talking about his role specifically, and he was always making sure people get paid. Okay, that's great. I love to hear that. Now we got to make sure we get paid in game in the terms of kills here, because we want some victory back to Royal Air Force here. Bravo, Sophie. I remember seeing her last October at Cold Bowl 6. So excited after that victory. And Unisign here, his POV. Got someone on the horizon. I love that we're already kind of spreading out, looking to set up a pinch, but back to Stadium because Air Force Gaming, we got a new victim on the other side.
Certainly do indeed, and that was Daddy Priv that just fell so quickly there, but kind of just hopping on board now. We see Huskers, who originally I think it was mentioned, right? He most winningest player here in Code Bowl, competing for the Navy squad to see if they could take or maybe get their best placing possible.
Hey, we're diving out, making sure that we constantly have that cover. But when you have multiple squads on the horizon, Marine Corps, US Navy Esports Alpha, and of course, Air Force Alpha still. The best part about this is you want to be the third partier. You come in with your sensor dart, grab that information for your team, and then get out after you've got a couple of kills. If you get wiped early, you don't get the multiplier, which works so well to boost your scoreline. For Hopeless, high ground is key, trying to find those angles. Swish on the other side makes an appearance, though.
Oh my goodness, Swish. Just having the pleasure of like commentating over her first ever Warzone win. She has truly been a staple in the community for such a long time, and definitely hyped with her squad to enter today. And here for Mags here. And you may notice too, right, every squad has like a grapple hook, some type of way to get out of dodge. And for Mags, not really having much or a grapple to get away, is able to get around that corner there. But this is just chaos at the stadium, Tiff. How many teams we have here? At least 3.
It makes sense though, right? Because we're talking about this is going to be one of the last POIs before you have to go all the way south. So I think hanging out here in that mini map, you can just see we're kind of gatekeeping on the inside of things. But with the US Army Esports Bravo coming in with Swisham's team and Gunshop last alive for the squad, when you've got so many players surrounding you, getting towards one of those redeploys can be difficult as Mags tries to make the great escape.
Oh, it tries to indeed, but it's tough. That helicopter just right in the middle there. Everyone can rain down on it. And wow, looking pretty good here, holding on strong. It is Swishing with Lightning, D-Day, Hopeless. And I think, you know, we've heard much from Lightning, right? He has been a competitor for a long time. Swish has got a very veteran squad on her back here, but just holding it down. You can see the US Navy Gunshop getting in shots into Swisham in her squad, and is going to try to reposition, maybe utilize that wingsuit to get a different angle.
This is why I love Black Ops Royale. You've got every bit of movement that lends its way for the Royal Canadian Air Force on your screen. Steiner, first time joining here for Code Bowl, playing alongside Shemaine, who's also first time. Goofy and fresh. Couple newcomers to the scene, and they found themselves, I'm gonna just say, in the thick of it here at Chop Shop, because if you look at that mini-map, things are looking scary as they dive through the window. She tries to hold her own. We need the teammates to get a little bit of the reinforcement going on.
And that's tough too, because it seems like no one really seems to have upgraded stuff, but Fresh trying to get that drone off does fall. And man, it's just chaos here. The 2v2s, and oh, we're switching now over into the high ground, over the ridge, looking down on in, and trounced. What a player that we have seen in the past with grits in hand. Look at them. They're going to go ahead and just make it rain, fly on in with those wingsuits. Tiff, you can get so quickly to where you need to go. You could jump off like a little ledge, right, and utilize that wingsuit. And look at how quickly they are chasing this team here. Trounced with the long shots, able to take that one with the help of Pounds. And this might be it.
It truly might. The fact that we just absolutely swarm Space Force Gaming Alpha, just trying to pick them apart. But look how conservative we're being here, staying on the sightlines, making sure that we have roof coverage. Now, this is led by Grits, right? Their creator that is logged in here for Air Force Gaming Bravo. He has, I believe, like an 86% win rate in general when it comes to kind of Black Ops Royale. Like, dude's a grinder, so he's gonna know how to convert on those wins and work with his teammate to get there.
And that's crazy. An 89% win rate is insane, but he knows how to win.
That's better than 86.
Right? Like, we need a win, though, if you are Air Force. One of those branches, again, that hasn't had one under the belt. But with Joe, the movement king here, look at how close he is. And, oh, you got to be careful because, right, that's legendary armor. And with that, it's going to take forever to go down. You're just wondering, how many shots does it take? Because that's what's important in Black Ops Royale, right? You have to be able to upgrade your armor. Getting tier 2, tier 3 is super important.
Truly, that is one of the mission critical items that you need for success here. But back on over. Big Rod, Squad 20, British Army Esports Bravo hitting a rotate down here by Pier District. So at least we're kind of holding down that eastern side of the circle, but making sure we don't stay out in the open for too long. Now, here's the deal. When you've got British Army Esports Alpha and Bravo right next to each other, you need to set your sights. So we kind of get in on that rotation because Coast Guard Gaming Alpha is in the building that they're kind of looking at.
Indeed.
Wait, no! Don't hit your friend! British Army Esports Alpha cannot take down Bravo. We need to work together.
Exactly where you need to back down. And that's, I mean, I think we saw that once before, right? A Navy versus Navy ending. But hey, some of these squads, I think, like what, Aeronaut, kind of just matching their skins to be sure. Hey, we don't want to shoot. We need to get into that multiplier, right? Because we haven't even really talked about that. In obviously this format, you have to get into the top 10. The 1.5 multiplier, being able to pick up those eliminations and keeping it consistent throughout the game.
All right, Juki's on the screen here, wingsuiting down. He looks like he wants to take that forefront for the roster. Maybe look to get some of that entry damage, which is very typical on how he plays, and he does. He makes the opening, drops Phoenix there. But a little retribution coming back. Can we get out of coverage? And you do have Gel Dog from high ground, making sure that he can allow Juki's to get out.
Couple shots in there, supporting fire, and okay. The British Army now looking pretty good. This is what you want. Pick up a stronger tier armor. Okay, take a look at resources, utility. Make sure maybe you have some sensor turrets. There we go. Let's take down another one. That's Pondy. We've got one more left, and Chip was gonna try to use that grapple hook, but unfortunately is unable to get away.
Oh, there you go. Royal Navy Alpha out of the lobby for now. Map number 1 proving to be incredibly competitive, but I expect nothing less from our multiple branches of service members. Royal Air Force Bravo. We do not have Sophie in the lobby, but that's okay, because Oblivion, Icy, and Unizine are ready to lock it down on the bridge.
All right, now that I actually have a map feed, Tiff, I actually didn't see this before. I can kind of follow and help you better here. Legion taking down Icy there. That was a huge one. And, oh, coming into this Legion, who, right, obviously switched squads over to the Marine Corps Gaming. This is looking pretty good for them as, well, that's another one down.
Another one bites the dust, and Royal Air Force Alpha checking in there as you see Whoopty getting fooled. FIFA still alive though, and honestly, holding the line for the redeployed tower here for Trinsky. Coast Guard Alpha looking strong today. Oh no, not the grapple! You gotta get Captain Johnny over there!
Captain Johnny,
we're hunting him down, but he's looking to get away. He is swimming.
Yeah, he is swimming indeed, and oh my goodness. There's Strike C2 also down. Trimsky, that was beautiful plays there with the carbonated hand, and just gonna go down there just to, you know, get more resources, get more loot. What can you take to survive for so long? And Dilo taking down Gunshop. That's squad 3 that is wiped.
That's scary, getting higher into our multiplier as well. We got Air Force Gaming here on the screen, and would love to do a USAA comms check to see how the squads are doing.
Might be at this tower ahead of us, okay? One guy here. If he runs up, I'm gonna try and shoot him. There's 2 there. Hold on, I'm getting closer. They're at these rocks.
Alright.
Don't shoot yet, don't shoot.
I got shots. Yep, be ready for more. Probably on the far right, okay? Yeah, I hear a lot of shots far right. I need ammo off this real quick.
They're live. They're in the
level 3. Yeah, get this armor.
Take that.
We got darts here, all types of guns and stuff.
Get that dart also if you can.
Let's keep moving for now.
Yeah. Okay, bet.
Let me know when you want me to drop this armor box or ammo box. I mean.
Okay, I'll let you know. We got to keep it moving right now. We got to get in zone. We have multiple teams going to move in. We're going to check out this green warehouse ahead of us and just like clear everything and just like hold line. At least 2 teams are like still shooting and stuff behind us, so we might get free looks here.
Alright.
The next row is going to be tough up the hill, right? But that's why I want to make sure we're stacked with grapples and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll get mixy eventually. Let's play around here and just like play info. They res to the left. Upgrade kit here if we need.
I'm just peeking the
Team following behind. This is the look. This is the look. This is the look. I'm gonna go to these rocks. We're gonna shoot at these guys. Okay?
Alright. Where are they going, to the right?
They're going to the right.
I see. I'm seeing.
Shooting the back one. Shooting the front one. They're sniping there. Okay, back it a little bit. Back into the green shack. We're good. We're okay. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, they're gonna shot at.
Yeah, exactly. Another team pulling up.
Close.
Different team.
Yeah, rock there.
To our left.
Cracked one at the rock there.
Rock one shot. I got knocked. I'm safe.
Where'd you get knocked from? You got that dart? You got that dart?
I got him.
Just to help him.
Oh shit. He's down the wall. Yeah.
You're good.
Behind us.
They're up.
Right here, Puba.
I'm getting shot at. I'm down.
I
would get away if you can. Yeah. It's Jobo's team.
Keith, there's a team on the bridge behind you.
Good way to get away.
And that was our USAA comms check, checking in there with Coast Guard Alpha Teep. Look, things are looking a little rough for them right now, Dream.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but he's obviously gonna try to recover. He still had a trauma kit and some stuff to work with, but it's gonna be about where do you recover from here. Now we are hopping on board with Mags, and down here at the firing range, right, kind of as we zoom in, we have squads 10 and 7 that are in this engagement, and whoever wins this, of course, needs to rotate into zone. But how quickly are you going to take this fight for Breadman? Of course, we've seen him win this time and time again. He goes in with that grapple hook, puts some shots onto Santa, and, well, with the help of his team there, Santa, how are you going to get out of this? It's just sliding around. Breadman can't seem to take him down, but finally, there goes Santa, and that is the win for Breadman and his squad.
I'm sorry, but Santa from Marine Corps Gaming Alpha has the moves, right? Because at that point in time, I'm like, you know what, Santa, take down Breadman, put him on the naughty list. I don't care, do what you gotta do. But that was wild. For them to solidify firing range allows them a clean rotation in from the northern side. Now, we did get to check in with Coast Guard Alpha and Teep, right? They're trying to make a regain in that circle. And that will be one of the places that this roster decides to move into slowly. You can see just over towards the left, but Hopeless and Swish'em. Things are looking rough over here for them in Fort.
Yeah, indeed it is. As well, they have to be careful too, because I believe the other United States Army squad is over here, so you don't want to fight your team. But also, look at that, right? We also have FAFSA up top, and for squad number 6 here, this could be good for them as well. Army's gonna have to figure out which team are you gonna fight, and they could essentially take them all down. FAFSA's gonna have to go ahead and get away and reposition, but that's a Vexy who is knocked.
Into the top 10, 4 kills, all 4 up from this roster. Now, I'm saying Air Force Gaming is looking stellar. We had Jowo on the other side. They were calling him out, saying that's Jowo's team. Grits' team looking healthy. But Actual, Soka, Shady, Vexy, this is the roster that after that warm-up game, things did not go well at Resort. We change up our game plan, we go down south, and we start racking up kills. Soka looking for double digits, wingsuiting down into the horizon, spots one in the water, and sending to Oblivion, if he can. It's Oblivion himself. Oh, but we grapple past.
And for Mr. Closer, of course, this is good if you are Army. You gotta be careful, Coast Guard. See here, Grand Poobah gonna reposition, of course, into the water, and it's just about like how can you get it in and out of these rotations, because you have the water and this one little island nearby. But for the British Army, look at ALB able to take up shots from top. That's Vexy that goes down, and look at them, they're still alive and kicking.
And they're so good, I told you, at holding high ground, holding these angles from a long range. Now, once you get to this point, we're in a 1.5x multiplier. The best that we can do after this is getting that map win, taking a 2x, and now into the top 5. We're more than likely able to potentially convert onto that for Air Force Gaming Bravo. We got someone just on the inside. That's going to be squad number 10. Coast Guard Gaming Bravo. What kind of angle are we going to be able to do? Take it away. It's Breadman on the other side.
Redman, and of course, Fapsa here just trying to hold an angle. All of that utility coming out and not knocking him. But look at Hisoka is able to take out Trounce on the other side. So with this and the chaos and just holding these buildings, also, I believe that was a sight bomb that went down. Tiff, you know that's going to force essentially Breadman and his squad out of the building as, hey, they don't want to hallucinate and see enemies, right?
I just saw a wipe for Air Force Bravo. Royal Canadian Air Force Alpha, though, still looking strong. Pros may be down, but aces get picked in D-Lo. Holding angles, doing well. Into the final 3. Up to the high ground we go with a nice little grapple. Can you spot out Breadman and co. across the way? The remainders of Soka's squad there. U.S. Army Esports Alpha on the left-hand side of things. And Soka's got the vehicle. D-Lo, you're going to have to rip him out of there.
Yeah, he's got to be careful with
That'll
that,
do.
though. Yeah, War Machine with the D-Lo, and that that could be very, very devastating for Hisoka. But right there, grappling, trying to get into the vehicle. Hisoka just gets in for cover, and look at this, Tiff. Aces takes him down, and they just decide to full-on charge. Now we're in a 1v2. Or 2, excuse me.
Oh. We're shutting it down. 3v3, but Get is on the ground. Ace is trying to hold with a shrivel of cover. Breadman hits the knock. Breadman looking to convert for the Coast Guard Bravo. And that's map number 1, starting things off strong.
Coast Guard Bravo, Tiff, taking that, which is crazy, especially considering how much smack talk Grand Puba we saw in his interview, right, saying U.S. Army's going down, we're gonna take a win this year, and now taking map number 1, he definitely he meant business.
He definitely did. There were some really exciting engagements there towards the end in particular, and I just love how people are navigating things. Now, especially when you have U.S. Army bringing in Soka and Swisham for the creators for Alpha and Bravo, I was curious to see, would those two rosters be able to kind of provide a little bit of vengeance, right? We win in 2024, we're last in 2025, in 2026, it's a new year.
Exactly.
New horizons, right? But you do get into the top 3 there, a little bit of a scuffle with the vehicle made things interesting. But I think once you recognize that, hey, they're only a duo over there, let's grapple, let's rack up as many kills as possible. Because if we do get that map win, you get a 2x multiplier, and each one of those kills there are worth 2 points.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, in the moments leading up to that, it was just complete chaos, right? We saw Team Alpha, Bravo, I think it was Coast Guard going against each other. I think we saw it again, you know, earlier in the map, but it's like, you have to be careful. But getting into those final moments, Tiff, that is everything, right? The multiplier is everything. So maybe some of these squads had 1 or 2 teams into the multiplier. I don't know, but
hey, that's the goal, right? Top 10, you get the 1.5x. That's really nice, especially if you were able to grab a lot of kills in that early game. We did get to do that comms check-in with Teep over at Coast Guard, and they had that issue with Breadman on the bridge. So there's all about positioning and taking a lot of those smart fights, which is why when our teams were kind of warming up, they're like, hey, it's all about getting information.
Exactly.
It's using sensor darts. It's, hey, if there's 2 teams fighting, throw a sensor dart in 2 different places, hit a conservative third party, and making sure that, well, it's so crazy because I heard 2 different teams talking about different strats. One, it was, hey, we're 4 stacking. We're 4 stacking this fight with legendary armor. We're going to get crazy. And then you have FIFA who's like, yo, we don't all want to be in the same place, in the same spot, because if we all go down, then we can't regain.
Exactly. And I mean, when it comes to movement, mobility, the wingsuits, you can fly around the map fairly fast, as we saw people using sensor darts, you mentioned, the grapple hooks, right? But then, you know, one big factor that we also haven't really mentioned much is the cradle breaches. Taking that high risk, high reward for the exotic weapons, right? We saw exotic armors. It's harder to go down if you pick up all of the things needed to survive longer, obviously. Higher tiers.
Yeah, and I know. And plus, a lot of our people were talking about those weapon upgrade kits, making sure that you get them. So just knowing that you have everything. But let's look back at some of those USAA highlights of our map number 1, starting off in Stadium.
Yeah, and this was such an exciting scuffle too. Stadium, such a open area right in the middle, right? That helicopter you may have to maybe fly around the map, but it's just really about getting in and out of these corners right in the stairwells, which you can hide in. And we saw a lot of teams utilize that.
Not Mags.
No.
Mags is trying to get in the heli. He's like, look, I'm out. This is no longer a safe place for me. I don't want to be here. Back to the chop shop. But it's just a good look at the moments of while we're just trying to fight for that circle that was so in that southwestern corner. When you have these deep pools like this, it's just focusing on that positioning and letting those kills come in endgame.
Most definitely. And it's so unique too, right? You have bodies of water with these bridges connecting these neighborhoods, these POIs, and just having to get out of dodge or again, rotating in the zone, as we saw a lot of fire range scuffle here in the end moments. And how exciting was this? Santa almost getting away with his life. Breadman just like this slippery little fish, but able to take him
Santa's
down.
squirrely.
It's so squirrely.
In a good way. I was thoroughly enjoying that, but here, Juki's squad, Alb, Gibbo, and Gel Dog. I was really highlighting them in some of those earlier fights towards the beginning where they were just holding those angles, but there we go. The grapple and Soka, 13 kills to his name, just I'm getting in the vehicle. Doesn't go well for them as Aces hunches him down.
Hey, having 13 eliminations and being that high, that's pretty good, because even if you do get the win, we've seen squads get the win, but not necessarily be in first.
That's the cool part, right? Is like you can definitely outkill a team by outpointing them, and it's quite interesting. But you also have to remember here with COD, in terms of that, your branches have to work together between the Alpha and the Bravo. They add those points together, and we look at the leaderboard. Things can shift dramatically if one of those rosters didn't perform up to par. But of course, we do have, what, 3 more games after this? So maybe map number 1 wasn't your best. That's all right. You get to run it back. We're going to have plenty of action. So I can't wait to see what that leaderboard looks like for map number 1, though.
Yeah, and you know, map number 1 is always an interesting one too, because some squads, you know, in terms of strategy, may take the time to just say, hey, let's play it slower. Let's play maybe further away from position, like, you know, those hot drops, and just feel out our opponents. You're gonna know someone like Hisoka is gonna be flying at everyone. Someone like FIFA Kill, maybe Juki's, right? Joe, right? The heavy hitting Warzone pros we know. But for some of these military service members, they're playing confident too, right? We're seeing them play just and keeping up with pace. So going into this map number 2, Tiff, I just wonder if some of those squads that did, you know, maybe decide to play a little bit passive, gonna pick things up and just like, hey, he's got 13 eliminations. I want to beat that next game.
I want to best Soka's kills. Look, as they were flying in for their warm-up, Soka literally hits on the comms. He's like, just somebody have my trade. Somebody have my trade on the team. I mean, they did get bodied on Resort Rooftop by the Marine Corps, but we're not going to talk about that because we didn't start at Resort. We started elsewhere. We went to the south, that map 1.
Yeah, we don't talk about those, but hey, going into this, I'm excited to see, because you know, you'd highlighted, right, the British Army, which over the years seemed to kind of always be the like lower half of the leaderboards. I think 5th is their best placing. I really would like to see, especially them picking up Juki's, but that core 3, Gibbo, Gel Dog, ALB, who've been part of Cold Bowl for so many years, I really would like to see them, you know, maybe potentially take a dub this year, or outbeat their previous placings.
I mean, you got Benny Central on the other roster as well, who is an absolute gem. Just both of those boys just have such good vibes about them. So when you lock in with your service members on your squads here, it's going to be a good time no matter how they finish at the end. Of course, you want to do your best here in Cold Bowl 7, take home that trophy they were showing off at the top of the show. It's absolutely glorious. I'm really excited about that ring, and how I thought it was really funny how Reflections is like, bro, Whoopty could have 2 rings. That hand's gotta be heavy.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly why you want to drop just as many eliminations as Ahsoka, okay? You're fighting for that Monster Energy MVP, and bragging rights too as well. A lot of things that these military service members, I had mentioned, Tiff, right? What do they all have in common? They all can communicate, right? It doesn't matter the map you play. You need to have communication, and that's, like, I feel like in this tournament, the #1 most important thing when it comes to all of these squads.
I believe that is such a critical key to success. I was watching a lot of our teams warm up this morning, and that was my biggest note. I was like, dude, the communication is next level because I don't get that when I'm playing, right? Like, I'm like, what are we getting? No, they're efficient. They are just so concise when it comes down to it. So long as your pro player or your creator, depending on who's that IGL that's stepping in for that here today's tournament, as long as they say, here's our plan, here's what we need to do, and then executing on said plan, that's pretty much like your basis here. And just seeing Avalon, the wingsuits, the grapples, it's beautiful and a fresh change of pace.
I love that you mentioned that. I love that you mentioned, because some of the players, right, they're looking to their creators for that. But enough jabber from us. Let's go ahead and toss it back to San Diego Desk to hear what Lottie and Reflections have to say about that first drop.
Thank you so much, Dream and Tiff. Now, I will say a massive win there for Coast Guard Bravo team. I mean, Dream, Die, Spinnerman, Breadman, who would have ever doubted them? But a really nice early lead, and I'm excited to see where their journey will take them on the next 3 drops. Now, before we talk a little bit more about that first drop, we do have a very special guest joining us here. And of course, in San Diego for race weekend, and I will say, Riley Herbs, this is my first NASCAR event ever, and I am so excited to be here. The sound coming from behind us is incredible.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about you. And now, of course, you are driver number 35, Monster Energy Toyota Camry XSE for 2311 Racing. Hopefully I didn't butcher that one for you. Riley, first and foremost, how are you feeling? It's race weekend. You have a big competition ahead of you. How are you gearing up to get going and start driving?
Yeah, well, first, so much. I'm glad you got to come out to your first NASCAR race. We love to have new fans, and what a backdrop to have a NASCAR race on the North Island Naval Base in Coronado. It's gorgeous here right off the coast of San Diego. So the first time for all of us racing on a Navy base, America's 250th birthday. What a backdrop for NASCAR, America V8 stock cars. It's awesome, and yeah, we're looking forward to it. We got qualifying here in about an hour or so, and then we're going racing tomorrow.
In about an hour, you're going to be going 200 miles an hour, which is just insane to me. Riley, it's great to have you. You actually have played some Call of Duty in the past, some Warzone. You know, you were a grinder back in the day for Dance, which, OG, we love that. Talk to me about your history, man, because I'm always so curious to talk to racers, and you are at the peak, right? I mean, you're NASCAR. What was it like growing up racing, and then you get that call, hey, we want you on our team, we want you to race in NASCAR. What did that mean to you?
I mean, honestly, it's just a childhood dream, right? Most of us, all 36 of us, start this when we're 5, 6, 7 years old. So we work our whole life to be at the pinnacle of this sport. And we made it to the top. Obviously, nobody's satisfied, especially in video games, gaming, competition, anything competition. You want to win, and you want to win all the championships. But to be at the top level is pretty special. And like I said, there's only 36 seats in the country, in the world for this. So it's a big honor, and we're trying to do the best we can.
I love to hear that. Riley, I have to ask you a question about competing. Now, I think competing in anything, whatever it may be, gives you a rush. It is an incredible thing to be able to do, and knowing it's in your hands. Now, competing in racing is a whole other level. What is it like getting behind the wheel, doing something that not only is dangerous, but equally requires so much skill and determination and power mentally from the drivers? What is that feeling like when you get on a track and you're having to just completely unleash it?
It's amazing. It's a fix. It's a dopamine like I can't even explain. And I was lucky enough to feel that fix when I was such a young age at 7 years old. And so that's what all of us race car drivers, we chase every single weekend. And it's a high that I couldn't even begin to explain. And the fierce competition, that's what all of us, that's what gets us up in the morning. Just like these fierce gamers, we want to beat the best, and we want to compete at the highest level. And that determination and just the fixation on trying to win is something else.
And of course, you're unleashing the beast with Monster Energy too.
Yeah, and look at his ring. Got the Monster Energy MVP ring, okay, which is serious. The competitors actually will be earning one of those. You got one
there
yourself,
it is, the
because
Monster MVP ring.
We got it right here, Monster MVP.
Yeah.
Beautifully shown off. Yeah, the competitors get to earn one of those, so the best service member will be wearing one of those rings at the end of the day, which is super cool.
That's awesome. So real quick, who's leading? Who's winning? Who's hot right now?
So right now, I believe game number 1 was Coast Guard Bravo. So the Dreams, Die, Spinaman, and Breadman. Breadman is an OG. He's been playing Warzone for a long, long time. This is his 3rd Code Bowl. They ended up dominating. But there's a guy called Hisoka, and Hisoka's like at the peak right now when it comes to Warzone competitive. And he's on one of the best teams out out there called Team Falcons, and he was slaying out.
Heck yeah.
Slaying out, brother. It was
Unbelievable, actually.
What? So going back to you, what is your favorite accomplishment? You've got a ton of them whenever it comes to your racing career. But what is your most favorite? What's your most memorable moment?
Honestly, so this is the Cup Series is probably, that's the pinnacle. And then so there's some junior ranks below it. There was a series called the O'Reilly Series, which it's called now, but the Xfinity Series 2 years ago. And I won at the Brickyard, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway,
That's
my last lap pass, which kind of put my name on the map, and it really like solidified me. So that was such a cool day, and something I'll never ever forget. That was
What
pretty
did your
special.
family think about that, man?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
Just a lot of emotion and just a place like the Brickyard, Indianapolis Motor Speedway, with the histories of every single cool race car driver, the Andretti's, everybody's raced there. So to put your name there in the bricks, it's pretty special.
That's amazing. I'm quite curious because, again, like this is my first NASCAR event ever. I'm quite new to racing. My mum is a petrol head. She loves racing. Shout out to you, mum. I have to ask, what is it like getting ready? How do you start to, I don't know, get better? What is practice like? What is your gym routine like? What does it take to be a racing driver?
Honestly, the comparison to this and these competitors today is so similar because NASCAR limited practice. It's illegal to practice. So we get 20 minutes of real life practice every single weekend. But then our manufacturer, so I drive for Toyota Racing, they have $1 million gigantic sims that are probably the size of this platform that you hop in a car, and it's a big video game. And so we do that for hours each week to try new setups and things like that.
That's actually incredible. I love that. And again, we talked about this, the merge of gaming and something
Sim
else
racing
like
is
this.
like
I mean,
so realistic. It's actually pretty crazy.
Riley, I don't want to keep you for too long because I know you have a big
He's got to go race.
Qualifies.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much, Monster Energy, as well, for putting a legend like Riley on our sofa for us. And of course, he's rocking the Monster Energy MVP, which will be going one of the players' ways by the end of today. Riley, best of luck today.
Thank you.
Qualifiers.
And good luck in all the drops coming up.
There you go.
Oh, thank you very much.
Heard it from the legend himself. Well, folks, I mean, an incredible first drop here. And of course, USAA understands how important it is to be able to do the very most when you are competing. We have drop 2 ready very shortly. But before we get into that one, we do need to head on over to Tiff and Dream for our squad goals interview presented by USAA.
Thank you so much back there in San Diego. It's absolutely crazy there. But of course, we have AZ Dreams here from Coast Guard Gaming. Bravo. Congratulations on your Map 1 win. How are we feeling after taking the first map in Code Bowl 7?
Oh, we're feeling great. I mean, this is the first Code Bowl I've ever been in. And I know Breadman plays the Code Bowl before. And he said that Map 1, usually Coast Guard Gaming doesn't do so well. So to be able to win Map 1, we're feeling really great.
Yeah, we're changing the narrative here. First Code Bowl, taking the win in map number 1. How much confidence did this victory give you?
Oh, 110. 110% right now. We're like on it today. So yeah.
So like going into the next map, like would you say like is this gonna change anything for you all? Like are you gonna still just land where you land, or are you thinking a different BOI?
We're still gonna land where we land. I mean, we played really good off the rip. Kind of slow start. I mean, big map, 80 people, not, but zone pulled pretty good for us. We know with the helo and the rotation we had was perfect. Breadman, IGL, best IGL. So yeah.
Love that. And also kind of just following it up with that, what is your role on the team, Dreams? As you know, this is your first, Code Bowl. Like, what do you provide for your team?
Support, pretty much. The first game didn't do so well, died off the rip, but my team carried, so that's all really mattered. So I mean, more support. Birdman, IGL, and I'm the AR player for our team, so we're doing pretty good right now.
I would say, look, if you're coming in with a win, like, you are doing really good. Now, it's super cool. So I love that you guys get paired up there with Breadman. You're right. Best IGL. What's it been like participating in the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl and with Breadman on your squad?
Oh, it's been great. Breadman, like, shout out that guy. That guy, he knows a lot about Warzone, and just being my first event, it's pretty crazy. I'm really happy to be here.
Well, we're really happy to have you here. And of course, congratulations yet again on winning map number 1. I'm going to thank you so much for coming in and chatting with us, but I'm going to let you get going because you got map number 2 about to drop into it. Good luck, and hopefully we see you there towards the end raising that. We got to go back to San Diego real quick. We've got some more things to break down with Lottie and Reflections.
Thank you so much, Tiff, and also double the dreams as well. Because
yeah,
dream and dreams. A massive congratulations to Coast Guard Bravo there. And again, actually Dream's first ever Code Bowl. So what a great feeling being in that interview, knowing he's won the first drop. He's got a leg up here right now on the 4 that will be dropping overall, but an incredible job. We need to talk all about that drop. And of course, we have our mission brief ready, presented by USAA. So let's talk about it. How are we going to mix up this strategy? Reflections from what you saw on that first drop, you know, what are some of the telling things that maybe some of our squads might have had a few hiccups on that might want to change heading into the second?
Well, first and foremost, Stadium was electric. As you would expect, it was. You know, 4 teams ended up landing there. You know, U.S. Air Force, Alpha, U.S. Army, U.S. Navy, and then Royal Air Force also went there. Now, for Royal Air Force trying to defend their title, they've got some heavy burden on their shoulders. FIFA Kill is known to get a little bit loose, and in this case he does. I think he drops, he gets 2 eliminations, but then ends up running into Hisoka and his crew, who ends up taking him down. The fights will continue on, however, and I believe it is U.S. Army who ends up getting the best. They had a stellar game. I know you were complimenting, you know, as you were watching Hisoka, he's always in the right position. Again, IGL for one of the best rosters when it comes to Warzone history, and now he's doing it again with U.S. Army Esports, and I do believe they walk away with the most eliminations. Unofficially, of course, that is.
I mean, at one point, Hisoka had 22, I believe.
22, which
at one point before the end of the game.
Which is just nutty. British Army Esports, though, let's talk about them. Gibbo, Geldog, ALB, Benny Central, they played together now for the past 4 Code Bowls, okay? So they've been a solid unit. Their highest placing is 5th. I think they have 2 5th-place finishes. Last year, they get 8th. This time around, playing Edge Zone and doing it very well, picking up quite a few kills along that edge, okay? So playing Edge, sometimes you're the gatekeeper. It can be a little bit risky. You can be held. This time, though, they weren't, and they were able to penetrate deeper into the zones as the game ended up going on. So beautifully done from them, highly impressive. All I know is for certain it's a bigger map, but once you get into those end zones, Lottie, it gets chaotic.
I will say, one thing I do want to highlight there was Aces against Redman. That 1v1, that wiggle kind of gunfight that we saw in and out, it was unbelievable. But the fact, you know, this 1v1 was actually really crucial to get a higher placement there, because solidifying, you know, the firing range for him was massive for his team, because it was perfect in terms of the position of the next rotation for that next circle. And for me, that's what you have to be thinking of. It's like, great, we get the kill on the board, we get some of those numbers, and obviously that really in turn helps with that multiplier. But securing positions, it's huge. It's really, really important. So I'm excited to see who else is going to be stepping up to the table. Who do you want to see step up and really start having a bigger performance, especially heading into Drop 2?
RAF, Royal Air Force, man, with FIFA them. You know, they had a rocky start, but that doesn't mean they're going to have a rocky finish. They've got 3 more drops to go.
They certainly do indeed. Now, I'll tell you what, we just saw our first drop, but now we actually need to talk a little bit about what you guys get for watching and tuning in. Now, if you are joining from YouTube and Twitch, we have some incredible viewer rewards for you, thanks, of course, to USAA. With the Paint Trader Weapon Blueprint, the Brain Bucket Weapon Charm, the Burn Rubber Animated Emblem, and the Finish Line Spray. And I will say, I really want to be rocking that Brain Bucket Weapon Charm. It's honestly unbelievably cool. Which is amazing. But also another thing that's incredibly cool too is the fact that, one, we get to interview legends of the NASCAR world, and that's no exception to Blaze as well on the floor, because he's also been catching up with some incredible legends himself. Let's take a look at his interview with Cole Custer ahead of his San Diego race weekend.
Everybody, I'm here with Cole Custer driving Big 41 for Haas Factory Team. Cole, we are on a naval base here in Coronado. I mean, this has got to be one of the first times you've experienced something like this, right?
It's crazy. I mean, you know, having them build the track, you know, the month ahead, have no idea what to expect. You know, we're on, you know, military roads, we're on an airfield, you know, so there's just a lot of unknowns, and we'll see who hits it the best.
Yeah, we'll see who tackles that the best, man. And, you know, even in your career, okay, you know, you've dealt with plenty of unknowns, setbacks, comebacks, and, you know, coming to a new situation like this, you know, how's your resilience going to kind of prepare you for a race like this?
Well, I think the biggest thing is you just can't get down on yourself. There's going to be times during this weekend where you're going to be down on the scoreboard, you know, like just trying to work into the car, work into the track. There's just so many unknowns, and you don't want to take that risk of ruining your whole weekend and wrecking. So you just have to keep calm, keep working on what you're doing, and this is a race that if you're there at the end, you'll have a good shot at it.
Oh, man, I love to hear that. Now, we're here for the C.O.D.E Bowl, the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. We're helping veterans come out the military and get some amazing jobs. Now, I want to ask you, do you have any awesome veterans in your life that you would love to give a shout out there to?
Yeah, so my grandpa was in the military, so it does hit home a little bit, and it's awesome, you know, just to see everything we're giving back to the military. I mean, they're the real heroes out here. Being able to come out here to their base and race for them is pretty awesome. So hopefully we put on a good race, especially because it's America's 250th anniversary.
Yes,
you know, that's going to be awesome.
I mean, it's going to be so great, okay? You know, Cole, I'm going to let you get to the race, lock in with Haas this weekend. It's been a pleasure talking to you, man, all right? Good luck out there.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I absolutely adore this mesh of Call of Duty and NASCAR. I mean, Blaze is having a world of a time down there talking to all the incredible racers. And I will say, I'm very, very much becoming a fan right now of racing. I think I'm going to have to follow this after I get home and become a petrol head just like my mother. Because this is amazing. I mean, the noise behind us is enough to get anybody going, honestly, in terms of competition. So I hope this is also inspiring our players at home. Let's quickly talk a little bit about what we saw in that first drop, because of course the second is underway very shortly. But who really surprised you in terms of having a good game, looking like they know what they're doing and feeling a little bit more comfortable, although might not have won, you know, might not have been in Coast Guard, but, you know, a team that is looking likely to maybe take some of those spots and start edging out?
Yeah, I mean, going back, British Army Esports, I think they played very well. You know, looking at their stats, the fact that they've been together for 4 years now is pretty tremendous, because, again, you know, a lot of these rosters, they will shift in and out. You know, you do have, of course, service members who are currently active playing, but some of them do retire. Their spot needs to be filled. New people come up, but not for this British Army Esports. They all stay together and they do it very well. They play great. They have good communication. Honestly, this year, I'm thinking it's going to be one of their best years yet. Like I said, top 5 finish is their best. They've got it twice over the 4 years, and it was like 8th and 10th. But this year, I'm feeling top 5, and who knows? They might even be lifting a trophy.
They could be lifting a trophy, indeed. Now, as it goes for Coast Guard, of course, you know, they might have finished first there, but like we said previously on the broadcast, it's 2 teams. It is a cumulative score that is added together between the 2. So we need a consistent kind of work for both teams here for each branch. Now, have we seen consistency, do you think? I know it's difficult to see in the first drop, especially without the leaderboard. However, speaking of, the magic producer in my ear provides the goods. Oh my goodness, okay. So first is the US Army Esports. And again, folks, it doesn't quite matter as much as you think about that final circle, although it gives you that amazing ×2 multiplier. But of course, the name of the game is in the kills, because that's exactly what gets you the bonus points with that last position in a drop to push basically forward. And that's where we see some kind of unexpected teams push through in some of these later drops, because they could have a pop-off game that really pushes them up the bracket. So we got US Army right on the top, Coast Guard Gaming coming in second here as well. And you can see on both sides here, Alpha and Bravo, those scores, which totals the one on the very far right. Now, let's have a look at where RAF is. 6th place currently. We do have our eyes on those. Not a great game for both of the teams.
No, and they only have 3 more games left, which isn't a whole lot. And the fact is, they've got already a big gap to cover to jump up to first place, where US Army Esports is currently at. But it's going to be fun.
Hisoka is the name there.
Hisoka is the guy, right? I mean, his team in general has some other returning competitors that are looking very solid. Coast Guard right behind him by 3 points. That's going to be a tremendous race to the very end. Of course, Air Force Gaming just below them. That gap, you want to manage it, especially if you're towards the bottom now, like Royal Navy Esports. They're going to have to step it up alongside that of Space Force Gaming, who is one of the most winning teams in C.O.D.E Bowl, winning back-to-back in 2020 and 2021.
So another notable game here, which was for the Royal Canadian Air Force Alpha team, 24 kills to their name. There's third leading kills on all of our teams across the board, because we of course have Coast Guard Gaming in the Bravo position with 26 over there. So huge stuff coming from the Royal Canadian Air Force. We'll have to see if unfortunately their Bravo team can step up to the mark. I mean, 2 points adding to that. Could have been a different story here.
Could have been. You know, the difficult thing, right, is Alpha and Bravo, they are playing together to earn points, but they're not playing together. They're not communicating together. So sometimes they do cannibalize each other. It happens, right?
Yeah.
And it would behoove them to potentially work out a game plan to control a sector, a POI, or potentially, you know, of course, the rotations. I think that would be great if that is an option, of course, in the rules, because after all, even though they are playing against each other, they're kind of playing together for one goal.
It's also tough. I mean, in terms of the competition here, when it comes to Warzone, it really is about that risk and reward balance. You can sometimes get caught off guard, and it's really tough. And you just have one of those kind of drops, one of those runs where it just doesn't go your way. Could have been great if you had managed to kind of build through those fights, been there for each other, survived. And unfortunately, it happens. Can we see more consistency from the other drops? That's the question.
The thing about Warzone, as you know, Lottie, and everybody does, when you play it, there are no 2 games that are the same.
No.
They're all different. The way that you navigate the battlefield, you have to be smart about it, right? What worked last game might not work this game. So you've got to constantly communicate effectively, move, shoot, communicate, kill, right? And I think for these troops, they know how to do that effectively. I mean, after all, Dreams, we heard that interview, you know, saying Breadman is great. He knows all about the map. He knows all about what we need to be doing, and he's being a great leader and a good IGL. Some of these content creators coming in, we've mentioned Hisoka, Breadman, obviously, TP, for example, a champion in multiplayer. He's had great success when it comes to Warzone, and specifically solo YOLO, as well as C.O.D.E in general. He's still trying to get a win. You know, these guys, you lean into them because they know exactly where you need to be to earn a championship.
I will say, I actually think I would trust TP with my life.
Yeah, honestly,
especially in a Warzone game. So that goes to show you exactly how I feel about some of our content creators here and how capable they are. Well, folks, it is time for drop number 2. So my favorite part of the day, heading on over to our 2 wonderful casters, Tiff and Dream. Take us through drop 2, ladies.
Let's get it. Things are looking so fun there down on the field in San Diego. Lottie and Reflections getting all the special interviews, waltzing around, finding all the cool things. And you're right. Before we get into game number 2, though, something I did note when we were looking at that leaderboard, Dream, is how consistent both of the teams for Coast Guard were. Alpha and Bravo, very close on that scoreline. And although U.S. Army does have the lead thanks to Alpha having north of 30-something points here, I'm highlighting the consistency between both those rosters on Coast Guard, and I think that is something that we need to keep an eye on.
For sure. Consistency is always has been king, but for both squads, I believe, yes, that's 13 kills that each squad has had, I believe, overall, the tally being in 4th and 5th place. Some of these other squads, right, not so hot. 1, 2, 3, 4, but it's only drop number 1, right? We still have many more to go. 3 more.
Many more.
3 more, really. But I mean,
that's what I was saying.
in this
I'm
moment,
like, we can't drop a single map.
Listen, I've competed for years, Tiff. In this moment, you have to take it moment by moment. It feels like many more. It has to. Like you're like, okay, we just take that game. We still have 3 left because they can come out with a banger game. Sometimes that's all it takes. So you want U.S. Army to get dead last this next one. And then, hey, this could be an opportunity for another squad. Hey, maybe Royal Navy can get themselves out of 20th.
Hey, they definitely can. Look, it only takes 1 map, 1 start. You get your boots on the ground in Avalon and you start stringing kill by kill together, and it all just works together. Now, mind you, map number 1, it was kind of one of those interesting pools. Anytime you see a circle in Call of Duty Warzone pool towards one of our quadrants all the way on the outskirts, like we went to Fort, right?
100%.
All the way down the southwestern side of things, we have all the choke points of those bridges you were mentioning, the waterways. Things can get really difficult, especially when no gulag, no loadouts, it's Black Ops Royale, things are different, wingsuits and grapple galore, very movement heavy. So making sure that you're getting ahead of those teams that are opposing you and get to that strong position in the end game so you can just kind of hold the line steady, rack up all the kills. Next thing you know, you're moving up the leaderboard and it's all good and fun.
It's definitely much different from what these military service members are used to in the past, right? You can't just go out there and buy your loadout, play with what you're comfortable with. No. That's not how Black Ops Royale works. But what is very beneficial, though, however, is how many opportunities there there are to get loot, right? There are to upgrade your weapons. As you know, if you do capture, let's say, a relay antenna, you can use that to, move around the map, right? Maybe get some type of information at where enemies are. There's so many different things like the cradle breaches, right? To upgrade your weapon tiers, maybe get an exotic armor, maybe weapon, but that's high risk, high reward, because we know around those areas, right? We saw a lot of third-party situations happening.
Yeah, we definitely did. That's what a lot of our teams were working on focusing. It's like we want to be the team that's third party and not necessarily finding ourselves sandwiched by others getting third party. Now, when we were kind of warming up earlier this morning, I checked in with Royal Navy's Zyro, who's the content creator for that roster. And it was really interesting because some of the strategies that he was like trying to bring towards his team, he's like, look, I've been watching and participating in a lot of these Avalon tournaments leading up to this, and I've been keeping my eyes on Shifty. Now, Shifty's not playing here today, and that's okay. He's like, his strat was just making sure they are stacked. We know exactly where all the weapon upgrade kits are to make sure, you're right, Dream, that our weapons are kitted and that we have all of the attachments on our weapons that we feel the most confident with, right? Specifically, like, what have you been seeing people use here today for their weapon choices?
That's very interesting that you brought that up too, because you were just really quickly, I wanted to note, coming off of that, Royal Air Force, I'm actually surprised that they didn't get a win, because I think like when they were warming up, that was the last game they got was a dub, right? But looking at the weapons, right, I was watching FIFA use like a Voyak, right? There's certain weapons, whether it's a Voyak, AR, because you always want to have a loadout, right? Long range mixed in with that close range weapon. But there's weapon archetypes. What makes that special, that said weapon special? Do you sacrifice damage, range, maybe suppressor on your sub, maybe a stalker, maybe Mantis to have a little bit of a feel of an AR and a sub? There's so many different weapon archetypes that you can use. Of course, Ems, right, who we know is a reputable sniper, she's amazing with that. She was using the Hawker Redacted. So depending on what type of class you use, whether it's an AR or a sub, a sniper, you're gonna wanna find those weapon archetypes, of course, that can get you in and out of those situations very fast, but you want heavy hitting attachments, right? Those attachment kits are gonna be key to upgrade them, giving you 5 in total.
Well, love that, Dream. She's laid it all out with the information on weapons. Let's see how it goes as we get into game number 2 here at Code Bowl 7. Of course, we're going to kick things off with Coast Guard Alpha. Coast Guard, they're in second place overall on the leaderboard. Coast Guard Bravo did take the win in map number 1, but it's all about getting geared up as we look towards that map. Oh, that map. These circles in Black Ops Royale are so finicky.
They certainly are. And, coming into this, it's just like, hey, let's just find out where we're comfortable. Let's just make sure we know where our weapons are, attachments, kits are. We want to loot as quickly as possible. As you see Grand Pooba, of course, picking up those point turrets can be very deadly. They can protect you in situations. But if you are walking into a room and you have like 3 or 4 of those pointed at you, you better be careful, because it's so annoying how it just pepper shots into you, and then opponent might take you down.
Ooh, yeah, that would be really interesting. And speaking of interesting, I see some Modern Warfare 4 beta codes being dropped on your left-hand side of the screen. I, of course, will eventually, hopefully, get my hands on one of those, because I was not ready. So hopefully those of you watching at home, or if you're live in San Diego at the NASCAR event, make sure that you grab your beta code drop, get it redeemed, and then lock in for some fun action here as we have Goofy on the stream. Mind you, Steener, it's her, she's the content creator here on the Royal Canadian Air Force Bravo squad. First time here playing in Code Bowl and probably having a good time. She's such a fun content creator. I love watching her compete as well.
We've commentated too, right? She's like top 5 women of women Warzone earnings in February too, by the way. She is so good, and I'm excited to see if Royal Canadian Air Force could maybe potentially bounce back and have a good game here, as hey, they won Cold Bowl in 2023, the first year entering, and Goofy alongside Charmaine, who we saw, hey, that was his first time competing here alongside Fresh. They've got the reps in and looking pretty comfortable here too. Maybe get the eyes on another squad in the distance. And that's squad number 9, I believe.
Coast Guard. Coast Guard. Ooh, anytime you say Coast Guard, I start to get the shivers, because I'm like, you know what? They're trying to take down the U.S. Army, who are currently in first place overall on the leaderboard. Elsewhere, we'll check in with Marine Corps Gaming. Bravo. Legion. Maldito has fallen, but that's okay because we still have 3 members of the team. But not when you've got Huskers hitting an ultimate flank on the high ground.
Oh no. Stats hurt. Gonna try to get out of dodge here, but the US Navy, that was smart there. Not to overextend, right? We're just gonna go ahead and hold our position. Maybe. We gotta be careful though of those RC's coming down, so they're gonna go ahead and move forward to this building over here. Huskers utilizing those grapple hooks. You see how quickly Legion's gonna try to get away. Is he gonna hold it down? No! Huskers takes him down, finishing his food and letting him know, hey, I'm the king, and we're gonna take this win here for the US Navy.
I was gonna say he's gonna be like, I'm your daddy at this point to Legion there, but you guys gotta know Huskers did just welcome in a baby. Him and Allie at home recently upgraded to parent status, and it's so fun to see the journey of our long-standing competitors here.
And also too, shout outs to some dads that might be competing here today.
Yes.
It's Father's Day weekend, and how beautiful would it be to take home that trophy for Cold Bowl number 7, or potentially, hey, we still have a solo YOLO too after this TIFF. There's so much competition left here today. We're looking at Royal Navy right now. And you may be familiar with this map, as it's so interesting to see, like, you know, multiplayer maps in the map. This is Hacienda, right? Quote unquote. But it's just always nice, right? It's nostalgic when you're walking through.
It truly is. All right. Well, you can see upgrades going all around here for the Royal Navy. Now, mind you, this is the Bravo roster, 1.5 points, and in currently map number 1 for them. So the bounce back is definitely needed. And if Downey on your screen has 1 kill, look, we are already halfway there as we get a nice little check-in with the circle and where we're moving towards. Teams like squad number 19, British Army Esports Alpha, very deep into that circle, as well as the Royal Navy Bravo. But on your screen, we're getting into the action. You know who it is. You know Dream, US Army getting mixy.
Oh, yeah, indeed. And Ahsoka already, I think, took down 2. There's Lightning on another one on the other side. I mean, that's their squad. And Mags trying to get out of dodge yet again falls. But it's just very hard when you have an IGL just letting you know what to do, where to go. You are feeling so confident. But look at this Air Force trying to make a move onto Army. It's Shrouds putting in shots, but not deciding to push. Gets knocked, has to fall down. And Grits, he knows how to win, right? Most winningest player right now, it seems like, in the game. But
Sniper v Sniper?
Yeah,
okay.
No. Back down.
And you know what? That's the call that's coming through, right? If you're focused on making it towards that end game, you think that you're taking a third party, right? We take the move onto US Army Esports Alpha. It's Soka, it's Actual. They're kind of working together and making sure that they have those trades like we heard Soka talking about earlier. So Air Force Gaming, what do? They see that fight just happens, but the wipe comes too quick, and US Army Esports Alpha was so healthy that they recognize immediately, back down, not a good fight. Let's focus. Hit a little inspect as well.
Yeah, and also too, you don't want to fight, like you said, too long in that, because the collapse is coming in. And I believe on the they have their I believe that's Air Force Bravo, actually, that's to the east of them too as well. So maybe a little bit of help, maybe a little bit of information, and knowing, hey, might be able to fight another team, right? If you kind of have some help there, but you don't want to fight each other. But rotating up into zone, seems like they just have a couple of teams to worry about over by the water treatment center. But nonetheless, still just thinking about that multiplier in hand.
Well, here we go. Royal Canadian Air Force. And of course, Huskers on the other side, representing US Navy Esports Alpha. Could be an interesting fight as Bane hits the grapple, throws down some plates. Doesn't quite get the knock there, but that's all right. You do enough damage, it allows you to hit the reposition. We don't actually lay chase here, or do we? Okay, Bane.
Bane getting out of dodge. Huskers from above. Gonna go ahead and pull up that draft. Knock, gets a knock, and of course, his back's on down. Make sure his team is okay, and looking pretty good if you are Navy here.
Clean.
There's 1 member left, but Aces, where is he?
Aces is running. If I'm wingsuiting down an elevator shaft, this is all about my getaway, my great escape. Dives back because he is being chased, and albeit Husker's gun shop, gonna be too much firepower for Aces to handle. That will be a full wipe there for Royal Canadian Air Force. Alpha.
I gotta love that. The positioning they played so well. And now looking back over with the Royal Navy, I believe MZ was able to take down one member. I believe that was for the British Army here. But now Star-Lord does fall. The trades are happening. MZ's still alive, though. Gonna try to figure out. She's got to be careful, though. She doesn't seem to have armor in hand. And that one of those annoying point turrets we pointed out seemed to pepper some shots into her.
All right. Well, we lose out on Downey, and now MZ recognizes that this is the point where we have to focus on getting the team back up. The Royal Navy, Bravo. We don't want to have kind of a lackluster game. Mind you, we're coming in 10th place on the leaderboard, so this was our regain. So making sure we get armor, we get resources, we get the team back, because yes, we do love some solo gameplay, but more specifically, we want that for the solo YOLO. This is all about getting the team to win here.
And this is going to be about where you go too, right? It's so hard sometimes, it seems like, to recover, because you have to take the time to get those attachment kits and everything that you have. The type of weapon and utilities is super important to survive, as Jimbo taking shots, trying to survive against, I believe that was Chopo, and getting into the chopper and flying away. You need to get out of Dodge here, because it is chaos at the water treatment.
Hey, we highlighted Zyro in the Royal Navy Alpha Squad earlier on today. A brief look in with them. As you are right, the water treatment. A little bit of heli action, looking like an action sports movie as Phoenix tries to carve the man wingsuiting down out of the sky, and that is none other than Breadman. You heard Dreams in that winner interview after map number 1. Best IGL. Hey, we got a new challenger there. Soka. No longer best IGL? Confirmed?
Maybe the best IGL he's played. That's right. But you can't let Soka hear that. But no. We've got FIFA Kill, right? He's a great IGL as well. There's so many great players in here. But
hey,
Royal Navy,
not wrong.
Pondi, hey, looking pretty good. They just have to wait for Jimbo, of course, to redeploy back in. Should he have that token? And I think over here for the water treatment for the Royal Navy, the Alpha Squad, they win it.
I mean, they're doing great, right? In map number 1, 3 points for the Royal Navy Alpha. And if Pondi's on 3 kills, we are already making that much better of a use of our map number 2 as we get a look at where that circle is going. Team 17, Team 18 are going to be your Royal Navy on the map, so keep tabs of their positioning. But we have more fights happening here at Excavation, and U.S. Army Esports wants to dive in. This is Swisham's team. This is Bravo, Lightning, Hopeless, Bolt Down, D-Day, and Swisham are going to have to clutch up and look at the positioning. Do we keep fighting this? We've got 2 other rosters. Royal Canadian Air Force, of course, as Space Force Gaming Alpha in the mix.
Yeah, for that, you're going to want to go ahead and duck away, but Class A does fall for Space Force. That was huge, and look at this bounce back, Tiff. I believe Space Force overall had like a 0.13 KD, and right now already looking so much better from that map number 1.
Call me biased, but I really want Space Force Gaming to win solely so they can yeet another trophy into space, because like that is so insanely so cool. Can just imagine being able to be like, yeah, this is what we did. We launched this into space, and it's like it's just floating out there into the ether.
Not to mention, though, it just doesn't seem like Space Force really has like done much since then. I mean, obviously they're the most winningest squad, right? Like, but we need another win, right? Because it's top 2, top 3 is not good enough for some of these guys. It's for glory, all for glory, and for Joe Woe, who has participated right in 4 code bowls. He is for sure wanting to take a win now on Air Force, and 7 kills to his name over at the Aqueduct. It seems like Air Force has completely cleared this side, being one of the only, I believe, full squads on the southmost part of the map. But we're going to swing out over to the Coliseum and see what the British Army is doing. Looking pretty good, holding the high ground here.
Definitely are. And that's kind of what they've been doing, right? Their structure of how they approach map number 1 alongside Juki's is making sure they're taking these angles. They don't want to get too granular into the fights unless they grab that entry damage, maybe some early knocks, and then you'll see Juki's kind of fly out. But we're always holding the line for the Royal Air Force, the Bravo roster. It's Oblivion and Sophie, just down to a duo. Mind you, they were your winners of Cold Bowl 6 last year. Oh, help. That one hurt.
Indeed it did. And just looking at the Coliseum and what everyone, like, obviously rotating into, if you are a British Army, you're going to want to quickly decimate this team before it gets worse. And a couple of knocks in there, Lee was able to take down, I believe that was Spin a Man, and able to get the finish there, and that was on Dreams and Breadman. So for Coast Guard Gaming, our winners of last map did in fact fall. There's one member left trying to get away. I believe that is Breadman. But for Gel Dog, there's still one other squad though, and that is in fact the Royal Air Force.
It's okay. They may be down, but they're not out. Down to a solo. They're looking for a redeploy, but we're dead center of this circle here at Coliseum. So holding your ground and winning out this POI will be pretty critical to success. You can see there that squad number 16, Royal Air Force Esports Bravo, taken down. And it looks like Spin a Man will be coming back here for the U.S. Coast Guard Bravo. Honestly, the sights are so cool here at Coliseum.
Well, with everybody coming in, like coming up now, this is like for diet. Maybe we're gonna have to get out of Dodge, like go through the underways to get out of Coliseum and maybe regroup somewhere else, or everyone just regroup on different parts of the map. So Coast Guard gets completely spread out, and now with MPX player here on maybe Bravo. Gonna look to see here. I believe that is also the U.S. Navy Alpha fighting each other. And Apollo on the outskirts, able to take down MPX, unsure that he was on the outside with the VST. Takes him down quite quickly, Tiff, and now it's a 3-on-3. And Apollo, are you kidding me? Takes him down with that hatchet and, oh, falls himself. There's one left, though.
That's all right. Bane comes in, swarms for the U.S. Navy. This squad is feisty today, and it's been so fun to witness. Anytime you start yeeting those tomahawks, those hatchets, you know we're looking good. Sensor darts for the information, making sure you get all the cool things. And so far, we just got to focus on our rotation into that circle. Other teams, fights happening. We're getting messy over here. I see Actual, and they're getting crazy. The U.S. Army Esports, Soka, biggest map, biggest scoring game in map number 1 was the team on your screen.
Royal Navy down below. I believe that's Royal Navy Alpha, so seems to be here a 3v2 for Army Alpha. They're not, like Actual is moving, all right, and then that's just the beauty about this too. You got Omni movement on top of that, like it's just so fast. And I think that's a different team he's eyeing in the distance, but just knowing, I mean, I wonder if they even know that there is another team underneath them.
Okay, Actual, little wingsuit, looking for different angles. You're right, they are just hunting. And of course, so many teams here with 14 squads still on the map. I believe we're going to do a USAA comms check here with Space Force Alpha, Lucky, Shamu, and squad.
I think they're going to try to kill us, but I'm not going to
Go.
lie.
All right, let's back up. Back up. Another team coming. Another team coming.
Yeah, let's just back up. Let's just back up.
You're rowing to another team, okay? You are rowing to another team on my green ping. Just stay there. Stay there. Don't move too much. Keep going. Keep going. We're going this way. Look at my green ping. Look at my green ping.
I heard you.
Any sensor darts?
I have one more.
Okay, I need you to throw it here to the left. Hold on. Wait. Throw the sensor dart. Just anywhere. It's wide. It's wide. You're good. You're good. Okay. See how they're in front of us? Yeah. We're just looking at them. We're just looking at them. And behind us.
Oh shit. Ah, fuck, I got that.
All good. All good. All good. This way now. This way now. Blue. Follow me. Blue. Follow me. I'm underneath you. Going towards zone. You're going towards zone. I had to give up. Yeah. He's probably not gonna get you.
Can you get me?
Cutting right now. Cutting right now, okay?
Yo, I'm gonna drop you an AR or LMG. Oh no.
I'm good. Chilling, Jared. Chill. See how they're rowing? We're gonna basically follow their row.
You're place 11 right now.
Yeah. Is this a solo behind us? Yeah, two of them.
No.
We're gonna chill. I have no plate, so we're not fighting nothing.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Yeah, hopefully you just get popped down.
And there was our USAA comms check in with Space Force Gaming Alpha. Things looking dire, but that's okay. You've got 2 members still up, looking to mirror some people on rotations, but a regain is definitely needed. We turn our sights towards the US Air Force Alpha. Jowo looking for double digits, Dream.
Chasing down US Navy Alpha 2 as well, and going for those double digits. That's Huskers that was able to take down SJ, and Isaac trading out. So now the chaos, but they have to worry. Look at that. The British Army, though, rolling on in, and this is going to get crazy because also, too, Tiff, on the opposite side, you also have Space Force, which we know they don't have any plates. So right now we have at least 4 teams fighting, and for Crazy, he's just gonna go ahead and hold this high ridge. It's British Army trying to figure out, and Benny Central in the squad, how to rotate in.
Well, Benny Central, their squad number 20, British Army Esports Bravo, was kind of taking down Space Force, but Crazy Fool just drops on in, decimates them 1 by 1, but doesn't want to give up too much of the high ground, so the Fool will take it and then focus on playing forward. I did see a big wipe coming in from Soka in the feed, so U.S. Army still eating their kills on this map.
And they're so outside of the zone too. Like, this is happening inside of zone. U.S. Army, I believe Coast Guard still rotating in through the water. The collapse is coming fast. And well, that's Hosoka taking down 1. Kabase, though, fighting up at the top. It's the U.S. Air Force able to get some plates, taking down Isaac. That is another one for Space Force. U.S. Air Force wins it, but there's still 1 member left. I believe, Tiff, that is the U.S. Navy. If U.S. Air Force wants to win,
hold the line.
This line.
Hold the line. We're in that circle. We're like kind of holding down this side. You can see U.S. Army squad number 1 down there on the ultimate low ground. They're looking for a rotation, and I think this is where you're going to have Crazy Foo, Isaac, and SJ. Make sure we pick them apart. U.S. Navy Esports Alpha. There should be a lone member. Can we find them here on this ridge line? Looks like Isaac senses someone down below. We're just looking for the early shots, and there it is from the high ground, and we wipe U.S. Navy Esports Alpha.
For U.S. Air Force, this is like the position you want to have. Like, you have all of the cards in your hand here. 3 squads remaining as we close in on this circle. And if you look at Army, Tiff, on the other side of the ridge, they have that low ground. They're going to have trouble to rotating in with Air Force holding this high.
Perfect. I wouldn't expect anyone else to hold that high ground. They take this in the fashion. Sure, Jowo's not in it, but I can imagine he's providing those comms. Look at those boys trying to hold the angle. Soka and Actual, a little dynamic duo here for the U.S. Army Esports. Holding it down, but SJ wipes out there. Takes the win in map number 2, playing positioning. You love to see it.
What a win, and wow, that was chaos. But I mean, for the U.S. Air Force, that Alpha squad, even though Jowo wasn't there, Tiff, like you had mentioned, he was probably just leading the charge the whole entire time, and they were able to hold it down and take the win.
See, that's what's so fun, because even if you do fall, like we hear a lot of our players that are like, yeah, no, I wasn't even in that endgame fight. It's like, no, you were there. It's moral support. It's you were able to see things that maybe some of your teammates in the game, when you kind of get there, you're like, have these like blinders on, you can get tunnel vision really easily. So having someone that's able to have that extra oversight for you can lend to it. Like, hey, whoa, have a little bit of trigger discipline here. You already have high ground. You have the majority of this final circle. It's all about just picking them off as they rotate from that ultimate low ground. Not where you want to be, but sometimes it ends up that way.
For sure. And I mean, beautiful positioning. The collapse obviously pulling in their favor, but for U.S. Army, they really did decimate. It felt like everybody on the opposite side of the map. And I mean, even rotating into it, it's unfortunate they had the low ground, because you know, if that was the other way around, it might have been a different story.
Could have been, but it wasn't. And therefore, Air Force Gaming and Jowo and team, they were doing so good on that high ground. I like that you do give nods there to the U.S. Army Esports Alpha roster, because we did see Soka and Actual's name pop up so much in that kill feed throughout the duration of map number 2. Can only imagine if they can stay consistent and score north of 30 points every game, things are going to be wild. But of course, we do have our USAA highlights of map number 2. Let's look back at some of the killer moments.
And most definitely, I mean, it was just through and through by the service station here. We saw Marine Corps Gaming go toe-to-toe. That was with Husker Squad, Tiff. And Huskers, I mean, he did such a great job hunting down his kills, and we saw a little bit of dominance here.
Let me just tell you, Huskers was constantly in the action there for the U.S. Navy. So knowing that Bane, Gunshot, Apollo, I even believe they were inside the top 3. So we know that they had rotational kills. They've got the positioning. A good game there for them in map number 2. British Army as well. Juki's on your screen right now. Got into that action here outside of Coliseum and down towards the low ground of it as well.
Yeah, he was able to finish up his food here. And how about Apollo? I mean, you just shouted him out, but he was playing so aggressive and right there, tomahawk to the face, taking down Nautical. That was just super, super impressive.
I mean, I'll say, you could watch that all day. Anytime someone's tomahawking someone, lock me in, get me involved, so long as I'm witnessing it, not on the receiving end of it.
And I mean, for some of these creators, man, these military service members seem to be carrying them. I mean, they have got the skill. It's been amazing to see. And hey, for map number 2, I'm excited to see these, you know, the scores and everything, because in terms of the eliminations, they have been mixy the whole entire time.
I don't imagine that anything is going to be changing. I think the action is just going to keep on flowing, especially on Avalon with all the movement heavy gear that we have in Black Ops Royale. It just makes for such an exciting time. So I love that for Code Bowl 7, we get to dive into that action. Now, with Air Force Gaming taking a win, we had Coast Guard Bravo in map number 1. I'd imagine, Dream, that that's going to keep shifting. We should see a new winner every map potentially.
Potentially, but you know, I as we like look at the scores and of course look at the tracker, I'm just curious, like, who's that consistent, like who have we seen up there? But we know for a fact Army, right? Army for sure we have seen into the top 5. So with that multiplier, with those kills, we'll see where it brings them. But I'm really excited though, just to see again if we do have a different winner this year, because yes, as I said, it's always been, it seems like those air focused branches that are always on the top.
Hey, I mean, look, they're just used to heights, I guess. Let me just tell you, they just want to stay up the high ground on the leaderboard. I love to see it. And honestly, it's just all about that competitiveness between the branches. You want to kind of assert your dominance on the leaderboard, in the lobby, whatever it is. But it is just a good time to see everyone here together for such a beautiful cause, raising awareness and, of course, a little bit of competitive spirit in it as well.
Not to mention in earning those rewards, right? The animated emblems, that animated, what was that, the burn rubber. I
saw the brain bucket. I got a brain bucket over there behind me somewhere in my room. It's not quite as cool as the one you can sport in game, but it was a little motocross helmet. So I do love my brain bucket.
Gotta get that. Gotta get it. I'm telling you, it's just that and the beta codes, right? We're gonna be playing them just all the time, non-stop Call of Duty.
They are.
But I'm excited, Tiff. I know for Air Force, they're probably feeling on top of the world right now. Coming into this, right, never really having a big win, but last year they were able to take second. So maybe this year, maybe we're moving that to first. I don't know.
I mean, maybe. You had Reflections in Lottie on the desk back in San Diego talking about Joa was his 4th time here in Code Bowl, but has never won a Code Bowl. I don't know, but with Whoopty and FIFA talking with each other this morning, they were like, we got to run it back. We got to run it back, hit the 2-time. And that's going to be really difficult to take down, especially when the U.S. Army bringing in Hisoka. Look, they were like, we're bringing in the big guns. We know what we want, and we want to get back on top.
Yeah, for sure. Especially, like, I mean, coming in dead last year, like, no, you want to make a statement. Who better way to pick up, you know, the most winningest player in Warzone history. So Army, I'm nervous to see their scores. Well, not nervous, but nervous for the other teams maybe. But nah, going into this, I think Air Force, though, it seems like a lot of teams, even Space Force, right? Marine Corps picked up more. Coast Guard had a couple of struggles there, but it seems like a lot of teams definitely feeling more confident, picked up a lot more eliminations from that game number 1.
Yeah, we did have the USAA comms check with Space Force, specifically like Lucky Shamu's POV, and he was talking about that rotation. Things were looking pretty tough. So you gotta regain. With only 2 more maps to go, guys, we are gonna go to a quick break, but plenty of more action once you return.
USAA has been proudly taking care of the military community and their families for over 100 years. Make sure you're following Monster Gaming on X and Instagram for non-stop gaming content all year round. Whether it's major esports events, creator collabs, live streams, or fan experiences, Monster Gaming brings you closer to the action. Tomorrow, the NASCAR Cup Series takes on Naval Base Coronado. Don't miss a minute of the action, starting at 11:30 a.m. Pacific, only on Prime. Donate today, and Ripple will match your donation in XRP, the digital asset for real-world utility, up to a maximum match of $10,000. Every dollar doubled, every veteran closer to their next mission. Turn your next lift ride into an opportunity to support those who served. Select the Call of Duty Endowment through Lyft's Round Up and Donate feature, and round up your fare to help veterans find high-quality jobs after their military service. Small change, real impact. Once again, Pilot and the Call of Duty Endowment are teaming up to give customers the opportunity to support veteran employment by rounding up their in-store purchase at checkout, building on past partnerships that have already helped support more than 10,000 veteran job placements. Stay tuned for dates and additional details coming soon.
I'm a United States Marine. Being a veteran, you don't want to show any weakness, so it becomes really hard for you to ask for anything. Every veteran is deserving the benefits they earned by serving our country.
Hello folks and welcome back to Code Bowl 7 presented by USAA. We're live from San Diego Race Weekend. Let's talk all about that job number 2, Reflections. Goodness me, we have some massive teams right now coming out to play and I'm really excited to talk about them. Who was really impressive to you? Because of course we saw an incredible team, a different one from the Coast Guard, of course. We had actually the US Air Force coming out strong there for an incredible finish. You know, were they the ones that you had your eye on the entire game, or were they just the placement for you?
No, placement was great. Obviously, kills, we'll see when the leaderboard pops up. But Dream brought up a great point. Second place last year, and this year they're looking to obviously get their first win, which would be massive, joining the likes of Space Force, you know, the Royal Air Force, which, where's US Air Force? Well, maybe this is going to be their year, and this is how you start it, by getting first place. And they were already in a great spot on the leaderboard after drop 1 in third place, 36 points to US Army Esports 48 in first, right? So this very well could put them up in the first, but US Army were also on fire. You were actually losing your words a little bit in the green room because Hisoka was slaying out once again.
He was, and honestly, it was a close call towards the end of the game there. Obviously, they got second position, and it was just an unfortunate situation they found themselves in. We had, you know, US Air Force with higher ground, and they had the great position there, and Hisoka and co were kind of just stuck on that back end, just around the corner, rocks, but the circle closing in. It was really, really tough for them. So they knew they were in a tough position. Whether or not they could pick off the rest of the team there in that higher ground, it was up to them. But unfortunately, you kind of knew it was over at that point. They knew it, we knew it. But again, second position though, great. It meant kills coming their way, and if I know anything about kills, I know Hisoka's name is on that one.
That's right.
You know, big numbers, I'm sure, coming in from them too.
Yeah, and great point. You know, we're talking about the high ground. We get down to the end zone. You have the mountainous terrain, and the teams down low are just put into an absolute blender. They're getting mowed down. You can't do anything in those spots, genuinely. I mean, you could smoke out, have some concealment, but it's not going to be coverage. You're in a lot of trouble, and that obviously ended up being the case for so many of those teams at the low end of that cliff. But obviously great when it came to U.S. Air Force, taking the win, looking solid. Navy also looking good. I believe a top 3 finish. Huskers was popping off. We talked about Huskers at the top of the show being one of the leading players when it comes to C.O.D.E Bowl. This is his 7th C.O.D.E Bowl. And on top of that, the most winning player when it comes to our content creators. And I believe his lowest placing was like 4th place. So he's going to will this U.S. Navy team into the top 3 if he can. And a big game was needed. They were in 8th place. They were sitting down there with only 6 points. With 4 games, Lottie, as we talked about, every game matters. And in this case, Navy did not waste another one.
Now, I think something that is really important to note here, and something we also touched upon earlier today, is kind of that IGL, that role, and how actually important it is in a certain situation like this. I think you can have an incredible player such as Hisoka who is able to pop off his movement, the way that he can traverse around the map. It's just unbelievable. He finds himself in sticky situations. He knows how to play those out correctly. Having the team being able to work around him is important. I definitely saw an improvement there from the team working around Hisoka, being able to get to that final circle. Although they did take second there, you know, that's really impressive stuff, learning as we go and as we grow. Who else for you do you think is going to be a pivotal IGL for any of the teams going forward out of our content creators?
Well, first off, going back to US Army Esports once again for that Alpha roster, because on the opposite side you have Legion. Actual is now the captain of this US Army Esports team, at least for the Alpha side. Now, what's big about that is Actual is a C.O.D.E Bowl, not veteran. He competed in a C.O.D.E Bowl previously, but he was a player. He wasn't the captain. This time he is the captain. Actual is a beast of a competitor, not only when it comes to multiplayer, but clearly here when it comes to Warzone. And he matches Hisoka's pacing incredibly well. You throw in Vexy, you throw in Shady, also 2 wonderful veterans who have been competing for quite some time, not necessarily in C.O.D.E Bowl, but just in various military events and just competitions as a whole. You've got a very stacked roster. They're hugely aggressive. They can match the pacing, right? On the opposite side of U.S. Army with the Bravo, you know, it may be a little bit slower, maybe lower numbers, but they're still keeping pace. So for them, that entire roster is great. Now, you asked me, who else do we need to look out for? Obviously, Air Force, an exciting storyline there. Want to see how far they go with Jowo and his crew. But RAF, you know, again, returning champions, storyline there. They came in with FIFA Sophie. Once again, they also had Whoopty and a couple of others who competed last year on that championship roster. A bit slow today.
Yes, a little bit slow off the kind of start line here, although we are halfway through now. Do you think they will warm up significantly enough to really be a contender? Because right now it's looking a little rough, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You know, for any teams, not even just RAF, Lottie, I mean, as you know, watching esports for the longest time, right, in your career, 2 games left. You got to be flawless now. You have no choice but to be perfect.
I will say, though, in the spirit of Code Bowl, there have been some kind of crazy occurrences that have happened generally in that final drop.
Yep.
I mean, there have been times where I've stared at the leaderboard and thought, okay, this team's basically out for the count here. And that last drop with the kills, I think everybody just goes hell for leather. They just go mental, don't they, with the kills and take every risk. And if it pays off, as well as the final circle, that multiplier, it has actually rebounded teams from positions such as 4th, even lower than 4th, to the very top to win. And actually, notably, RAF actually was one of those one of the years.
In Raleigh.
Yes.
In Raleigh. That was our first Code Bowl we worked together.
Was,
back in, I believe it was Code Bowl 3. And when they won, I remember watching over there. You guys were on the desk. Yeah, like, everybody on the desk was like, "What? How did that happen?" Yeah, exactly. That was a good moment that you brought. I was thinking about that as you were talking about, obviously surprise innings. That was the biggest surprise we had.
No, it certainly was indeed. Well, no surprises there though, because of course we have an incredible team there. The U.S. Air Force with Joe Woe managed to get it done in that drop number 2. And standing by right now, we have him with Dream and Tiff for our Squad Goals interview presented by USAA.
Thank you so much, Dream and Reflections. Of course, hey, Crazy Boo, welcome in. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Congratulations on that map 2 win. How are we feeling after that one?
We're feeling pretty excited, feeling pretty stoked. Me, Joe, my boy Isaac, we all got it done. SJ, we all got it done. It was pretty crazy because of the last drop. Like we had the high ground, we had angles, so it just was more so playing positioning, and we just were able to win the game.
Yeah, it was super clean. You guys actually made it look super easy. Was there a key decision behind that positioning? Like, how did you guys get the high ground and all the space in the end game circle?
We just had a good rotation. We already knew that we were going up excavation side. There was multiple teams, so we were just trying to play our picks, just be more stacked, and we just were trying to make it so we end up staying towards the end game, hopefully winning the match, and we were playing as a good team, and we got the game done.
Hey, hopefully you guys can keep that going with 2 more maps to go. Does that win kind of give you the confidence to kind of rinse and repeat going forward in this?
Oh, of course, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're gonna do it again. We're gonna get the job done, and we're looking forward to bringing this home for the Air Force.
Heck yeah, Crazy Food. And I'm confirming too, like, is this your first, this is your first Code Bowl competing in, correct?
Yes, this is my first, esports tournament that I've been competing, especially for the Code Bowl. I joined the military a year ago, so I just wanted to get, my name out, but I've always been playing Warzone competitively since the day it dropped.
Well, you must feel on top of the world. And how has it been like playing with Joe Woe as your?
It's cool. I played with multiple streamers, but Joe Woe has always been like the OG. He's always been the guy that you want to look up against, the movement god. So I felt pretty excited and blessed to be able to play with somebody like him.
One thing I noticed too, looking at your stats, I don't even think you even died that last map, and you picked up quite a bit more kills compared to game 1.
I did.
Did you change anything?
I did. I actually didn't.
You did it?
Yeah. I didn't even know if I died. I just was locked in. I was just trying to get this win.
Yeah. Well, impressive performance. Of course. I mean, you doubled up your kills. It looks like you didn't die, and continuing on, you guys are looking really good.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Ooh. All right. Well, while we've got you here, I love a little friendly banter between all the branches in the military and all of the service members that are coming here. What is the one branch that you guys are looking forward to take down this year in Code Bowl 7?
Ooh.
We're looking forward to take down the Space Force. You know what I mean? Like Air Force on top. I don't know who those guys are.
We don't know who they are. Well, to be fair, they were struggling a little bit there in map number 2. They're gonna have to turn it around. But thank you so much, Crazy Foo, for joining us here on the desk. I wish you the best of luck in the remainder games here at Code Bowl 7. So thank you so much. And guys at home, that was our Squad Goals interview presented by USAA, taking care of the military community and their families for over 100 years. Dream. The confidence is there, but we got to hear what San Diego has to say. Reflections, Lottie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Tiff and Dream. I love that. I will say, one, yes ma'am will never get old.
Right.
Never get old for me. Love that. And two, it's absolutely incredible to interview so many different service members from teams who are winning these drops, because you get different stories. And I love that. Crazy Fu, first year in the military, first time Code Bowl as well. And I just love the way that he carries himself. I think it's phenomenal. I think you can say that for a lot of service members here as well. They just have an incredible aura of respect around them too. And I think they carry that in game as well.
For sure, we like to get goofy in the service, right? Being in the Army, I know how it goes. We get a little crazy, but we do have a lot of respect, not only for this product, but also just in general, because that's what it's all about.
Yes.
When it comes to the service, whatever branch you're in, we understand what respect is, and we give respect where respect is due. The fans back there having a lot of fun. They're getting their cardio in. They're jumping up and down. They're getting into it, which we like, okay? We're here, NASCAR Week in San Diego for Code Bowl, and it's been an absolute blast. It is a beautiful day. Yesterday, we were a little chilly yesterday. Today, though,
it's lovely.
The sun came out to bless this product.
It's
okay,
gorgeous.
Alongside that of USAA. But Crazy Fool, great to hear from him, and wanted to take down the Space Force. Who are those guys? He said.
By the way, just the dad jokes in me can't help myself. But in terms of that, I do agree. They have to get through the Air Force space to get up into, of course, what it is to be there. They have to go right through their airspace to get there. So it makes sense. Brick walls all around for the U.S. Air Force. We'll see what they can do with the next couple of drops. Now, of course, I just want to remind everybody at home that it doesn't end here in terms of the action after Code Bowl 7. We have our solo YOLO that will be taking place as well. And of course, we do have that high stakes head-to-head. The teams will be split up. It's one man for themselves, and we'll see exactly what happens on the map as well. So really excited for that one, because of course, we have an exceptional solo YOLO champion for the past couple of times. Now we've got Teep, we've got FIFA Kill. They have been phenomenal. And I'm wondering who is going to be dominating that one. And of course, the solo YOLO trophy that you get to pick up as well. So we have three different pieces of hardware here. The solo YOLO as well, presented by USAA. We love USAA, and also providing that incredible trophy. I've never seen anything like that.
No, and that's the first time seeing it, actually.
Yes,
that's
gorgeous.
Really cool.
I know, I love
Are you
that.
serious? That's awesome. And only one serviceman or woman will take that for themselves, or content creator in this case. Like, you look at Teep, you look at FIFA Kill, obviously, in a 1v1 last year against his very own teammate that he literally just won a championship with, one last Code Bowl. And he did it to him. He said, and you know what? It's so funny during the interview, because I asked him, I said, did you know you were playing your teammate? And he says, at one point I did. I thought about, okay, maybe do I want to play nice here? And then he said, nah, I want to take the solo YOLO because he did win a solo YOLO back in the day for $100,000 as well. Yeah, so he has a history of winning those events, but that's going to be a lot of fun. Keeps it fresh, right? You got 4 squad-based maps, then you break them up, get a little weird, have some fun.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because, of course, you then don't have to worry about the other members of your team, figuring out what they're doing. Are they taking it a little bit too far, risking it a little bit too much, having to work around them?
Yeah.
This time, the strategy is yours and yours alone, and you have to figure out exactly how you want to play your game there for solo YOLO. But it's only one drop only. Speaking of things that you need to drop everything for, is of course another special thing coming your way, a fundraiser that is happening. And I will say this might be the nicest fundraiser I have ever seen.
So cool.
Absolutely incredible here, happening in San Diego during this race weekend. We're really excited to spotlight this because it really does benefit our Call of Duty Endowment here. And up for auction is a one-of-one Endural Edition Chevy Silverado designed by Endural Industries. That's a defense technology company specializing in advanced autonomous systems, and it's also custom built in partnership with Real Truck. So this auction will be on June 27th, so be sure to follow Endural and the Call of Duty Endowment on socials for the updates, and you can also scan the QR code for more details. That is just the coolest thing. Imagine.
You could take that up Mount Everest.
Yeah, you could. If I
serious.
had a mountain to traverse, I probably actually would take that Chevy.
One of one, are you kidding?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, what a thing to win in a fundraiser. Where was that back in the day when I was doing fundraisers with my parents when I was a yay high? I mean, that would have been a cool first car, wouldn't it?
It would have definitely been.
That would have been a cool first car.
One of one? Come on, it doesn't get any better.
It doesn't get any better. Well, it might get better than that.
Yeah?
Because we also do have something for our viewers at home as well. If you are tuning in today across YouTube and Twitch. We also have some exceptional rewards for you coming your way, because of course we deliver here. And like you said, what did you say, $3.99?
$3.99, best price out there. And the Brain Bucket, by the way, your favorite.
Yes.
Tiff's favorite as well.
Oh, okay.
Spider Tiff wants the Brain Bucket.
I'll
She
twin with
actually
Tiff.
said she has one IRL somewhere in her room. She
I will
race it
happily
background,
twin with Tiff here. And
Yeah.
of course, these rewards are coming your way thanks to USAA as well. And of course, race day theme too. So absolutely gorgeous. Make sure that you guys are getting in game. Get your hands on those because, yeah, $3.99, baby. They are looking absolutely incredible. Now, we also have so much going on today, and it's difficult for you folks at home to keep up. But don't worry, that's why we are here, to remind you of everything that is in store. Now, we have obviously Code Bowl 7 happening. We have our teams who are performing amazing so far halfway through. Then after that, the Solo YOLO presented by USAA as well. But then we do also have the Monster Energy MVP. Now, this is a big, big deal because, again, another piece of incredible hardware to add to hopefully the cupboard for some who might have won previous awards here in the past 7 Code Bowls that we have had. But this is actually decided by the Code Bowl 7 broadcast team and will be given to honor the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. So make sure you do stay tuned for that one at the end of the broadcast to see who will be named our victor and who'll be walking away with that incredible ring that actually Riley was
That's right, he was wearing it
for us earlier, and it looked amazing. It did suit him, I will say, in his racing suit.
I thought it was
Monster
his,
Energy,
yeah.
gorgeous.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it did actually look like his, didn't it?
It's crazy that we interviewed him, and now he's out there going well over 100. I'm not an expert, but I'm going to say 200 miles an hour. All right, I think that's fair, okay? So to go from that to that is really cool. He was wearing it, so that's actually even better, I think, to win that, get it in your possession, and know that it was on camera, you know, and worn by an actual NASCAR driver. Pretty special.
It is very, very special. Now, in terms of reminding viewers at home as well, exactly what is occurring today here at Code Bowl 7, we also do have our format for you because it's a little bit different this year with Avalon in the mix as well. So it's not your standard Warzone game that we are used to here. A little bit more kind of risky in terms of how they play this. So the teams will compete in 4 drops. We've had 2 already, 2 to go on Black Ops Royale on Avalon. Each team receives 1 point for every elimination, and depending on where they finish, there is a placement multiplier. As you can see, first place, it's 2 times the points. So it's incredibly crucial to make it to that final circle. Since each military branch has 2 quads, each of their scores will be added together. And, you know, really important to be able to do good across the board because we might have one team who's just absolutely going for gold, but the other might be slacking ever so slightly. Those 2 scores matter so much. Speaking of, let's take a look at the leaderboard to see exactly where the points lie currently after that second drop. Whoa, okay, see, I told you things can switch it up very quickly. British Army Esports here with their Alpha team, 27 points in total in that second drop, excuse me. And then Air Force Gaming, just slightly underneath. Let's quickly take a look at where actually Army ended up 4th after that, which I'm honestly a little bit shocked by, but you know, 24 for that Alpha team with Hisoka and Co there. And then I also want to have a little look at RAF, 10th position, RAF. An early elimination, which unfortunately made that second drop unviable.
Absolutely. Air Force Gaming jumping up the leaderboard. Let's take a look at where they stand overall. Air Force Gaming, Lottie, 2nd place now, tied with U.S. Army Esports. You can't get any closer than that. Map 1, U.S. Army Esports absolutely dominated. Air Force Gaming, though, with Crazy Fool and his crew, come in big and take it all by storm. 2nd place, a chance to get their first ever win here in Code Bowl is now potentially a reality. But for the British Army, and I mentioned their history, Gibbo, Geldog, ALB, Benny Central playing together, 4 Code Bowls, 2 top 5s, an 8th and a 10th. This time around, now in 3rd place. This year, a new champion might be crowned. Now
listen, that was a casting of the leaderboard here by Reflections, and I will say that was incredibly impressive. I've never had a leaderboard casted before, and I will say I don't think I ever want it to be done differently ever again. That was brilliant. I love that. I got to say, you know, it's actually amazing in Code Bowl how quickly things can change, and it truly does come down to, one, the fact that, like you said, every single game is different. No game will ever be the same. And the fact that we also do have 2 squads across each branch, and it makes a huge, huge difference, as well as unfortunate early outings by some of our teams. If you get caught off guard right at the beginning, it's really, really tough to continue on and push through those points. So hopefully the next 2 drops will edge some of those down at the bottom of the leaderboard so they can climb back up again. And you never know, if you have an exceptional game,
got to put it all on.
You might have some exceptional
Got to put it all on the line. There's time, but not a lot of it. You got to full send it and just do your absolute best. 2 more maps remain.
Indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, time is ticking away here, but talking about time, each round we're tracking the squad that drops the fastest and locks down position first, and speed is the difference between controlling the zone and getting caught in the open. Powered by Ripple, modern financial infrastructure for decisions that matter in every moment. And of course, that couldn't be more true for all of our competitors joining us here today for Code Bowl 7. Every decision counts. And I will say, in terms of FPS games, those micro decisions are huge. What you decide to do in a split second can really be the make or break for a lot of our teams and a lot of our competitors. Right now, who are you liking the decision making of? Who are you seeing in certain moments of difficulty? They're getting pressured, they're getting pushed, they might not have the best kind of location, might have to relocate. Who is really handling that pressure well?
I mean, Air Force is a great example, just in map number 2. You mentioned that high ground, having that cliffside, being on top of it was big. Watching them, again, put the other teams into a blender down low. They get down low. You don't see Air Force currently in second place challenging the championship against U.S. Army esports, right? So obviously them looking at Navy, Huskers, big step up, a big step up indeed. But not enough to break them in the top 3. But now, based off of that game number 2, because Huskers and his crew played so very well, they do have a legitimate chance over the next 2 maps to still earn a championship and win Code Bowl 7. So keeping a close eye out for them. But honestly, the most exciting one, Air Force, but British Army Esports. Think about that.
Yes.
To get 10th, and then 8th. For them to win, such a major improvement, but again, for them to face adversity, they've clearly went back to the drawing board. They've been practicing, and something is working now more so than it has in the previous 4 Code Bowls that they've competed in. So British Army Esports looking great. And fun fact, they were the first couple of guys that I met during that Raleigh event, Code Bowl 3. Walked up,
too.
yes, and they were lovely to meet, wonderful to talk to, and they gave me my first ever pin. Outside
I
of the.
actually have one too.
Do you have one? Yeah. So they just lovely guys. It would be great to see them get a win.
I will say I am not a biased caster. She'll never be a biased caster.
She is.
However, I did call for potentially a new winner. And
Yes,
I
you
will
did.
say right now the British Army are looking pretty good. What they can do with the next 2 drops is to be said. I have no idea, because truly at Code Bowl anything can happen. I actually wanted to ask you a quick question with your expertise in Warzone. When it comes to the beginning of the game, like we saw actually on the leaderboard, in terms of the points, and you see kind of how much of a difference it makes when you go out early game and really get nothing done in terms of the points on the leaderboard, it really makes a huge difference, especially halfway through. Where is the starting for a team here to drop? Where do you want to be dropping currently amongst this pool of competitors? Where is too risky? Where is maybe perfect? Where's too safe?
Yeah, I think, playing edge zone is always going to be preferable for some, punishing those who are making late rotations.
Right.
We've seen a couple of teams do that early on. Stadium seems to be a hot drop. It always is typically. And in this case, 3-4 teams rather consistently going stadium. Now, if you're a team that's going stadium and you're not finding much success, clearly you want to switch things up. For Air Force, great game number 2.
Right.
Stadium is definitely working. They want to continue to go there. U.S. Army, same concept. But number 1 and number 2 can't continue to land in the same spot, right? Well, maybe they can, but eventually you cannibalize each other. Now, one thing Hisoka loves to do, though, is apply the pressure early on.
Yes, he does.
He loves it, right? Because Air Force is so close, nipping on the heels of passing him, Hisoka, it's not uncommon for him to go for a full-on challenge and try to take them down early on. And in fact, he was doing that. Remember FIFA?
He was doing
map number 1, he did that against RAF.
Yes.
So I'm thinking Hisoka puts a lot of pressure onto the Air Force coming in. But granted, though, I mean, you got to look on the other side for Jowo. He's going to know this is coming. Jowo, Hisoka, they've got history. So I'm thinking Stadium, switch things up a little bit, especially if you're not finding success. That would be the U.S. Navy and specifically Royal Air Force. FIFA, throughout the World Series of Warzone competition, Resurgence Series, he struggles to find a designated landing spot. He wants to get loose and go all over the map. Now's the time to really lock it in, pick a zone, and just rock with it.
I will say, we actually heard Crazy Foo on the interview mention that Joe Woe is a movement god.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
I have also happened to notice Hisoka seems also like a movement god. Who would you be taking as the movement god overall between the two?
As the movement god?
Yes.
Hisoka.
Yes.
You know,
I thought you might say that. It's hard not to.
just an all-around player, Lottie. I mean,
Yeah.
he can IGL, he can anchor. In a competition like this, he can slay out.
Yeah.
He doesn't fear anybody. You know, he's got a massive ego, but I don't say that negatively. You know, as a competitor, you need to have an ego and challenge everybody
Yes.
and always fully believe that you are the best. Hisoka knows that. And again, now playing with Actual and his crew, this roster can achieve and do anything.
It certainly can. I will say, I think in terms of the way that players actually do play, and I think this will also help a little bit later on in the solo YOLO, Hisoka's movement is not just about actually how he's fighting and how he's shooting. It's actually the way he's gaining the kind of consistency on the rotations and trying to put himself into gunfights that he feels like he has a better percentage of winning. Obviously, with that grapple gun too, he is really good at getting himself out of a sticky one as well. But we also saw him take into the water. He was chasing down kills. I feel like he's got a really good idea of how he's going to win a fight and what he's going to do post-fight.
Yeah.
And it's back to that decision making. It's really amazing to see him being able to convert risks into rewards so consistently, and it's hard to do that as a player.
It is, and it's hard to have a good early game, especially in this game mode, because when you land, you know, one of the first objectives when you look at Resurgence or you look at Big Map, you're trying to get kitted up so, you know, get enough money so you can buy yourself a Lodi. In this case, that's just not an option. You know, your ground loot is your ground loot, and you upgrade it through upgrade kits. And, you know, obviously you want to try to do that as quickly as possible. In this case, though, especially if you get into an early initial engagement, it can be quite risky if you don't get a, you know, a decent weapon off rip,
Yes.
right? You don't know what you're going to get, and sometimes you just got to use what you got, and that's the pistol off the rip. So, you know, it's a bit more of a bare bones game mode, but I like that. You've got to be smart. And again, if you're landing like Stadium, Lowtown, you know, hotly contested areas, it's something you got to consider. You know, if you land second, someone gets to the gun before you, you're done for. And getting back into the map isn't as easy, right? You got to find the redeployment flare. You obviously got to, you know, find a redeployment station. You know, it's just not as easy. So you do have to weigh your risk.
There's so much to think about that sometimes I wish I could be in a player's mind. But lucky for us, actually, that Code Bowl has been on the mind of our players for quite some time heading into number 7 this year. And we actually did manage to catch up with a lot of our players before this tournament to find out how they are feeling about it and how they find their odds are going to be taking away that trophy right there.
So I'm Sergeant Andrew Hewitt.
Hi guys, I'm Tom, otherwise known as Unizyme.
My name's Jeremy Roquetti.
So my name's Ignacio Rodriguez.
Courtney Joe.
And my name is Steven.
My name is Michael Tobias.
And my name is Captain David Years.
Johnny SEU.
Hi, my name is Victor. I go by Vexy.
It's my first year competing in Code Bowl.
I'm James Shives. Ended up winning the 5th Code Bowl.
My name's Ethan. We won last year's tournament. I won the MVP title last year.
Call of Duty Endowment's great cause, as well as the ability to represent the RCAF Game Force.
So what motivates me to play Code Bowl is obviously the competition between the other branches.
Enjoy playing it just because what it brings to the table, so the competitive edge playing against other services, not only UK but US as well, and Canadian now.
I enjoy playing in Code Bowls. I enjoy what it stands for, and it's a really good thing, helping veterans, working towards helping people transitioning out of the military like myself. I'm doing this year.
That's what I want to be a part of. Like, that's what I want to do.
It just motivated me more to come and compete and, you know, play against the best in the world. I got out of high school, spent 2 years on the civilian sector, and woke up one morning and I said, you know what, I'm joining the Army. I love my job. I do communications, and some of my hobbies are hiking, swimming, baseball, right? I just love being outdoors and, you know, doing something that challenges me. And
so I grew up playing hockey, skiing, big into my skiing, and ski instructor as well. Just recently got into FPV drones, flying them around, doing that with the Army, and then also doing that on my own side as well, which is pretty fun.
I love sports. I love running. I love the gym.
Love traveling. I'm always here, there, and everywhere.
I got introduced to Call of Duty with the start of Black Ops 2, so I joined in the golden years and was hooked and have been playing ever since. I joined the Army through a high school co-op when I was 17. took leadership quite early in my career, and I've been an instructor as well. I enjoy teaching.
I was a big track star, and so going through high school and college, that was kind of my whole thing. I honestly wasn't into video games that much. It was all run.
I went to college for a little while before I joined the military. I realised I didn't like it. A lot of people that I was hanging around with were getting in trouble and starting to involve myself in a sort of bad crowd. I joined the military to get myself away from that. I ended up staying, doing 18 years.
So, interesting fact about me is I actually grew up overseas most of my life in Japan, where I fell in love with the digital arts and the video games, being over there in Japan. Interestingly enough, like I'm probably the oldest, one of the oldest competitors in the roster. I've been in the Marine Corps for almost 21 years now.
I am the oldest person on the Navy team. 29 years old. I turn 30 next year. So a lot of the guys call me Unc. They call me Navy Unc or whatever it is. So I take it, take it on the chin. I roll with it. It's kind of nice to be, considered active and still running with the young guys and still teaching them a few things.
I've won a lot of online tournaments. I got a college scholarship for esports for Call of Duty, where I also won multiple LAN tournaments and online tournaments.
It's been a fun ride so far, and I get to game now, so which is pretty cool.
So my role in the British Army is a planner, so I plan exercises, operations overseas and in the UK. I do a lot with communications and people. That's my main role.
People can't save lives without knowing their finances are good. We're the ones that make sure, members get paid. You got to take that stress off them as much as they take the stress off us. And, obviously, that's my role, and I love doing that,
My main job role is just aviation security as part of the military police, and that's what I just do on day to day. It gets me abroad, I travel a lot and stuff like that. It's really interesting, I enjoy it.
Essentially, mission planning, making sure that things are ready for the crews on the ground as well as when they're in the air.
So the Abrams main battle tank, I'm a crewman that operates it. I'm in charge of my tank and the other 3 tanks in the platoon to actually go and accomplish the mission.
Primary advisor to commanders, let them know what our capabilities are, what we're lacking in.
So I do budget and accounting, and I actually, being the esports director for the All Marine Esports program, I'm directly involved in finding funding for Marines to participate in esports events.
I deal with a lot of the communications, as in setting up radios, setting up antennas for an entire battalion, brigade, unit, whatever the case may be. And I get to help a lot of very higher ranking people than I am. So it's pretty cool.
Communication.
I think that's what we lacked in the past, was just like, that's not an issue anymore. Now it's just about just putting it all together and having a good time.
As far as the Navy COD goes, like every single one of our team, I was as part of some of the best guns to see, at least in this tournament.
Our greatest strength is, and when one person is not doing so well, another person can pick it up.
So we know how each of us play, especially from an A team, B team, same sketch as well as British Army team as a whole. Like, we're a very close-knit group, so it just allows the chemistry to flow with us all.
I played with Fresh. We played before. Me and Fresh are a pretty solid duo.
Honestly, just the chemistry the teams have. Us 3 that I have on my team, like I said, we've been competing since essentially the season started for competitive Warzone together, and we've really whittled down on those smaller mistakes that snowball into big mistakes.
I think our biggest asset is Actual being on the team with us, since he has competed in other Cold Wars before, and they brought the trophy home. Definitely feeling good. Our chemistry together is phenomenal, and I think we'll put up a good fight out there.
Ultimately, the other strategy is still the same. Just keep the vibes high. I'm so excited to go in with my teammates. But all my team, man, they're all awesome. They all have big smiles and they all have big personalities, and I'm excited to see what we can do.
It's going to be fun to watch as much as it is going to be fun to play.
And those are just a few of your incredible service members that are competing here today at C.O.D.E Bowl 7. And I will say again, just aura coming from the screen. These guys are just professionals, and it's an honor to be here, talking about them, watching them play, and of course doing so for such an incredible cause as well. And you know, it really touches me to see and see, you know, honestly, and listen to how they feel about what they're doing here and how much it means to them. Listening to their backgrounds, their stories, really. It's fascinating. I almost wanted it to be longer so I could really get into, you know, what it's like to actually be a service member on all the different branches. I'm hearing about tanks and just things that I could never actually process myself, but it's just an incredible thing that these guys do, and obviously USAA as well supporting us here at C.O.D.E means so much because it truly is for the best cause.
Yeah, that was actual team captain for U.S. Army Esports, as I was just talking about him. A tanker, he's pretty hardcore.
That's crazy.
You know, it is. But to hear about some of our service members competing who have been in 21 years, 19 years, I didn't realize their service time was that long, which is really incredible. And it just comes to show you, I mean, just of all ages, doesn't matter. There's competitors out there competing, and I love that some of them were shouting out, I might be the oldest competitor in C.O.D.E, but hey, we need old heads like you. I'm 34, you know, Lottie,
I'm 31.
She's like 20, 22,
No, I'm 31,
okay,
it's all right. It's okay, I'm happy to be in my 30s, it's all right.
Fair enough. She actually owns it. I hate it. I'm 34, but you know what? I'm trying to run and stay in shape, but I'm still getting fat and I'm balding.
You actually had a compliment today.
I did.
No, you said that you also served, and they said, I can tell.
Which was really cool.
That's the best compliment you can
to
get.
say the least.
I know.
But gaming, Lottie, really does mean a lot. And in that same conversation we were having just a little bit earlier, too, it's like, you know, when you deploy, you know, there's a lot going on, right? One of the escapes and one of the things that we love to do, especially because we're passionate about it, is game. You know, hook up a couple of gaming systems and just play. You know, and that means a lot to us as some of the fondest memories that I personally have on my deployment that I had. Yeah, and it's like, it's just great. And again, with esports now growing as much as it has, and the military truly embracing it throughout various different branches, and of course USAA with their continual support of the Endowment Bowl, and you know, C.O.D.E Bowl 7 now, 7th of them, which is incredible.
Yeah, 7.
You know, this is a wonderful event, and you can see how much it means to the competitors. You know, them talking, they're passionate about it. They've been competing for a while, but now this is their outlets. Crazy full Air Force, first year.
Yes.
In the Air Force, right? And like he's already competing in C.O.D.E Bowl and potentially winning his first C.O.D.E Bowl.
Crazy.
It's insane.
Yes, honestly, it is incredibly impressive. It's funny, you know, we were having a conversation earlier about pressure and how difficult it is to make decisions and who can handle pressure. And just listening to that piece was amazing because it just talk about handling pressure. These guys do that for a living. That is exactly what they are built for. And it was also interesting as well, hearing some of their backgrounds, how they are competitors as well. Before even gaming in general, you know, we're hearing about a track star, we're hearing about the fact that they love playing sports. A competitor is just pushed through their veins consistently. So I think it's amazing that, like you said, in terms of the military, how they are able to have the outlet of gaming, which really by nature is competitive, and especially something like C.O.D.E Bowl, to do that for something that you believe in, something that is so meaningful, it's amazing. And I can't say it enough. I will gas this up forever. I certainly will, for the next however many C.O.D.E Bowls that we will have, that will continue. And of course, being here at C.O.D.E Bowl 7 with you as well, Taylor.
It's great.
It's an honor. It truly is an honor. Now, folks, just so you know, I don't have a button here to start the game. I wish I did. I'd be pushing it for you. I don't. Don't start that, chat. I wish I did. We are waiting to make sure all the players are happy. You know how it goes with lobbies. You know, things happen. But we're making sure that everybody's ready to go. And while we do, you have us yapping on the sofa. But I will say, the wind is picking up. We're having a Beyonce moment up here. And San Diego is just gorgeous. We're here, of course, live, but we're at race weekend as well for NASCAR, which is what an incredible mesh of two different worlds here, which is amazing. And something we found out today from Riley, who drives for Monster as well, is the fact that they are actually not allowed to practice on a track in cars. They have to practice, funny enough, on the sim. So gaming mesh yet again.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
You know, I had the pleasure of doing a sim racing event last year, hosting one, and it blew my mind.
And there's a tree.
There's a tree falling, you know, and that's just what happens, baby. It's live broadcast. You know, but it was so cool to see how far sim racing goes. You know, there's a competitor who actually won an event from sim racing and then secured a real life contract to race cars. And we've had competitive gamers coming from the Call of Duty side as well, Crib6, right? Who, you know, went in from Call of Duty into sim racing and now has won championships, racing real cars. So the sim racing is truly beautiful. But honestly, more importantly, outside of like the esports competitive ecosystem when it comes to sim racing, it is vital for legitimate practice once they get out on the track.
It certainly is. Well, I'll tell you something. I won't lie to you because our next drop is ready. However, I might have lied to you that I don't have a button because I will push it right now as we're going to head on over to our casters to get into drop number 3 of C.O.D.E Bowl 7. Tiff, dream. It is a dream to be working with you and throwing to you. Drop 3, baby.
Absolutely so lovely. Lottie and Reflections crushing it live in San Diego on the desk. Dream. Do you have one of those buttons that Lottie's talking about? Because I actually don't, but I could try to resource one. I could look for it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's ways we could create that, right? Or, if not, just grab our phone and just make a button. But you can do anything these days, Tiff. Hopping back into, obviously, Black Ops Royale as we get ready for this map number 3. What did you think about those standings, right? Royal Air Force taking map number 2, but we have a tie, Tiff, right now. It is so competitive. U.S. Army and the Air Force Gaming Squad. If we could take a look at the leaderboard after map 2, is a two-way tie, and British Army in 3rd. That may be surprising to some currently right now.
Yeah, I love that we're getting kind of a refresh as we've completed 2 maps of our 4 drops on Avalon before we head into the solo YOLO. U.S. Army Esports, of course, that alpha roster, 58.5, led by Soka. They brought him into, I was gonna say today, but for C.O.D.E Bowl 7, actual Vexy Shady, the captain actual, performing as a really, I call it a dynamic duo between him and Soka, but they've been putting up numbers. Air Force Gaming, it was Alpha that won that map number 2. Crazy Foo, SJ, Isaac, and Jowo. 57 total points throughout map number 2, rivaling that of U.S. Army Esports Alpha. And I love that we've got that tie coming through. So very fun. For British Army Esports, Coast Guard Gaming would love to see some more coming out you because it was Coast Guard Bravo Dream that took map number 1 win.
It was, and I was kind of taking a look too, Tiff, just at some of the squads and what they were doing, where they were landing, and for the 10th place squad that you see on your screen, Marine Corps Gaming. Okay, I was taking a look at the Alpha squad because I believe we saw a little bit of Santa, right? We saw a little bit of Mags, but we didn't really see much of repulls, right? What was going on with this team? So I took a look at map number 1, which we saw them at Stadium, right? That huge opening break. What happened there? Because it looked like they had decent loot. I think Repulse being one of them, the MK35 ISR took down a couple of people. I think it was Wang we saw, but it was that Army Bravo team. It was Swisham that was able to take down the Marine Corps Gaming Alpha squad. And then from there kind of just created a lot of mixy where they were recovering. And I think it was Mags single-handedly able to take down a redeploy tower and just get their team back in. And although, Tiff, it's just been a kerfuffle for them. They did switch up their landing in map number 2. So going from Stadium, right? Then they go to Car Factory all the way down at the bottom in the southeast side of the map. So going into this, Tiff, that is my biggest thing is are these teams going to switch it up, especially those Marine Corps Gaming Alpha, the Space Force Gaming Bravo team? Where are they going to decide to go? Because we have seen some teams switch it up.
Amy, it's true, right? We had that comms check in with Space Force Gaming, Lucky on the screen, and he was kind of talking about that rotation, specifically trying to mirror out of Coliseum. We got deep in towards that. Well, we went very far southwest in map number 1. Then we went all the way up to the northeastern side of things in map number 2, where a lot of teams were fighting at excavation site, Coliseum. But just trying to navigate those mid-game rotations have been some of the most difficult things that a lot of our competitors here today have been struggling with, right? You just find yourself in unforgiving positions unless you are Air Force Alpha and you get the high ground there at the end of the game and just clean up the rest of the lobby. Those are the kind of things that you have to focus on. So I love that we got to speak with Crazy Foo and specifically talking about rotations, power positions, and then just letting it ride towards endgame.
And kind of piggybacking off of that with, power positions, rotations, and going back to British Army, one of the things, especially about the Alpha squad that I've noticed, or excuse me, the Bravo squad, is the fact that they're landing winery, right? Guess what they're going for? Guess what Benny Central's pinging? A helicopter. What can you do with that said helicopter? You can fly around the map and maybe get a little Hisoka strategy, or 2 words that Lottie said a lot last year: aggressive smarts. get those enemies down before they get those attachment kits and get looted up and, you know, get their legendary and all the crazy armors. You have to take them down as soon as possible. So for some of these teams, map number 3, maybe take down that helicopter yourself, or you know, take down Benny Central, who's going for him, and get around the map quicker.
Yeah, well, I was looking at my trusty notebook here because, mind you, our teams were warming up all morning with their service members and trying to lock in all the strats here for our 4 drops on Avalon. You mentioned the helicopters for Benny Central, right? Well, it was Teep that was like, I need a death machine to be able to take down these helicopters for anyone that's looking to get a little mischievous behind the wheel of the helicopter, or behind the... To be fair, I've never been in a helicopter IRL, so I'm not actually sure how they're coordinated.
Right,
flown.
But you know, like when you're like trying to get that thing up, you're just thinking in your head, come on. Because like, yes, there could be a death machine. I think at one point we saw someone have a war machine in their hand. Just like, you have to be careful when getting into a vehicle. But also getting into a vehicle, what else can you do, right? Those grapple hooks, they're not just used for escapability. They can be used to pursue somebody. And hey, you never know. You could be just chilling in a car. Next thing you know, you look to your left, there's an enemy right there, you know, trying to take you down. And those grapple hooks, they are so useful, and that's exactly why we see pretty much everyone using them.
Yeah, that's actually true. But now that we've kind of breached that halfway point of our 4 drops on Avalon Dream, we have to kind of start thinking about the teams that if you aren't in the lead, right? If you're not up there tied for first place with 78 points, what do you need to do? We've had some really interesting circle pulls on 2 different quadrants. So who knows? We're probably going to get something a little more chaotic here for map number 3. How do you mitigate the risk and get ahead of that rotation if things aren't looking so good for you right now?
That's where you definitely have to add some confidence into it, communicate, but like really be on your game, because it's really hard when you have a squad that's uncomfortable, especially if you're landing somewhere uncomfortable. Everybody has to be on the same page. Really, because anybody could shoot their gun, right? Anybody could shoot their gun. It's what you do with it and how coordinated you are. And for some of these squads that maybe they're getting a little RNG with the collapse, maybe just, again, like we saw Repulse and his squad, just once that first initial engagement you go down, it is very hard to recover, especially on Avalon, and not being able to find, you know, your weapon with your upgrade kit, and also having to cross a body of water and getting around the map. But it's just going to be those first initial gunfights for me, Tiff. You're going to have to win it, and from there, you know, play your game. I think these squads are just looking uncomfortable in their first initial fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, right? It's like stay in your lane, take it map by map, fight by fight. And I feel like that's almost what Crazy Food was saying when he was here in our interview just a few moments ago on live. And specifically with Air Force Alpha, right? They're tied in first place with US Army Esports. So those are 2 teams, or 2 branches in particular that we're going to be looking at for our remainder 2 drops. And you got to break that tie. Soka can put up big numbers, right? For US Army Esports Alpha. You also have Squish'em that's kind of at the helm of that Bravo roster, another notorious competitor here for women's Warzone. She's phenomenal, right? So
yeah.
US Army Esports definitely trying to answer back from their last place finish in Code Bowl 6 just a few months ago last year. Oh, that's going to be tough, right? US Army Esports, what are you going to do? We haven't actually seen them take a map win just yet, and they're still able to have this many points on the board simply because they are excelling in a lot of those fights.
Yep, and that's if you're one of these other squads, maybe you take the risk to challenge them. Like, don't avoid them, right? We don't want another situation. What was that? Peak. What was that exact specific drop? But you know what I mean. When there's a situation where somebody could win, you want to take them down. Everybody go against them.
Yes.
Everybody land on them. If you know where they're going, if you know they're going resorts, land on them and take them down. But not for these squads, though. It's so mixy and it's so hard, especially if you just land and you might have to leave an attachment kit because you can't find a weapon, right? What do you do with a pistol? As we saw a lot of squads just fighting immediately with a pistol because they can't find a weapon to challenge.
That's true. You've got to be extremely comfortable with what you've got. But of course, for those of you watching at home, there's a lot of really cool, fun things that you guys can get a hold of. You can score Modern Warfare 4 open beta early access codes while you watch Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. Just make sure that you guys are tuning into the event, which if you're hearing me say this, you definitely already are. And you'll be able to catch those beta codes throughout our broadcast. You'll be able to play Modern Warfare 4 multiplayer when early access to the open beta starts later this year. And I don't know about you, but I've been keeping my tabs on all things Modern Warfare 4, and it's looking super sick, Dream.
Listen, Tiff, this is gonna be like what, the 24th one for me. I'm so excited, but hey, you know what? It's a reward, it's a real treat, and of course you all can earn rewards here today just by watching our lovely Call of Duty Endowment Bowl number 7, because that burn rubber. Okay, Tiff, that's the one that I want. All right, you guys are all
the
going
burn
for the
rubber.
burn bucket,
Okay.
but I want the tires. I want to see that smoke squealing when I am taking down my opponents, and how special it is, right? Just to be supporting the veterans, and man, Call of Duty Endowment Bowl. It's just a beautiful thing.
It truly is, and I love that we've got kind of the setup live there in San Diego and seeing all the fans behind the scenes. It's been really fun. Look, I saw a lot of kids jumping behind Reflections and Lottie, so the energy is there. It's so exciting, and oh my gosh, I can't wait until we get to see what happens in map number 3. But until then, guys, I hear Blaze is getting into the action there with the crowd in San Diego. Let's see what he's up to.
What's up, everybody? We're here at Naval Base Coronado for NASCAR, and it has been an electric weekend as everybody has had the need for speed, trying to be on top, winning, and trying to be on top of the lobby as we're playing Call of Duty. And I just wanted to kind of show you guys the venue because, I mean, look at it. We got planes out. We got the best cars in the world. Everybody is having a good time. Now, as you guys are at home, I hope you're having a good time also. I know you can't be here. I know you guys want to be here, but don't worry. We're going to be interviewing players throughout the weekend. We're going to be giving you guys highlights on the races. You know, you got the cars revving in the background. You got fans screaming as well. And, you know, I can't think of no better celebration because it's 250 years of celebrating service, celebrating America, and I can't think of no better time to be alive. So strap yourself in, grab some popcorn, and we're gonna keep bringing you guys the highlights of this awesome weekend.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Glad to see we're having a good time down there live. That's right, 250 years of America. And I watch a YouTuber. I don't know if you know them. Are you familiar with Ryan Trahan, Dream? But that's where I learned that it's the semi-quincentennial of America. That's what 250 is. And they just run around. They were doing like a tour of all America. Went to Washington, D.C. and we're doing all the fun things there. I mean, look, there's so much cool things that you can do here in the USA. But what you also could do is you could watch some NASCAR this weekend. It's super sick.
For the first time on the Coronado Naval Base, it's exciting just to even obviously just get the experience and be part of it. But of course, for today, the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 7 and all of these military service members competing it out with their said creator. And let's go ahead and take a look at the teams because I wanted to highlight, we were talking a little bit about Space Force Gaming, that team Alpha, Lucky Shamu coming into the mix, and you know he's got quite a beautiful team by his side. But Tiff, before we get into that page, I mean, look at these teams here. Okay, U.S. Army Esports, they were the first one on the list, and I mean they're basically the first one on the list right now. And then number 2, Air Force Gaming, right? Like this basically looks like our leaderboard. I mean, minus Marine Corps.
Dang, okay. Well, I mean, look, if you want to highlight C.O.D.E and why they're finding so much success there on the U.S. Army Esports Alpha, they're confident, right? Especially when you've got someone like C.O.D.E coming in who is a 2-time World Series of Warzone champ. He's been kind of heralded as one of the best IGLs in history, and getting, you know, having Shady, Vexy, and Actual, who's the captain of that U.S. Army Alpha team. It's so cool to see kind of how they work together and how things are moving, because if you have that Vexy where he's like, oh, you can just pick a POI and we'll dominate anyone who tries to chow them, it is doing exactly what they say they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. And not to mention on the other side of that, you have your counterpart, right? Team Bravo of the US Army esports. And I mean, they're dominating their POIs too, right? Swisham led with Hopeless, Lightning the Joke, who's competed. He's an aggressive player. He's won online tournaments. Like a lot of these competitors in here, Tiff, have won tournaments. And if that's why exactly I was pointing out Space Force, because we did see a lot of, I think it was Kabase, right? He flew to Texas for locals and competes and understands the grind. And a lot of these guys in here, you know, they do understand the grind. They've been playing for a long time.
I thought you were talking about Space Force solely because when we had the interview with Crazy Foo, he calls out Space Force. I was like, what branch are you looking forward to taking down the most here in Code Bowl 7? He's like, oh, Space Force. I don't even know who they are.
No,
and I was like,
had
whoa.
to let them know. Exactly why I have to let them know. No, Space Force, at least like they know what they're doing. Maybe, you know, a couple of bad games, but nah. They know what's going on.
Hey, we always have at least one bad game, but it's all about the comeback, the bounce back, and making sure that that one bad game does not turn into two. Of course, our captain's there for Space Force Gaming, Alpha and Bravo, respectively. It's Lucky Shamu. We had him in the comms check. Butters. Honestly, one of my favorite content creators when it comes to Call of Duty. Just like constantly putting up different content regarding like her camo grinding expertise. So you know she is so consistent when it comes to whether she's using a pistol and SMG. Like she's very prevalent.
100%. And like literally so radiant. Like you always feel good when like going into her stream. And that's literally like my notes. Most positive person on the planet because she's so nice, so sweet. And you're always going to feel good hanging out with her. And also too, just shouting out the women, of course, competing here today. How about the Royal Canadian Air Force Steiner, who we saw, you know, obviously slaying out. I think there was a situation too, again, where you see her push with her teammates. She's constantly pushing herself in new content. And Tiff, top 5 Warzone earnings for women in February. Like this year, competing wise, she's really made a name for herself. And I mean, you know, right? We've commentating over in tournaments with her in the past. She's an exceptional player.
Yeah, she truly is. If you're sticking with the ladies, you got Sophie Snaz, who obviously won it last year live in Vegas. MZ for the Royal Navy Esports, a phenomenal sniper, phenomenal content creator, constantly in the mix, just some of Call of Duty's finest. And then I do love that we did see the British Army Esports multiple times throughout our map number 1 and 2. Benny Central was constantly in that kill feed, hunting down Space Force, definitely being a thorn in the side of Lucky Shamu up there for Alpha on Space Force Gaming. But it's just been so fun to witness throughout. Now, of course, with 2 more maps on Avalon to go, you're not near the top of the leaderboard. Well, you better get there, because if you want to hoist that Call of Duty Endowment Bowl trophy for the 7th year, oh, get in there. Get in there.
And just the fact that, like, again, we haven't seen British Army specifically going back to them like win, and they're in 3rd right now. I was looking at this spreadsheet and some of the stats. I don't know if this is accurate, but ALB putting up damage almost close to 23,000 while Juki has 10 kills. I mean, they went from, I believe, 7th to 2nd in terms of their squad. So like, if he's doing that on the British Army Esports, hey, like that's a lot of support coming in for Juki's.
Honestly, it's probably accurate, because think back to map number 1 when we saw them constantly up on building rooftops, and you've got Juki's who wingsuits down, tries to be that entry runner when you have the remnants of his team kind of on that high ground, taking angles, making sure that he can survive those pushes, because you do have to have that balance, the dynamic on the team that allows you to succeed, whether you're stacking these engagements, whether you're focusing on third parties, or whether you're taking a more conservative approach. Whatever it is, so long as it leads to success, and if you're in 3rd on the leaderboard, you're doing something right.
Most definitely. And playing conservative, though, there's these squads that are on that bottom half of the leaderboard. You're going to have to pick things up. You have to get those eliminations. You have to get into that multiplier and keep things moving. But this map number 3 is almost underway here, Tiff. I'm so excited to get into it and see if we're going to have a repeat winner. But remember, chat, we are currently, as it stands, a tie game. The U.S. Army Esports is in a tie with the Air Force Gaming at 78 points. So British
break
Army
that
at
tie this
61,
game.
right? We got to break the tie, of course, but this is going to be such a close game.
It truly is, guys. Well, get geared up, get locked in, because we are about to drop into map number 3. Now, my only thing is, since we've seen Fort down there on the southwestern side of things, we've also seen the Coliseum and excavation site up there on the northeastern side. Do we see a massive change of pace? This is why those favored drop spots in center. I love that we kind of talked about US Army Esports wanting resorts, right? You've had to bypass a lot of that water, but Lowtown is also pretty viable. I've seen people love Clifftown. Of course, that one is a little bit more off-centered towards the east. But enough of my yapping, guys. It's Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 7, and we've got map number 3 underway.
Hopping on board with Crazy Foo, who we just interviewed, not changing a thing. Landing at Stadium, they have remaining tried and true to this POI. And Tiff, this definitely is a much different landing as opposed to map number 1, where it was just complete chaos. A lot of teams so far, okay, they have a designated spot obviously here on the lower side, but being able to pick up an attachment kit right away as we look at the overview of all teams. Look at that, number 11. That's Space Force Alpha already landed and looting, and other teams still just flying in.
Good check in there. You can see that squad number 3 hovering over resorts. I don't think that's bad. That's going to be US Navy Esports Alpha. Strong start there, but back to Stadium we go. I see Repulse on the other side of US Air Force. So Marine Corps Alpha. Daddy Priv and Repulse staying very close together. But of course we get lit up. Crazy Foo in his first code ball here. Grappling underway here for Santa. We saw just how movement centered Santa is, and honestly I wouldn't let him near me at all.
Most definitely. I believe Santa too also returning for a second here at Cold Bowl, has some experience here with the Marine Corps Gaming. And hey, map number 2, they switched things up. They went to Car Factory. They decide, you know what, let's forget that. They're gonna go ahead and I believe Air Force Bravo's at Car Factory now, challenging our map number 2 winners, knowing, hey, we have to take them down because we need the points, not only the kills, but the placement too. So you have to stay alive this time.
Okay, Isaac, saw some big moves out of you in map number 1 and 2, and you sight out Repulse on the high ground, home of the Pulse Check, a big creator in the Warzone and competitive Call of Duty space, and you know he's gonna have the strats, right? He watches competitive Call of Duty all day long, trying to take him down if he can, but I love we're seeing the disengagement, because sometimes if you find yourself at a disadvantage, you just have to own it and be like, it's time to move. Take a different approach on that fight.
Most definitely. Cannot go down early and have a hard time recovering here. Bane just taking a look to decide what loadout, what weapons do we want. Maybe the MK78, we know that with Recon will hit hard with heavy metal too, depending on your archetype, on your weapons, but the chaos going down, and D-Day does fall. That squad number 2 swish up here, the US Army Bravo having some trouble, and that is Coast Guard Gaming. That's the Alpha squad, led by Teep.
Let me tell you, if you are preying on the downfall of the US Army Esports because you don't really want to see them win, then you are going for Coast Guard right now, because they are trying to take down your right US Army Esports Bravo. Still got those redeploys, so they will likely come back. And if I'm them, I'm not landing heliport again. I'm just saying, you know what? You guys can have that one. I'm good.
And rightfully so, right? I believe Dawes with the sauce. Also, what was it? Grand Pooba, Spinaman, they all have been part of Cold Bowl for quite some time, veterans, if you will. So they have the experience. There was some smack talk with Army right there. So Grand Pooba able to live by that talk and take down Army Bravo. But now hopping on board with Zig and Sophie squad here, the Royal Air Force has height advantage here, Tiff, as they rain down on their enemies, but they're not going to over challenge, right? We had just talked about that. Don't need to give anything up.
No, you just have to remain smart, especially in map number 3. You have to look to get as many points on the board as possible, and you have the RCAF Alpha on the other side. They take down Jacob, so a nice little 4v3 situation. They're just breaking it down. I love that you've got Unizine here watching the zip, making sure that no one can chow for high ground. It's honestly all about holding those angles on this fight here at Hightown. The question is, who's going to be the one that decides to get aggressive? Is it Icy?
And I think previously too, we've seen Royal Canadian Air Force actually take down Marine Corps Gaming from that said building, and yeah, I would imagine they're going to try to challenge. But look at over here, we see the British Army Benny Central taking down Legion's squad. But still, nonetheless, the support and the trades there, I believe that was his squad wiped out for the Marine Corps Gaming Bravo team.
Well, hopefully they still have the redeploy tokens and we'll live to see another fight for now. But love that for Benny Central and Strixie down to a duo, looking to get some information and resources throughout the way. I see a glint on the horizon. So information gathering is upon us. Down on this right-hand side of things, you can see Coast Guard Alpha trying to hit a pickup on their creator.
Right, well, Grand Pooba just deciding, okay, maybe we just reposition here, maybe take the challenge, and there it is. There's the knock, and then the push with the VST TP. You can expect that from him. He's a champion. He knows how to win. He knows how to play, and that is a full wipe for squad number 14. Grand Pooba is going to go ahead and, of course, use that grapple to go ahead, get back, and reconvene with his team.
Heck yeah, 2 grapples left to be had. I feel like just like grapple, sensor darts, trauma kits, and gold armor. It's like kind of your keys to victory here, as we've lost out on 2 teams total thus far in map number 3. You know who we haven't lost out on? It's the squad on your screen, Royal Air Force Esports Alpha, returning champions from Code Bowl 6, looking to run it back if they can. Hasn't been the strongest start for them. That's okay, though. 2 more maps to go, and you can definitely unseat Air Force and U.S. Army Esports, who are currently tied with 78 at the top.
And here we go, Coast Guard Bravo. Hot pursuit against the U.S. Army Bravo. And look at that. I mean, they're looking good. Plates, got their weapons, got their grapples, and they are on the hunt. But you can see the split from U.S. Army. Just trying to get out of Dodge.
Dreams, who we spoke to after their win in map number 1 for Coast Guard Bravo.
Ooh.
Nice little start out here in the hills. You do have, you're right, Coast Guard Alpha behind you on that rotation, but ahead of you in Lowtown is Space Force Gaming Bravo, which a lot of people wanting to take down Space Force.
Beautiful shots there from Dreams, who said he was obviously AR support player, by the way. Swordfish in hand, able to take down Hopeless. And now with the British Esports Alpha team rotating inside of zone around the Aqueduct, they only have one other team to worry about. I believe that is, yes, the Royal Navy Alpha. And then, actually, excuse me, a second squad, too. We have the Coast Guard Gaming Alpha, which we just saw on the screen. So you do hear the RCs going down. Not to worry, though. You can just jump on out. That wingsuit really is just so beautiful just to get out of situations very quickly, but it really is.
He's not even trying to get out. He's trying to get in. Jukies is on the hunt.
Situation.
Jukies is like, bro, I'm not going to shoot him just yet. I'm not going to do it. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. And then he just full wingsuits towards him.
Hey, I'm telling you, it's just so easy. It's so easy to get around.
All right, well, when you talk about Space Force, okay. Well, let's check in with Space Force Bravo. Noisy Butters currently down, so it's Dante, Scrub, and Jake holding the high ground there. But this angle, this better give him a couple of kills at this point. All they gotta do is peek, look for their down player. We don't get the full just yet, but Dante is hunting from above on the rooftops.
Space Force, too, just thinking, man, we had 5th place last year. We need to come back with a win. And hey, for these engagements, for Jake, putting in shots down on one member there, I believe able to get away in the stairwell, but hey, you got to worry about Dante from the top. The positioning here for Space Force looking pretty good. But who's going to push first?
Not sure, but I think Dreams is on the other side as well. Coast Guard Bravo team definitely split. They got a 2-1 split. But they're not the only ones here. I do see Coast Guard Gaming Alpha looking for a rotation, and we'll check back in with them later because Bane, Huskers, the crew, U.S. Navy on the aggressive push, rips one, hits a full on another. Okay, Bane.
And this U.S. Navy Alpha squad, I think map number 1, they were looking at, what, 13th, and then a 4th map number 2. So
Well, let's go ahead and take a look back at it with our USAA instant replay. Oh, Legion, that one was tough to witness as that squad gets absolutely decimated by Huskers and the crew over there at the US Navy Esports Alpha. That's a fun push. Look, they have been looking for all of the action in the early to mid game, and it is proving to pay off for them.
Most definitely too, and especially when you just have that the communications working for you. You both are obviously you have your support players peppering in shots, those aggressive players getting aggro, and it's working out well for them again. Their stat line at just every single game, Tiff, it seems to be getting better, going from 13th to 4th. Let's see what they can do in this map number 3. But Coast Guard Alpha still looking really good. Trimsky though seems to be trying to get away from another squad as well, we'll see if he can get out of dodge. I think, though, Grits did fall there, and now Bravo rotating in.
Maybe down, but he's not out just yet. Okay, Breadman, remind you guys, Coast Guard Bravo did take the win in map number 1. We had the interview with Dreams touting Breadman as one of the best IGLs out there. And you know what? He does have a lot of knowledge when it comes to big map. It has competed in Avalon for sure, can definitely lead those boys to victory. He talked about Grits, and he is still down on the ground, but the teammates, they are definitely providing a lot of support here to try to get him back up.
Yep, U.S. Air Force Bravo doing everything they can to hold on this fight. FAFSA's just trying to get away with that grapple hook, but you have the support of Trounce from above while you do, but you have to be careful because this squad, carefully picked, you could see like 2 on one side of the building, 2 on the other, kind of separating into a 2v2 situation, but J-Pound's holding up from above. Still, neither team falling just yet. I think that's Grits finally did that get taken down by Teep.
It's okay, though.
3v4.
3v4. 3v4. Now, mind you, life at the tournament on the line right now because Air Force has been doing so well and is currently tied in the lead with US Army Esports. We need every point that we can get. We'll check back with them later. British Army Esports Bravo taking on Royal Air Force Esports Alpha. Here, Big Rod Johnny, captain on the screen. Down to 3, but have no fear. We are looking to rotate away from this. I wonder if we're looking to set up a trap.
Let's see if... Yeah, no, they're just going to go ahead and push, like, get aggressive, get mixy, even though you got to be careful. On the other side of that wall here, Wang is going to provide support fire, but the trades are going in. Who's going to win it? And Maddie closes it down. Currently now, 3 kills to his name. And hey, even though they do lose Fief, it doesn't matter because these guys, these boys, they know what they're doing. They got chemistry. They got the reps. These are your winners from last year, and they win the engagement.
Hey, they were looking to go for the 2-peat. They wanted to run it back. They've been talking about it all morning and honestly, probably all week leading up to this. We know how much they've practiced to engage on that synergy. But for now, US Navy Esports Bravo getting into a bit of a scuffle here, trying to get taken down by Jukies, Geldog, Gibo, and Alb.
That's like the damage king right now, Alb. Literally getting so much damage for his teammates, providing that support and, you know, that strategy of just like holding their positions, holding the line, and just let Jukies do his thing. I believe last game he was able to pick up 10, currently on 2 and continuing on. Taking a look over at Hightown. Who is that in the water? We have a fish, and I believe that is Space Force Alpha. Hail goes down. Sour Patch Kid is going to try to support him, but what is going on over here at Hightown?
Ooh. Okay, a little more Space Force action. You've been touting them. I'm all about that Hightown action, especially with where that circle is pulling towards. This is a good position to make sure that you can navigate one of the furthest sides south. Air Force Bravo is kind of on the horizon, relatively split around them. But a big area of action is just north of where we were looking. US Army Esports Alpha is one of the teams here. And they've got the high ground. You can see Actual up there, Vexy, all the way up north with Coast Guard Bravo down below.
I was like, man, yeah, there's someone swimming. You can obviously see U.S. Army holding like the highest point of the building. Vexy, Actual, just holding this down, not needing to give it up, but deciding, you know what, let's go ahead and get into the mix. But you got to be careful of what you are walking into. But hey, when you got Hisoka on your back, Tiff, that IGL, that leader, he's going to go ahead and lead you into victory.
Interesting. Soka on 1, so a bit of a slower paced game for them. To be fair, that's okay. So long as you are outpacing the Air Force, you're golden. But of course, those teams that are in 3rd through 5th place are going to be looking to jump up the leaderboard if they can. And Coast Guard Bravo, winners of map number 1 in the kill feed, trying to make that move on to US Army Esports, as well as Aces here on your screen. Finding some resistance here in the stairway, but we're still looking to keep that climb up.
And I believe Breadman actually took down Hisoka. So for U.S. Army, they're down. Royal Canadian Air Force, you have Get Picked, Aces here. At least 1, 2, 3, 4 squads, and then you have a 5th rotating in, 6th rotating in. This is crazy here at the High Town, but of course we know that collapse is coming on in. If you are Coast Guard Gaming, you're going to feel good about that one, being able to take down Hisoka.
Oh, I'm feeling good about it. I love witnessing it in Space Force. I told you I was a little slightly biased just because I wanted to see another trophy get yeeted up into space. But before then, we've got to get there, right? And this is the Alpha team on your screen. Coast Guard Bravo, though, with Breadman holding it down. Grabs a quick knock. Looks like they're going to be able to convert and get Kabase back up on their feet, though.
Hisoka able to get back in, too. Also, Leaf gets knocked after trying to recover on that. So Vexy's just like, you know what? We have to get out. Maybe find a redeploy tower at that point, but just get out. Recover.
Get out. Again. Run. Little wingsuit. Sometimes you just gotta pop into your wingsuit and get out, and it's exactly what Vexy will be doing, mind you. Let the kills come towards the end of the game. We're not even in the 1.5x multiplier. That doesn't come until top 10. And when you got angles like that, Kabase, you keep it flying. Unfortunately, though, you know, me and Dreams are besties now that we had him here on the broadcast, and that one kind of hurt to see, but that's okay. A teammate will likely get you back.
Yeah, they're definitely fired up after hearing the shots called from Crazy Foo earlier. But Kabase originally did actually go down by Breadman, able to recover from that, and then, you know, trade. So at this point for Coast Guard, they're gonna have to go ahead and reposition. You also have squad number 7-2 Marine Court Gaming Alpha, which, hey, better for them, right? So if they could not get anything going the first couple of maps, and hopefully here now, I believe, as you can take a look at the circle and that zone, Tiff, look where we are going to the south. It's so open.
Yo, it's disgusting, but I do gotta give a shout out to Air Force Alpha. That squad number 5, it was in green on the bottom side of where that circle. They're taking the island, they're taking the ship, making sure that they get that space and focus on the end game. Squad number 19, British Army Esports Alpha rotating in. You got 13 Royal Canadian Air Force on your screen. Get picked at least on 4. So this is smart, but this is one of the most congested sides of the circle. So it is going to be a very precarious situation for endgame here.
Yeah, and if you are Space Force, like, what are you going to do when you have to rotate down and, like, you're so open, you could get shot by, like, potentially so many teams. That is going to be the challenge. How are we going to rotate down? And you can see Kabase kind of just maybe just picking up a couple kills along the way. You have Navy here down at the bottom, and well, Apollo, you lost him. Huskers though,
no, that's okay. US Navy holding strong, and I like that if we can control this building. It's gonna take a lot though. We can definitely make it happen because you've got Gun Shop and Huskers, and we're both holding multiple angles. And as you see all the utility coming in, trying to unseat them out of here, we hold strong.
Hold strong indeed. At this current point in time, you don't need to move just yet, and you get circle blessed, Tiff.
All is good. All is good. You love to see that happen. If you are Air Force Alpha who thought you had a prevalent situation for endgame and you don't, okay, you start moving immediately. But for the US Space Force Alpha, this high ground is everything.
Everything indeed. And you have your Bravo team. You have to be careful not to shoot. Hopefully they know that. But our HCXDs are going down right now. And, well, that's another thing you have to worry about, right? Streaks.
Streaks all day. Hold them towards the end. Rip people off high ground. Hold those angles. And you can see team number 12, Space Force Gaming Bravo, has been wiped. Of course, that was a little bit of cannibalism there from the US Space Force Alpha, unfortunately, but that's okay. We focus on endgame. We're into the 1.5x, and every kill is worth 1.5.
And, well, of course, Navy's still down at the bottom, holding strong. I believe we did lose Bane, so that's just 2 left for the Navy Alpha. And, man, taking a look at this overview here, Tiff, this is crazy. I think that is Squad 5 wiped. That was by the British Army Esports also as well, who are still in. So much chaos going down. And for Royal Air Force, Whoopty is in trouble. He's going to go ahead and try to rotate outside of the collapse, but he does fall to Trimsky. Well,
okay, Trimsky looking like Spider-Man out there, connecting those grapples together before falling ultimately, because when someone's got the high ground, you're trying to hold it. Now, this is a good time to have that high ground, but when you get towards that late game, now that we're into the top 5, once you drop down, everyone is going to look at you. So you have to be very methodical about how we make that next move.
And for British Army Esports Alpha, like, they are literally down on the ground right now. They are probably in the perfect position for Space Force. You have to win all these engagements, but then you have to get down and worry about Alpha down below. For Kabase, though, staying alive and fighting, still holding this strong, it is Coast Guard Bravo, who's down below as well, but that is a knock on Kabase from ALB from the British Army Esports down below.
Oh boy, see, you get the reset, you get the pickups, you drop the plates for the teammate, making sure that everyone is kitted for the end game. You talked about all the information gathering, and that's exactly what we're looking to do here. That British Army Esports Alpha holds the other side of the circle. So we have about 3 teams layer caked here, but it all depends on where that pool is. And there you can see that circle pop. No one in it. Who's going to be there first? We don't know about Space Force Alpha here on your screen, what that drop is going to look like, but they have to do it because British Army Esports Alpha is already making a rotation.
And I believe that was Squad 3. That was Navy Alpha that was just wiped. So now we are in the final moments here. Space Force using that Deadeye drone, trying to get a couple of picks. Doesn't become successful here, but for British Army down below, just taking all the engagements, all they have to do here, Tiff, is just let Space Force come to them, and Gibbo getting all of the kills. And for British Army Alpha, take map number 3.
And it was such a clean and dominating fashion. My biggest question when it came to the U.S. Space Force was, what was that drop down going to look like? Coast Guard Bravo falls, and immediately the Space Force Alpha says, we are going to drop down, take the chow to British Army Esports Alpha. And that positioning that they held, the early rotation, just allowed them to clean up the lobby. Now, I'm curious though, how many kills do the British Army Esports Alpha have to go with that 2x multiplier?
It had to have been, like, I mean, if they're on pace from map number 2, like, I feel like it had to have been a lot, because they were just down low, picking up all of the eliminations. And I mean, looking at the map and the positioning, right? We were talking about that open space. If you are in the building still at Hightown, how do you jump off? And hey, for British Army, setting up early and being in the right position, they take it.
Sometimes that's exactly what you've got to do. And I was curious, I believe, yes, that was Benny Central, Gibbo, Geldog, and ALB. You were talking about all the damage that he was able to obtain, and now we get a win to go alongside it. Okay, maybe you're still a little blessing over there, Dream.
Hey, I'm telling you, that we even though, okay, and I believe Dreams said it, like, he said, I didn't do much, my team did it all, I'm just an AR support player. What do you mean? Like, you're putting in damage for your team to get the kills. And yeah, ALB doing just that. It just makes it makes things a lot easier, right? When you're all peppering and shots together.
Yeah, it really does. Honestly, that was one of my favorite maps that we've witnessed so far here in Code Bowl 7. Let's go ahead and look back at the USAA highlights to see all the action from start to finish. Give me more. I crave it.
Indeed. And oh my goodness, I agree, Tiff. This was such a fun map. A team's definitely playing more confident. And I mean, this first engagement here with Coast Guard Alpha that we saw, Teep, of course, reigning true to his engagements, winning that.
Oh, this one was fun, right? You had Legion kind of running it in, and then Huskers and Bane working together on that roster. But I will say, Maddie, Wang, Whoopty, and FIFA were looking to claw back in map number 3.
And then Ahsoka here, of course, just having so much trouble, not as many eliminations as we're used to seeing him have. He does fall and unfortunately unable to regain. And Space Force, how about this? Holding this high ground, this positioning, and picking up so many eliminations. Maybe they didn't get the win, Tiff, but they got a lot of kills.
And that's really kind of what matters most, because we've seen a lot of teams that may have not net themselves a win just yet and benefited from the 2x multiplier, but they're finding themselves consistently in that end game with a 1.5x, and we get a relook at what the British Army is able to do, a little do-si-do around the boulder to net themselves a map 3 win. Very well done over there.
Indeed. And you know, sometimes I will say this in chat, I do apologize if sometimes I'm getting somebody confused, because, you know, when you have the streamer mode on and like the gamer tags are different. I believe Lee is Juki's, right? Is that Juki? That is Juki's. Yes, able to take that. And you saw right there at the end, right? Space Force just kind of squirreling right into them. It's unfortunate they had the high ground there, but hey, nonetheless, it was a fun game. These score lines, Tiff, are going to be close, and I can't wait to see.
See, that's what's good, because then we set ourselves up going into the final drop of the day on Avalon. We love close storylines. We love storylines and who is going to emerge victorious. Of course, though, we are going to jump to a quick break, so we'll get back into the action after this one.
USAA has been proudly taking care of the military community and their families for over 100 years. Make sure you're following Monster Gaming on X and Instagram for non-stop gaming content all year round. Whether it's major esports events, creator collabs, live streams, or fan experiences, Monster Gaming brings you closer to the action. Tomorrow, the NASCAR Cup Series takes on Naval Base Coronado. Don't miss a minute of the action, starting at 11:30 a.m. Pacific, only on Prime. Donate today, and Ripple will match your donation in XRP, the digital asset for real-world utility, up to a maximum match of $10,000. Every dollar doubled, every veteran closer to their next mission. Turn your next lift ride into an opportunity to support those who served. Select the Call of Duty Endowment through Lyft's Round Up and Donate feature, and round up your fare to help veterans find high-quality jobs after their military service. Small change, real impact. Once again, pilots in the Call of Duty Endowment are teaming up to give customers the opportunity to support veteran employment by rounding up their in-store purchase at checkout, building on past partnerships that have already helped support more than 10,000 veteran job placements. Stay tuned for dates and additional details coming soon.
It's happening right now. It's happening to banking, blockchain, crypto. If change is happening in finance, then it's happening everywhere. And it's happening with Ripple.
Welcome back to Code Bowl 7, presented by USAA. We are live from San Diego Race Day, and I couldn't be happier to not only have Reflections joining me, but now we have the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who is all over the venue, talking to all of the racing drivers. Blaze, lovely to have you, mate. Honestly, one of my very good friends and incredible colleagues. How has your day been so far? You've met some legends. You've been talking to people. I've heard you've been in a chopper. You've been everywhere.
I mean, I've been all throughout this naval base, everybody, and it has been such a joyous occasion. Everyone has came out to watch NASCAR, to see the action, to watch their favorite racers, and we got a chance to bring Call of Duty here, and everyone is just as excited about it. I mean, we couldn't have asked for a better event.
No, we really couldn't have. It's pretty cool, isn't it, to watch two worlds collide like this? And I feel like gaming brings so many people together for so many different reasons, but it's also really cool to see it in an official format, to have something like NASCAR, you know, an incredible race, something that so many people follow and love and watch, and then to watch it mesh together again with us gamers who we just love to be on the sticks and to be competitive ourselves, and it's just lovely seeing that come together. So what has it been like interviewing some of these racing legends, Blaze?
I mean, you know, when you talk about just the way, not so much the intensity, but just how excited they are to play, to race on a new track, you know? They only get so many street courses throughout the year, and it's been Chicago the last few years, which as someone from Chicago, you know, I am happiest out here, you know, because the city be shut down when NASCAR comes through and the traffic is crazy. But, you know, here on the base, it's no different, man. Everyone throughout the region has came to watch, and so the drivers just walking the track, getting prepared, trying to figure out where all the bumps are, and really just in their mind, because, you know, you could do simulations and try to figure this one out, but they really had to get in the field to learn this track best. So, I mean, the nerves are high with them, but, man, they've been doing this for so long, so cool, calm, and collected.
It's amazing. Talking about cool, calm, collected, British Army, they'll be feeling pretty cool, calm, collected after that finish.
I mean, are we going to allow this to happen on U.S. soil?
Yes, we may. Yes, we may. Yes, we may.
It's your day, Lottie.
I will. Yes, it is. It is my day. I'm having a Beyonce moment up here with the wind. It is just feeling great right now, especially after drop 3. I mean, what an incredible effort. And we talk about how, you know, how much goes into making these drops work for your team, and it's really difficult. It gets very hairy at times, but we're really seeing a big push here from the British Army, so I can't wait to actually hear about that from the player themselves, because we actually do have our interview ready right now, and we're going to head on over to Tiff and Dream for our squad goals interview presented by USAA.
Thank you so much, Lottie Reflections. Blaze, you are correct. I am sitting here with Gibbo here. British Army Esports Alpha, a fantastic victory there in map number 3. How are we feeling? Because you guys were in 3rd place overall prior to this win.
Yeah, it's feeling good. New 3rd place. Managed to come and get the points, and hopefully that's shot us up the leaderboard.
Ooh, I hope it did as well. So talk me through that end game. You guys had a lot of space there on that kind of western side. What led you to get into that position? Did you guys want to avoid the building completely?
I think initially we wanted to get into Hightown, but obviously a lot of teams were in there, so Lee was like, right, let's go right. Happy days, Jukies. So we followed his lead straight in, managed to get a good position there on the wall, and it worked out in the end. Plenty of people rowing in, plenty of points there.
Hey, that's what I like to hear, all the points. What's it been like working and playing with Jukies here in Code Bowl 7?
Oh, it's been good. Yeah, it's been good having Jukies on team. Gives us that leadership, lets us just do what he needs us to do, crack on, get the points, get through, just let him work, we follow.
I love that. Gibbo, congratulations, of course. You know, you've been part of Cold Bowl for many, many years, right? With ALB, right? Gel Dog. What does this mean to
ALB,
you,
Gel
right?
Dog,
Yeah, like what does this mean to you? Just taking a big win.
What was it? This is our second actual in-game win, I think it was. Got the first one the first year I competed on the stage in North Carolina. Obviously a different setting now, but same 3 again. This time on one team, and we've made it work.
What did you do to prepare? Because I know you all have chemistry, obviously, right? I think I heard Gel Dog say, like, we have to be consistent. Like, that's like been your struggle, right?
Yeah. Each year, just so this year it was just set us 3 practicing, getting the reps in, getting ready for this, and I guess it's working.
Seems like it. Are you guys going to change anything up?
Just gonna keep it going. It's worked. Nice and steady. Get the weapons, get set up, get the kit, row through, get the points, and then hopefully get another dub.
Well, you got one more here on Avalon to go. We're going to let you get ready to go prep for that final drop before the solo YOLO. Wishing you guys the best of luck. Of course, that was our Squad Goals interview presented by USAA, taking care of the military community and their family for over 100 years. Dude, Dream, it is so cool being able to hear from our service members after their wins and kind of the strategy alongside it going. He's like, look, Juki's wanted to get in there, rotate, and kind of hit the wall.
Especially for the British Army esports, how much that means to him, right? He said this is their second time winning, but it's like more so the fact of like having inconsistencies over the years, right? You've placed 10th 2023. I mean, before that, third was their best placing in 2020. And I mean, we're talking like Vicstar and Tommy, right? Like on that squad. So like going through the years and like 2022 5th, 2023 10th, 5th, 8th, you're like, man, I'm sick of it. This year, we're so close. And now just inching your way up, doing better and better each map, and then taking win map number 3. Tiff, we have one more to go.
We have one more to go. Let's go ahead and send it back to San Diego. Lottie, Reflections Blaze, let's break it down.
One more to go. That is right, and I will say it's lovely hearing from that final winner of Drop 3 there, Gibbo, with the British Army. And I will say, I love what you said. We kind of just have a system in place now, and it kind of does go that way. By the time you've got through a few of the drops here, only one left to go, you have a system. You know if it works, it works. There's risks that you have to take. There's rewards that you can get, and that was rewarded right to British Army, right in their laps. Incredible stuff. Excited to see what the final one is going to do, because I will say in past years, past iterations, we've seen some magic happen where we've seen almost at the bottom of the leaderboard just shoot right to the top in an unsurprising victory for so many of us, and just truly shocking. I can't wait to see what the fourth will bring. However, talking about the fourth, Blaze, I heard that you've been catching up with people, of course, all day long.
Yeah.
Why don't we break the fourth wall right now and have you toss to yourself?
I am so down for this, Lottie, okay? Because we talk about players who've been rising to the top of leaderboards. This next driver that we're about to interview has been rising up in the ranks as well. We're about to interview someone who has become one of my favorite drivers, a true gamer himself, rocking that number 7. Here's an interview I did with John Hunter Nemechek. What's up, everybody? I'm here with the man himself, John Hunter Nemechek, driving 42 with Team Toyota and Legacy Motor Club. I mean, John, it is a beautiful day out here in San Diego. We're racing on a new track. I know you got to be excited, especially after that P4 that you got last weekend, right?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. It was a great weekend last weekend, but looking forward to this weekend. This has been one that we've had circled on the calendar all year. Street racing is a lot of fun. I felt like we ran really well at Chicago for the only other street course that we've had, but to actually come here, I actually got to do a site visit here in December of last year. So to be here with all the infrastructure put in place, being able to walk the track this morning and see what the track looks like, the new asphalt, the old asphalt, the new concrete, the old concrete, all the bumps, everything kind of put into place. I'm super excited to get on track here later today and see what we can do here on Sunday.
I mean, it's so cool how you talk about those little details of walking the track, you know, checking out the race course in the area, because, like, you know, we know that racing is in your family's DNA, and you've been racing for a very long time. You've won championships and multiple series. So talk to me about, you know, some of those little details and some of those lessons you've got along the way to become a great racer like you are.
Work hard. No matter what you do, work hard at it and put all your focus and attention into it as much as you possibly can. Attention to detail is very important in everything that you do. Whether it's playing Call of Duty, whether it's being here at the racetrack, or just everyday life, you have to pay attention to all the details that are going into everything. And for myself, it's always been hard work. Building from the ground up, continuing to push through everything. And there's going to be trials, there's going to be ups and downs. You know that, but it's how you handle those and get through them. So for myself, growing up in the sport and being able to kind of have a lot of that showcase for me at a very young age early on, it's only helped me throughout my career and helped me on the mental side of things and how to handle certain situations and whatnot. So a lot goes into it for sure from behind the scenes, but super stoked just to be here and excited to continue on this weekend and see what we can get done.
I love that, man. And I know that a lot of our players in our Call of Duty Endowment tournament today can take that information and use that in the tournament to come out on top and win. You know, we're raising a lot of great money for veterans out there to help them get put into some better jobs coming out the military. And so, you know, you sound like you're a Call of Duty fan, okay? The way we were talking about before. What was your favorite COD? How long you been playing for?
My favorite COD was probably Modern Warfare 3. Yeah, going back. I loved using the intervention everywhere that we went. I was a sniper for sure, so really enjoyed that. But the most recent ones have been fun. I've really just kind of thrown it back to MW3, though, is probably the best Call of Duty that I've played.
Hey, you chose a great one, okay? Hell, we're going to have FaZe Clan hit you up, probably get you on some of those snipe montages. Let's do it?
We're ready.
All right, John. It was a pleasure talking to you, man.
I appreciate it.
Now, Blaze, I can tell why John became quickly one of your favorites, to be honest, or maybe the favorite. What a great guy, and also a fellow gamer as well, which I love that. Full reference sniper, love to hear that. We love a sniper, especially back, of course, in the Call of Duty League once again on S&D. We love it. But I've got to ask you, where you were there, that location, it looked unbelievable. How did you manage to get there?
It was unreal. You know what? We get a lot of perks here being able to be, you know, on the base for NASCAR. And, you know, these guys getting ready for the race, getting the cars, their last adjustments before they was able to hit the track and do qualifying, and to see the amount of detail, to see them taking their cars in for weighing, making sure the cars don't get too hot with the umbrellas. You know, they're not turning on those engines until they hit the runway out there. But just to get those few seconds of speed, the amount of detail, the amount of care in which they put out there just for a few seconds to be that much faster, you gotta admire it, man. You know, these guys are the best in their craft.
Yeah, no, they seriously are. I also just can't help myself to compare everything to gaming. But talking about, you know, not having, you know, too hot on the cars with the umbrellas, it kind of reminds me of PCs, having the coolant tank, making sure they're not getting too hot, especially when we have all of our competitors, of course, here with the leaderboard. And this is where it matters the most. As you can see, British Army Esports, with that third drop finish, have gone into first place with a massive finish for Alpha. 42 points to their name for that one, which didn't mean really anything in terms of Bravo having a little bit of a shy game there, unfortunately going down pretty early on with only the 9. But massive, massive, massive work from them.
Ooh, here's the overall leaderboard, and it's going to be British Army taking first place.
Oh, there we go.
They can hold on.
84.
They have a real chance to claim their first ever championship, but Air Force Gaming still hot on their heels. Coast Guard making a big surprise. They were nowhere to be found within the top 3, and now they find themselves up there with 96 points. Still a chance for them, and U.S. Army, very much a story. We know they can pull off big games. You go back to map 1, I think they, 60, 70 points.
Yeah.
They can catch up for sure. But one thing is for certain, Blaze, it's coming down to the wire. But British Army Esports competing for 4 years now with this roster and a chance to finally win. Brother, this is it.
This is it, okay? And I'm looking forward to the Bravo squad to have their best game of the day. You know Alpha's doing their thing, but if Bravo can just last a few more drops, a few more zones out there, give them those few extra points in which they need to push it on over. And I also, too, I'm going to call them out. I want to see a big game from the Marines, all right? Come on, Marines. Lock it in. I know we got our big guys in service right now protecting us all, but you guys who are at home playing, turn up.
Turn
what you
up,
gotta do.
indeed. I will say, a 10.5 point difference right now between first and second. It is all to play for, and as we know, in that drop 4, anything can happen, and the game is on. I also saw a few of the below leaderboard kind of section here, number 10. I mean, RAF, they're also climbing back up once again. Could they also make a sneaky comeback? I have my eyes on a few of these teams as well, but I'm really excited to get into this last drop. But before we go straight to our casters, which we will in just moments, I also have another little fun thing with Blaze. He has been here, there, everywhere, and I want to find out where he's been this time.
What's up, y'all? I'm coming out to drop shit as we getting ready for our next game. And as you know, the competition has been intense. We got the Air Force and the Army talking trash to each other about why we got to use a Navy aircraft versus an Air Force aircraft, okay? The games have been insane, but don't worry. I'm about to get this regulated and ready for our next drop. Don't go anywhere.
All right, Dream, we are back just ahead of map number 4, our final drop on Avalon before we kind of break apart our teams and get into that solo YOLO. But that leaderboard at the top is incredibly tight, and I love to see kind of the British Army Esports taking the lead after that dynamic victory in map 3.
Most definitely. I mean, we want, I was saying that I want a new winner this year, and wow, British Army looking really good. It seems like, Air Force arguing over spacecrafts and which is better. Come on, you guys are arguing with each other. You got to get in the game and get your head back in. But this is the last one, Tiff, and looking at the scores too, I can't believe how close we are in the stat line. 0.5 even from second to third, but British Army solidifying the biggest lead, at about 18, 19 points here. It's looking good for them, but you got to keep it going. But they have been the most consistent throughout.
They truly have. And honestly, I'm like looking at the leaderboard real quick. British Army Esports, Air Force Gaming, they're in second. Now look here, Dream. I live near an Air Force base, okay? Every day at approximately 12:15 p.m., I get a sonic boom that shakes my entire house because they're out there testing things. So I said I was biased for Space Force earlier, but maybe it truly actually is for Air Force. And if I curse you guys right now, I'm so sorry. That is not my intention. I'm only looking to have blessings here because we have one game left and I want y'all to lock it in.
Hey, listen, but you're forgetting about Army, all right? Just because Army had one bad game. I mean, we saw that drop off too, right? Like, I believe it was, that they got brought all the way brought back down to words, 4th and 5th. But I mean, you still have both collective squads still in there. But I mean, the game drop off, right? We saw Hisoka struggling with just a little bit. But it was Coast Guard and Breadman. What happened to them from map number 1? Still kind of just trying to coast on through.
Hey, they were in the end game there in map number 3. They were just inside the building on the low ground. So you had Space Force Alpha that was up on the top, and we were curious what that drop was going to look like, how they were going to go through. Coast Guard Gaming, bravo, they do fall relatively early in that kind of engagement. But when you have British Army focusing on positioning, just kind of listening to Jukies, you are one game away from hoisting that Code Bowl 7 trophy. You've just got to lay it all on the line. You've got a buffer, but you've got to hold strong on it.
Hold strong indeed. And hopping on boards with the man himself, Jukies, who's been leading them into victory. And I believe that squad, 7 right on their trail. You can see kind of just some of the landings here as, where are we going to decide to go if you are the British Army Esports, right? We're not going to change things up. We're going to play comfortable. But Tiff, taking a look at this zone, look how far north we are going to be rotating.
I'm just going to go ahead and say it's a little disgusting. It's very similar to what we witnessed in map number 2, where Air Force Alpha did take the victory, but early fights across the board. We just spoke to Gibbo, and him and Juki's both still alive, but we have just completely all separated, and we are running boots on the ground saying, you know what? A lot of people decided they wanted to come to Coliseum, and you know who else is there? U.S. Army Esports.
That's right. That resort change up or wherever exactly they're deciding to go, they're hunting them down. And, Royal Navy, a little bit quiet, but nonetheless, Zyro and Co. It looks like they have Squad 18 to worry about in hand, but very close-knit. You can see, look how spread apart Navy are. Royal Navy.
Sometimes you've got to do that, right? Like if you know, like you have a plan in place and you're like, hey, let's kind of split up. Let's approach it this way. Sure, do whatever it takes because that's all that matters there at the end of the day. Royal Navy on your screen. Little grapple to the top. Oh, MZ looking for a chow. Shots go out. We back down. Got to hit the replay. You've got a teammate there on the roof alongside you.
Most definitely indeed. And I mean, for this, Tiff, are we fighting each other? At that point, you gotta be careful, but...
I said whatever it takes. No, I'm just kidding.
Whatever it takes, I guess. Just deciding to, hey, you know what? Let's just go for it.
All right, well, Jumbo here. Couple nades going out before we back down. Well, you're right, Zyro, Phoenix, Pondy. Not sure if he had a redeploy or if he'll have to use the...
Why are we fighting?
Back. Sometimes you just don't know. There's a lot of early game chaos and things happen.
I guess so. Hunt down your other squad members, but at this point, you would think maybe we should be helping each other. And hey, Royal Navy Alpha versus Royal Navy Bravo here. It is interesting here at the Clifftown.
Clifftown is a great place to start when you think about the where we saw that circle pulling up towards the northeastern side of things. So, and I would say it's more Coliseum, but it's definitely not. So you can see Zyro on your screen trying to get that much more closer to the Royal Navy Bravo. Who's going to be that opening jumbo action, hunting down Star-Lord, a wingsuit into the water. Oh, this is cinema.
Complete cinema, and Star-Lord finishes it up with the knife, and Phoenix now in a 1v2 situation is going to have to get out of dodge and maybe get behind the counter for some cover. But Alpha, Bravo, going down, and Phoenix able to get away with his life.
Nobody tell the Royal Navy happening, by the way.
Well, I guess we have a replay of it. USAA instant replay of what just happened.
And there you have it. Star-Lord on main getting absolutely hunted down. And while things are hot over at Clifftown, let's dive into Heliport over here. You've got the US Navy Esports Bravo on the left side with Coast Guard Gaming Alpha on the right.
And MPX leading the charge too. I've been watching him recently. Very fast, aggressive player, a dad himself. Also a retired Navy vet as well of 7 years, Tiff, by the way. He was a corpsman of 7 years, but he's got very high energy. And here for, well, the US Navy so far. Try to figure out how he's going to lead him into the charge.
Yeah, I was curious, but Dreams pops on down from the catwalk there, and you can see it was Trimsky there chasing him from Coast Guard Alpha. Now, when you think about kind of the score line here, you do need every kill that you can if you are Coast Guard Alpha. They are trailing in third place by approximately 16 points to the top of the leaderboard. So just a couple of good fights here at the beginning, and then obviously kind of preying on the downfall of the British Army Esports.
Most definitely. Well, for Coast Guard, there you go. You're just not feeling too worried right now, as there's only one member left of that squad from the Navy Esports Bravo. So clean pickings there, and we're going to go ahead and swing it over to the winery side of things and see what's going on over here as we are hopping on board with that U.S. Army Alpha squad. And Actual is down, so they did recover from the last time we saw them right in the opening moments, you know, against that British Army squad. So here now they are, you know, recovered a little bit. Actual maybe not into the mix, but you got a couple of teams to worry about at Winery. As look at Benny Central split, picked apart by Hisoka, and well, there's another member he is hunting down. They are on the hunt.
Yeah, I was gonna say Shady picks up Big Rod. This is really important because British Army Esports is in the lead. So if British Army Esports Bravo falls here and Soka trying to hunt him down, shred him off the redeploy, and does get the knock onto Strixie, there goes the full US Army Esports doing whatever it takes to reclaim their spot at the top of the leaderboard from last place in Code Bowl 6, now vying for another win.
And here, what an impressive jump for the Royal Air Force. Map number 2, Tiff, they were in 10th, and I believe they picked up 3rd last map. So very good recovery from them. Our last year's Code Bowl winners, of course, 2022 as well, looking to take another one. And Fief here leading the charge, looking for squad number 2. You got a knock. Hey, why not get some recovery here? And, well, Swisham goes down, part of that U.S. Army Bravo squad, and there's one member left that they are looking for.
Yeah, you can definitely see that engagement's happening on residences back kind of towards the most upper left-hand side of the screen here. You saw that U.S. Army Esports Alpha squad in Winery, now that Space Force Gaming Bravo has moved into there. But since this circle is going to likely keep shifting us, I think getting control of Excavation Site earlier is going to be one of those keys to success. A couple of teams were already over there, but we'll check in with that later because U.S. Army Esports trying to get the captain actual back on in.
That's a good shout, Tiff. Looking at Excavation Site 2, guess what squad we already see there? It's the Coast Guard Gaming Bravo squad, our map #1 winners, led by Breadman. First, Dreams, Die, and Spinaman. So they are one of the teams that is getting set up close to that zone. And, well, looking over on the opposite side here by the Marina, it is Legion, the Marine Corps Gaming Squad, the Bravo Squad. Haven't really been able to put up much, but we know Legion, he always puts up a show.
I had the chance to talk to him at DreamHack Atlanta, and honestly, he's just always in such a good mood, so I can only imagine the vibes for this Marine Corps Gaming Bravo team is just stellar.
Always some funny tweets too, like from his family members or just something silly. You can count on some good laughs.
Shout out Kylie.
Right, from Legion. But look at this here. Going ahead and, hey, we need to go ahead and capture this relay and try to go ahead and get that tower and get that zip. Go ahead and rotate out or rotate in to wherever you need to go. And look at D-Lo, Royal Canadian Air Force here. And that's squad number 5, I think, rolling in on them. And, oh, you can see that grapple hook right up the top. D-Lo, quick engagements, and that's Isaac Todd taken down.
When you say squad number 5, I immediately think of Air Force, and they're in second place on the leaderboard. So Jowo, SJ, Crazy Foo, Isaac, you guys did win map number 2 when the circle pulled out towards here. So seeing you now move into police station, trying to take down the RCAF, you just have to keep in mind on the horizon, you have that US Navy Esports Alpha team, and they have been one of the most aggressive teams in our lobby. So they're not going to go down without a fight.
Most definitely not. And, well, another... Whoa! Look at Huskers with the ray gun in his hand. And this is a team here for the first time, Tiff. We're seeing that today. Going for the cradle breaches, going for that high risk, high reward. It's Huskers on 5.
Yeah, this is scary. Remember what I said about Air Force Alpha? You know, you've got US Navy on the horizon. Okay, now you've got a ray gun in Husker's hand who's on 5, looking even more scary than he had just a few minutes ago. You know, just gets an absolute more buff.
Absolutely, and just continuing to reign supreme. And I believe we have a USAA replay of that. Let's go ahead and take a look. Wow, Tiff. And I mean, for the US Navy Alpha Squad right now, currently, I believe have like 55 points. And I mean, just continuing on. What do you mean?
Are we wiped? Are we full off the map? Are we done? Is US Army Esports Alpha wiped? Do we have redeploy tokens? Because we were already in shambles. And FIFA Kill, Maddie, Wang, and Whoopty might have just done one of the most powerful things here in game number 4.
Oh my goodness. We better hope. Maybe Ahsoka has a token, but for the Royal Air Force, again, coming off of map number 3, really had a stellar performance from map number 2, coming in 3rd. And for the Alpha Squad, currently, I believe they had 27 points, reigning supreme and getting that safe cracker, seeing what type of utilities you have. And how about perks, Tiff? My goodness, perks. How have I not mentioned the fact that you can pick up so many crucial perks, stow away even 5, if you will, and use them or save them in these crucial moments.
Yeah, very true. But let's go ahead and check in with a USAA comms check with the Royal Air Force Alpha.
Only one in the house. Fight that kid.
Yeah.
Single him out, quick. While he's stuck. Get on that guy.
On the roof.
Jump down. He's trying to run back. Left side door.
Bottom here. Weak.
Oh, no, behind me.
Oh, I see that.
Okay, get off the roof. It's a full 4.
Yeah.
Yo, let's back up to winery. Come left. Back up.
Sweet.
Come back, boys. Come back. We got no plates. It's a terrible fight. Come. Alright, we just need to loot a little bit. I would love to fight that, but...
Yeah, I've got no plates either.
Yeah, I just have
don't know
nothing.
there'll still be plates over on them bodies over there, you know.
I don't know. Just
I highly doubt it. Like,
try and loot up. Worst case scenario. Oh my god! I just found a satchel. Caked it. Worst case scenario. Yeah, we just literally loot this and then hold it. Like we don't need plates if we're sitting on rooftops. You get me?
Yeah. I'm on a sensor dart here.
Nice. I've got 2 sensor darts left. I think I'm getting held, you know.
Yo, Matty, take some plates with me. Take these.
No, we're alright.
You can have them. Look at this Matty. Just keep tabs on it. If they get stuck in the open, we kill them. For free.
Is there any plates down there or not?
I can give you some, Morty. Come here. I can give you some.
Yeah.
There's
0. There's a couple of grapples there, though.
I look at them. They're out in the open. Right here.
Yeah.
I'm hitting the deep left, okay?
Yeah, one's got blue. One's blue armor. One's purple.
They're in shambles. Come.
Yeah, hey, I'm with you, bro.
We have no plates, okay? So you can't give out your life. No one gets shot. Just stay on headies, boys. Wait for me to do something. No, go back to winery. Go back to winery. Wait for me to open it up. All of us overextended is not gonna help.
Right behind this rock.
Alright, they know I'm here. They're gonna.
Mate, 3, 2 on this, mate. One shot.
Down.
Yeah, would you, bro?
Play up on this now. Come.
Yeah. Has anyone got my overs? Get my overs, man.
Play up on this, boys. Play up on this.
Resin down. One more in the building, bottom floor.
Let's go.
Bottom floor. I'm in.
I'm with you.
Show me one shot dead. One more on the outside.
Run away. Chase him down.
Right, yeah.
Oh shit, another team.
Come back.
Gold armor.
Yeah, let me have that.
Yeah.
Yo, any plates, boys?
Wait, where's the gold armor?
You mean he's shooting somebody with a gold armor?
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
any plates?
Alright, right back left. Come.
Yeah.
Hey, this no armor stuff is pretty tough.
Sounded like a big game there from the RAF Alpha. FIFA killing the boys. Definitely in sync there.
Definitely. And I mean, I love the fact around winery, right? FIFA said, if they go out in the open, we're going to kill them. They rotated. They did everything perfect to listen to him and win that engagement. But Huskers still continuing on with the ray gun, able to take down a couple and save Apollo into the mix. And well, with the that's the U.S. Air Force right there. Joe Woe and co just trying to get away from Huskers because they know, hey, that ray gun, it is so devastating should you get blasted by it.
I mean, he's looking for double digits, and I think that's really smart. Mind you, Air Force Gaming, they're in striking distance to take the win. The U.S. Navy Esports, they're in 5th overall, landing into this last drop here. So we are trying to make a play for it, but quite frankly, we are about 40 points outside taking the lead if you are U.S. Navy. But of course, we could see Alpha and Bravo work together seamlessly to make a crazy comeback.
And this is, they have to be careful because they are pinched in between 2 different teams. We just saw FIFA Kill coming off hot right behind them, and look who's in front of them. I believe that is landing in. There's 2 different squads actually. Squad 11, Squad 18. We do have Space Force Alpha in the mix as well.
But they don't have a ray gun, Dream. They don't have a ray gun, so keep your eyes on that. He was looking for gold armor in terms of FIFA, but Huskers has the ray gun, and down goes Maddie. Things are looking dire. FIFA does pick up a knock there onto Air Force, so we're fighting 2 different rosters, but you may have to put your full attention to this U.S. Navy Alpha roster because they are looking like the final bosses of map number 4.
Reflections did such a great job at highlighting Huskers, right? Competing in all cold bowls and switching squads to this Navy squad, right? It's just so crazy to see him popping off. This could be one of the craziest wins in history. Should they be able to? Because look where they're at, right? Excavation site, they're on the north side. And then down here on the opposite side, you do have Coast Guard Gaming Alpha and Grand Pooba and co trying to get out in the vehicle, but it's very hard. All members going down. And Grand Pooba, forced to get out of the car, does go down. And that's British Army Esports also still into the mix, rotating away from the collapse on the east side.
That British Army Esports Alpha team, fresh off a 42-point game in map number 3, it led them all the way up into first place on the leaderboard. So your biggest competitors, if you want that Code Bowl 7 trophy, that glorious, when we look back at San Diego, it's sitting between them. If you want to claim that for your own, you need to take them down. It's going to be really difficult. But you know, the Royal Navy, Zyro and Co, just north of Excavation, they could be the ones to takedown squad 18, which is also Royal Navy Bravo. So more cannibalism here.
I was just like, Tiff, they're still fighting. I don't know how.
It's fine.
Both are still in. Maybe they were just having fun. I'm not sure. But look at this, and like where they're at in the zone, being completely on the south side now, rotating towards the west side. And who are they rotating into? It is British Army Bravo Squad. And well, for the British Army Bravo Squad, right, they recovered just a little bit, still being alive in the top 7, really. Well, you got to be careful. You want to stay alive as long as possible. You have both squads in, though, at least, if you are British Army.
I was going to say, yes, we did see Betty Central there kind of tucked like a turtle and a Deadeye drone kind of hunting you down. But for the British Army Esports, dreams are still alive. You're taking a lot of damage, but we're still alive. Barely. As we look to get in towards the top 5, grapple from Phoenix, a reunite alongside the team, and the Royal Navy is going to keep on pushing forward. We said to lock down an excavation site early on, and here is why.
Royal Navy is trying to get out of this hard rotation, and there's so many teams. Pawnee getting tagged, and Phoenix, excuse me, that's just so difficult. And well, as the team's rotating in, the collapse is coming on in, and you can see both shots from opposite sides, these weird vertical angles. Gibbo able to take down Phoenix and Jimbo, and that is it. I believe there's one member left, and ALB is going to go ahead and finish his food. That is Pondy. That does get taken down. Zyro's down. They're completely wiped, Tiff.
Okay, but this is massive because we already have north of 10 kills for that team. It's gonna be that squad number 19 on the southern side of things, and Bane goes massive for the US Navy, picks up a ton of them, and with Husk about trying to make a comeback at the very last moment, you have the entire circle. You formulated a line that you say you shall not pass. This could be the biggest game of the day if they convert.
But British Army Esports being one of the squads, of course, that has a full roster. And Apollo, now you lose Huskers, you lose your ray gun. For the US Navy Alpha Squad, you may be in a good positioning, you might be in win contention to win this map here, but you are going to have to take down the British Army Esports, and also there's one other member too, but still Tiff for British Army. They have both squads alive here in the last
They do. It's US Navy versus both rosters of the British Army Esports. So trying to turn your attention to both of them. It's going to be Gun Shop throwing down so much damage towards that Alpha roster on the left. So the tough part of this is it's still a 3v4. They pick up Strixie, and Bravo's roster is wiped. Apollo, you can see the move coming through as Juki's team tries to open things up, and the US Navy is shutting them down.
This could potentially be who decides the winner. It's Navy versus the British Army, and for Gun Shop, you're gonna have to win this here. There's only one member left, Tiff, and I believe that is Juki's in a 1v2.
Here we are, Gun Shop trying to take the opening angles. There it goes. Alb does fall, and you can only imagine what this shakeup is going to do for the leaderboard. The US Navy Esports was absolutely throwing it down here in game number 4.
Oh my goodness, and credits of course to them playing that high risk, right? Getting all of the high tier loot, and Huskers doing his thing with that ray gun.
From the start to the finish, man, they were just looking so consistent throughout drop number 4. I said it could potentially be one of the biggest games that we saw for a squad throughout, but I mean, that's fresh off of British Army taking a 42-point game. And I saw double digits for multiple players on that US Navy Esports Alpha team.
Yeah, which is crazy too to think about, because I mean, right, going into this kind of had a slow start, but consistently have just better and better and better, and now you almost have yourself a win plus double the points from the last drop. Oh my goodness, Tiff, this is gonna be close.
It will be close, but the only thing is, because they had a 40-point gap kind of coming into that if they wanted to get to the top of the leaderboard, you also needed to see, like I said, the downfall of the British Army Esports, right? But you had Alpha and Bravo, both teams inside that top 3, which means not only that, they're getting the 1.5x multiplier. We know they were in a lot of those engagements, so a ton of kills, which mean points. It's so close, Dream. It's close.
We saw, right, British Army, at least the Alpha squad, right? We saw a lot of engagements in the beginning, and is it enough eliminations? That's going to be the deciding factor. But taking a look at the highlights here of this game, Tiff, what was going on at Clifftown? We had Royal Navy Alpha versus Bravo, and what an exciting play there that was from Jimbo in the water.
Oh, I know the USAA highlights go hard, but I loved that we got to see a lot of the Royal Air Force, especially when they were taking down the U.S. Army. But this is where U.S. Navy, they break out the ray gun from Huskers. He goes massive, picks up a couple. And this is where our Air Force Alpha is like, yeah, no, so what's happening over there, we're not pushing onto that.
Yeah, we had to watch that again too, of course. Yes, thank you so much, USAA, for these replays. And oh my goodness, our two winners, right? Joe Woe and Crazy Foo, all of them doing everything they can to rotate on his own, but it was really hard because, yes, it was the Navy squad, the Alpha squad, Huskers here holding it down with everything he had.
Grand Poobah there for Coast Guard Alpha, holding some crazy angles, take a couple shots on teammates. We're grappling into the side-by-side, and things start to go relatively south. But for U.S. Navy, things were on the up and up throughout the entirety of the lobby. Gunshot doing so much damage.
And this was it in the final moments. Albia, I mean, we've shouted him out, Damage King, but now also closing it almost for a win, but still holding on as long as possible. That was still an exciting win for the Navy squad, and looking really, really good there in that last map.
Definitely well deserved. And with that being said, that's our drop number 4. We had a different winner each and every map, which is something that you were looking forward to, Dream. You're like, with the way our teams are playing, it is anyone's game. You could make a comeback, you could throw down a massive points, but now the whole leaderboard, it's been shaking up after each match, and I can only imagine more of the same.
These military service members, like every single year, I mean, C.O.D.E Bowl, the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl is just so beautiful and doing such a good thing for the military veterans. But like every single year, you see these guys get more and more competitive. They're playing with the same roster. They're building chemistry throughout the year. Last year, right, we saw Royal Air Force go out to dinner. It's truly an amazing feat. And for someone like the British Army esports, right, competing for such a long time and never being able to get that big win, that's what I wanted to see, right? I wanted to see the underdogs come out on top. And hey, once the scores are tallied up, we'll see if that's official. But Tiff, we still got one more to go through, the solo YOLO.
Oh, you're already talking about the solo YOLO. Of course, we do need to throw it back to San Diego, where they are live on scene. Lottie, Reflections, break it all down for us.
Thank you so much, Tiff and Dream. Wow, I told you.
Yeah.
I told you. The 4th drop is my favorite because anything can happen, especially anything like a ray gun. Because my
that ray gun was nasty, wasn't it?
What a buff to have that. That is unbelievable. I mean, Huskers and crew, unreal gameplay from them. The biggest question is, was it enough? And that's the thing. It's the point difference, you know, from the first 3 drops. Is it enough to climb the ranks? Now, I think the biggest fear right now is the fact that British Army, they were able to have such a significant lead above them.
Absolutely.
And although we did see them play incredibly well, I don't know if it's going to be enough to climb that leaderboard, but we've seen crazy things happen here in C.O.D.E Bowl.
Yeah, British Army, first and foremost, stellar performance. I mean, you know, it's really night and day from anything they've ever done. Again, their highest placing is 5th in a tournament. Last year, 8th place, but through resilience, adversity, they've stayed together as a team. And this very well might be their year, and they could be hoisting this trophy, which would be absolutely incredible, given that, again, they were the first people that I personally met whenever I went to my first C.O.D.E Bowl, C.O.D.E Bowl 3 over in Raleigh. Also, same to you, right? So to finally see them hoist that trophy would be great.
That would be crazy.
But Huskers, the storyline behind him when it comes to C.O.D.E Bowl is also incredible. Again, playing in all of the C.O.D.E Bowls. This is number 7. And one of the most successful content creators to join and play with these service members and women, right? So big deal for Huskers. And, you know, I said it after, I think it was map number 2 when he started, you know, popping off. He's going to will this win into existence. You know, he's going to say, I'm here, I'm the most successful, I want to take a win. And he very well might have been able to do that. He transfers over, he's U.S. Navy, but again, was it enough? Because Tiff, Dream, they brought it up, you also mentioned it, like they were a little bit too far down that leaderboard. But you never know, because going back to one of your main points, we've had big surprises here on the desk.
We've had very big surprises, and it really does come down to the fact that, you know, who actually you are able to wipe out, who is ahead of you, who is, you know, up there contending for those positions and who does well in that final drop. And it just so happened to be, unfortunately, the British Army in that position with you. Was it enough? Were the kills enough? Was the multiplier enough for the Navy to be able to get it done where it matters the most, and of course in that final drop? Now, I do want to talk a little bit about a potential thing that we saw. We were a little bit unsure. It could have been a destiny change here, because we honestly thought at one point the British Army were knocked out, were wiped out.
True.
And lo and behold, they bounced right back in. So either somebody stayed alive in order to be able to get their team back in, or I don't even know what happened. But I will say, it worked out, and they managed to get things done in that final circle. Of course, Juki's unfortunately against, you know, 1v3, I think it was at the end there. A little bit of a tough crowd
That's right,
to be able
that's
to
right.
work with, but gave it a good shot too.
But let's talk about some heartbreaks.
Go on.
U.S. Army came in so strong. Game number 1, dominating. Looking like this year, free and clear to take the win. But then they fall short where it matters most. The final game where they had to clear about a 30 or 20 or 30-point gap. You see Hisoka and his crew fall early.
Oh, so
Swisham
early.
did everything in her power to stay alive. Ultimately, though, it just wasn't enough.
You know something I do love, though, talking about heartbreak again, RAF, the USAA comm check. I mean, FIFA kill. That IGL, you heard it coming through the mics. I mean, he was, again, talking about willing your team on, pushing them, you know, honestly, beyond their comfort zones, because he knows this is the final drop and we have to get things right. You know, talking to them, leave this for me, I'll grab that. And just completely taking over in terms of strategy and what he wanted from the team and how he was going to work the system there around the map. It was actually great to listen to.
It was.
High-level IGL.
Well, you know, what I appreciated about him is, like you said, high-level IGL, don't make the engagement until I make the move. Then you guys come in, because he's like, we're not going to get enough value if you guys just shoot now. Just wait for me to get in position. You know, FIFA has known to be incredibly vocal in the past, especially being where he is now. And I think for the servicemen and women competing, they do value these content creators and pros, right?
Yes, they do.
And you have to, because they have dedicated their lives and their time to playing competitive Warzone. So when they say something, you typically want to trust their word, right? Outside of Legion, you never know what Legion's going to say. You got to watch that guy.
Well, the
Much
good
love
news
to Legion.
for our content creators is that they are also with military team members
That's
who
right.
are very, very disciplined. So it's actually interesting to know that, you know, they only have a couple of days to play together, to practice. And the fact that they are able to kind of push through with incredible teamwork. We're seeing things that are happening that are very different from map 1 to map 4. The cohesiveness is definitely there and coming across, which is why, honestly, I do think we see significant jumps on the leaderboard, especially in that last drop, because it feels like they are a team now. At this point in time, it's really good. But that discipline from those military members, I think, makes a huge difference coming into a tournament like this.
That's a great point, because, I mean, you know, obviously they're going to play or try to play ahead of time. But, yeah, today is just a blast.
Yeah.
You know, it's a blast for the fans. You know, obviously earning beta codes. They're out there earning drops, right? We have the one-of-one truck that we're giving away via the charity. It's just such an incredible experience, and all thanks to USAA, of course, for helping put this on. It's obviously USAA has made a big impact in my life, and this event would not be possible without their continued support. The endowment program, obviously, you know, helping again transition service members now into the civilian world, which is just highly impactful. And the service members competing today, again, just how special it is for them to be in the spotlight, to have the chance to prove that they're the best, but more importantly, have fun. This is a blast for them. And for each competitor, they look forward to it each and every year. Okay, so big ups to C.O.D.E. Bowl. Obviously, though, the end goal, Lottie, is to be a champion. As we tally the scores.
We are waiting for those scores to be tallied.
British Army hold on.
Yes,
Did Huskers do enough?
We'll have to find out. I really do think it's going to be the difference between a few points between the two. I mean, but this, I will say this, by the way, folks. I've also seen times in C.O.D.E. Bowl where we think it could be between two teams, and suddenly we just miscalculated something along the way. I mean us.
Us as not the back end. They do everything right.
You and I. Math isn't our strong suit, right?
That's right.
We leave that to the professionals. But where I thought it is really between two teams, and actually it hasn't been at all. So we'll have to figure out how that works and who is going to come out on top. I want to ask you right now, what is your gut telling you in terms of who might might take this one for you?
British Army.
Is that the gut?
Well, I'm saying 100% for me. That's what my gut says.
What your gut saying?
You know, they needed to hold on in map number 4. You know, talking to Gibbo, the interview with Tiff, Dream, and Gibbo, he mentioned, you know, consistency. And Dream pointed that out, like, hey, what Dream, or has consistency been one of your issues? Well, maybe so, but I think British Army. What about you, though?
You know what? I'm not even going to guess. Do you know why?
Give it to me.
Because I have the results.
Oh!
Let's take a look at the leaderboard to find out who is going to be our Code Bowl 7 champions this time around. And without further ado, we're getting this in real time with you guys. Here we go. All right, it is going to be exactly Reflection's gut instinct, the British Army Esports, with 120 points on Alpha. Bravo accumulated 34 and a total of 154 points, excuse me. A huge, whopping kind of lead there, honestly, between first and second. Massive. But I'll tell you what's enough from me. I want to hear from the champions themselves. Let's head on over to Tiff and Dream right now to find out how our winners are feeling.
That's right. Welcome back, Gibbo. Long time no see. Congratulations on being the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl champion.
Congrats.
Nice one. Call the lads. That's it. Near the background.
Bring him over. Yeah, I was like, get him in the background. Let's get the whole squad in there.
Yeah. Everyone, push that chair out of the way. Let's go.
There we go. Let's go, boys. Okay, so you picked that huge win back in game 3 when you guys were chasing down the leaders. You get to the top of the leaderboard. Was that when you kind of felt that the championship run here was possible?
Yeah, definitely. I think that gave us that good shot that we needed. Got plenty of points from it. We went in knowing we had a good few points clear, so just stay alive, pick up points, and that run was made.
You know, I had notes for you all that you all were a very, very close-knit group. Chemistry was top tier, but you never were able to secure a win. What did you guys do to prepare for this time around, especially since this has been out for a couple months?
I guess just practice. Lads, what do you think? Grinding. Passion.
Passion just makes... Okay, so I was going to say... Look, the team title, we secured that. There is the solo YOLO coming up still. What is your guys' mindset looking forward to? Because we know you guys got the synergy, but it's everyone for themselves in that last drop.
Oh, it is. I mean, we've got a few guys in it to kill, so we'll try and get the points, try and get the win.
I love that. Dream, you got anything for the boys?
That. I mean, my goodness, just congratulations, of course. I mean, I that was my biggest thing coming into this. I wanted to see a new winner, and I mean, for so many years, right? This is your 5th time for some of you. ALB, Gibbo, like, what? How does this feel, right? After so much long.
About time. About time. I mean, yeah, 5 years. Yeah, just put in the work. I guess it's worked out. Yeah.
We'd be proud of the boys. Yeah. You guys are gonna definitely celebrate tonight.
That's it.
And hey, happy Father's Day, of course, to anyone. If anyone's a father, I'm sure this is a great win for the week.
I've got a few of them in it. We got a few of them in it. A few of the old boys.
Showing the youngins what it's like to be a champion, and a stellar day for you guys here at Code Bowl 7. But hang on, Gibbo, I gotta do one thing really quick because it is time to crown our Monster MVP. So I gotta do a little something here because a reminder, the award has been decided by the Code Bowl 7 broadcast team, and it's going to be given to honor the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. We get a drum roll, please? Can we get a drum roll, please? All right, Gibbo, you are our Monster Energy MVP.
Congratulations, Gibbo! You are the MVP.
Oh, good!
Yeah, bro, it's you! Yes!
Nice one! Look at that!
Yes, look. This is the Gibbo Show now. Code Bowl 7 Gibbo Show. You faced the incredible competition today. So tell me, what's it like being named the 2026 Monster Energy MVP of Code Bowl 7?
I'll take double titles. Code Bowl 7, sorry, champs and MVP. Double titles. Yeah, feels good.
Yes? Yeah. Heck yeah. All right. What's it like? Because you know, MVPs, it's all fun and games, right? But like your team definitely had to lay a lot of that synergy and groundwork for all of this to come together. So I want you to give some shout outs to your team as well. Like who in particular, Jukies maybe, all the cool crew.
Yeah, everyone. Jukies, ALB, where are you? Yeah. Step forward, ALB, Joe Dog. And then Team B as well. Lads, pop your heads through. We've got Johnny, Rod, Strixie. Yeah, all of them. And then Jukies and Benny back home as well. Yeah, it was great. Shout out to everyone.
I was gonna say, I don't know if we can hear from them, but for Strixie and Big Rod, isn't this their first Cold Bowl and they're taking home a victory? Can we, like, that's amazing. How do you all feel?
Good luck.
Bring them over.
Oh, I love it so much.
Strixie, Rod.
Hey, you guys were in that end game as well. Top 3 in map number 4. Very pivotal.
Yeah, that's playing time, really. Yeah, I think like it was important for us to kind of get that multiplier and kind of secure some points for the overall team. So I think we managed to do that quite well.
All right, boys. Well, congratulations yet again. We do still have that solo YOLO, but Gibbo, while we've got you, now that you've earned the Monster Energy MVP, I've got to get the final thoughts. And where is that ring going? Obviously on your hand, right? You're going to wear that thing 24/7? You're going to start sporting it?
Unfortunately, I can't wear it 24/7. Yeah, I can't wear that 24/7, unfortunately. Definitely getting put on the desk, getting put on display, get it all boxed up, light up, all that sort of stuff. Nice little display piece.
I love it. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Can't wait to see what y'all do in the solo YOLO, because that thing, it's gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. Rock and beautiful, Tiff. My goodness, the most valuable player, Gibbo. Congratulations yet again on the win and the MVP.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Woo! All right. Time to get locked. I'm starting to get sweaty here because the solo YOLO dream, it is almost here. It's actually one of my favorite modes to watch happen because it is everyone for themselves. You cannot have any mistakes. Like, it is one of the scariest things. Like, we need heart rate monitors on the boys.
Most definitely. And oh my goodness, I mean, everyone, right? Obviously, every man for themselves, so your teammates no more. And for solo YOLO on Black Ops Royale, this is definitely going to be interesting because, right, it's not going to be a game where everyone's going to be flying at each other. Everyone's just going to be trying to stay alive. Kills don't matter. You just have to be the last one standing.
Honestly, that's true. I was just thinking about it. It's like, we've seen so many sensor darts. We've seen a lot of the grapples and the rotational capabilities just from the wingsuits in general. But you mentioned that, like, you don't think a lot of people are going to be flying. It's just, there are going to be some of those people that are just like, you know what? I'm going to get hyper aggro. And honestly, for us, we're going to check in with San Diego and see what everyone is doing before we get into that solo YOLO. Good morning, San Diego. I've been wanting to do that the whole time, and I just gave into it. First and foremost,
yes.
Can I be biased for just 1 second?
Okay, go for it.
Up the lads. Let's go, British Army. Absolutely incredible stuff. I wanted a new champion, and boy, oh boy, did they deliver. They absolutely did. I am so proud right now to be British on this couch, especially doing something as special as the Call of Duty Endowment Bolt. I mean, unbelievable. Beyond proud of you, lads. Congratulations. And of course, a huge congratulations to Gibbo, which, by the way, I'm holding your hardware right now in my hands. And this ring is gorgeous. Let me lift it up for you. This is going to be yours, my friend, and honestly, incredibly well-deserved. You've been with us for so long, through thick and thin, through so many different losses and heartbreaks, getting there ever so close, so many different times. But this time, sir, it is yours, and that will be coming your way, including this gorgeous trophy, which will also be in the British Army hands too. Taylor, how are you feeling right now, crowning a new champion?
Honestly, so happy. Again, first people we met when we went to Raleigh, we were, introducing ourselves to the veterans out there, and they came up to us, welcomed us, gave me a pin. just blown away of their consistency. And again, hard-fought battles each and every year, right?
Every year.
And now to play in person, they clearly took it seriously. They all came together. They played in one room, and you could see the emotions, especially for Gibbo whenever he won the Monster MVP.
Oh,
He's like, oh, wow, you know, he didn't even know. Right? He's kind of in shock.
A slight delay with the massive cheering was brilliant.
You know?
Yeah.
But it's just for them to be competing. I mean, Benny Central, ALB, Gel Dog, you know, Gibbo, like they've been competing now for 4 Code Bowls, and I mean competing hard. 5th place, 8th place, 10th place, now 1st. And it just comes to show you can achieve anything if you just continue to believe in yourself as a competitor as well as the team around you. The vibes were so excellent during the interview too. You could tell how much each other and each service member means to one another. And seriously, I'm beyond proud of British Army for winning in the fashion that they did. I'm going to have to send them a DM because, you know, I talk to them every once in a while, but man, just big ups to them, and a new winner, you know, a new winner, but hard fought. It came down to the very end, the final map. They had to stay alive, and they did exactly that. British Army, congratulations.
Amazing stuff. Couldn't be prouder right now up here. And I will say, though, couldn't be prouder being up here representing something that matters so much to so many, especially those who are competing here today as well. And as Code Bowl 7 continues on, we are excited to highlight USAA as a key partner. USAA has been proudly taking care of the military and their families for over 100 years, providing them with unrivaled service and support that they have earned, of course. And now they bring you Solo YOLO this time around too. So of course, the winner of Solo YOLO will serve until next year's event as the best individual player of Code Bowl 7, and will have the sweet trophy, which we'll be showing on screen in just a moment, at their gaming setup. Now, the big question is, whose hardware is going to have their hands on this? This is going to be massive. Will it be one of the members of the British Army who will have an incredible cabinet filled with trophies and rings and you name it? That is the question in this one.
So
this is our second look at it now, and I'm taking this all in because it is gorgeous, this trophy.
It's unbelievable.
USAA, you've outdone yourself.
Seriously, this is one of the best trophies I have seen as of yet. So very well made. And I agree with you, British Army. Honestly, give it to Gibbo. He said, I'll take 2 wins in a row. Why not 3? Why not go for the 3-peat? You know, FIFA did it, so why not Gibbo in this case?
Actually, as you are an expert, who do you fancy for the Solo YOLO? Who has been performing well? Who might honestly just be like, right, I'm ready to just go for it now, solo, and break off from the team and show us what they've got?
Realistically?
Yes. Realistically,
I think Hisoka is a strong pick. The only thing about him is he is aggressive. He doesn't know how to pump the brakes. So being the anchor that he typically is whenever he's playing with his full squad, I expect him to be a bit more aggressive in Solo YOLO, which might be his undoing. Now, FIFA, though, obviously has to be a favorite. TP won in DC as well, so TP is going to be another heavy favorite, too. My heart wants to go with Gibbo. That's who my heart wants to go with.
I'll tell you what, though, I just got word that actually we have a guy Blaze, again, somewhere in the venue. Let's find out what he's up to, especially before this Solo YOLO starts.
Can you hear it? Can you feel it? It's NASCAR, baby, and Call of Duty together. That's the type of energy that we have when we're hitting the track, when we're dropping into the lobby. I mean, I can't think of no better place to be right now but here, all right? Don't go anywhere. I mean, we're just going to keep revving up and keep turning up.
Oh, let's keep turning up, Blaze. My favorite time is here. The Solo YOLO Dream. Reflections was dropping kind of his picks and who he thought could potentially take the win. But honestly, after witnessing some of the gameplay from Huskers and Bane working together on the US Navy, they could be also viable options for a potential win there.
Not to mention Apollo, the 1v1 engagements we've been seeing him take, and that's going to be crucial. Can you win those one-on-ones? But, you know, one thing that is really important in Solo YOLO, Tiff, it's going to be getting a vehicle, too, sometimes. We've seen, I think, in the past, right, like Juki specifically getting a vehicle and maybe just ride around and wait for that zone to end. But here we are, Tiff. It is the Solo YOLO of the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl number 7, presented by USAA, and I cannot wait. We are hopping on boards, I believe that was with Dreams.
Hey, double the dreams, double the wins, maybe? All right, I see some more beta codes being dropped there for you at home. Make sure you lock it in so you can grab early access when that beta does drop. Now, I'm curious, I see a rogue number 73 out there going out towards the right of Coliseum. We also have got some people on Car Factory just north of it, maybe some old Arsenal. A lot of people. I was curious if there was any like POIs that were gonna be a hotbed of activity where multiple people were gonna look for it there.
Right, probably just vying no. But I was still like noticing, was there like someone, it looked like 34 was like landing right into the middle of like residence, like that water, body of water. Like maybe we've decided just to land in the water. But for Nautical, already picking up one here. Has to worry about one more member, I think that's 47 nearby, and another one on the opposite side here of Lowtown. So Lowtown, usually a hot drop two on the opposite side across the way is Hightown. And between these two towns that are connected by that one little bridge, it seems like a lot of action is going down here at the centralmost point of the map.
Ooh, all right. Well, Repulse on your screen, fairly open here. Now, this guy does so many watch parties, a former competitor. You know he's going to know the strats in and out. And plus, he's going to have the pyrotechnics probably going off. No, it looks like an absolute performance anytime you drive into his stream here. But he was getting shot at from the left-hand side of things, but a couple more things on the outskirts that he wanted before diving back in to continue the looting.
Maybe didn't do the best. Maybe the results that the Marines wanted, but nonetheless, you still have an opportunity to win the solo YOLO here, and using that grapple on the high ground, getting the high ground to, of course, that's important, right? Work your way up on the roofs and then rotate down, and Repulse checking every corner, looking for that one little lemming.
You can never be too careful. Like, people are where you least expect them, because you're gonna have the people that are not only that, but they're camping. Not necessarily, it's strategic, okay? We're strategically holding angles. But then you have the people that are getting super aggro. Like, look, I've seen Teep's name light up the kill feed. I've seen Juki's and Soka kind of getting multiple kills. But what hurts the most is when you take down your teammates that you just played an entire 4 drops with. We saw it happen last year with FIFA taking down Whoopty there at the very end. But I like that we're focusing on getting information and kind of running your own race, especially here from the center of the map in Lowtown.
Indeed, and this is risky here. But nonetheless, Nautical going for the cap here on the redeploy tower, not redeploy tower, excuse me, the antenna, relay antenna, to get that information. Maybe he could see if anybody is nearby, but it's still risky. Nonetheless, still, we're hopping on board with the Movement King, Joe Woe himself at the golf club. I think he got information that one was landing above, but he's like, I don't need to worry about him, right? There's only one member who has fallen, and there's still a couple more. 72 people left in this lobby, Tiff. We have a lot of time. And
we've only lost 2. That's not too terrible.
Exactly.
More dogs. Star-Lord kind of turning up out here in the rocks. And everyone is relatively spread out. We did get one of the most awesome circles of the day, because we've been pulling so far out towards the 4 corners of Avalon. This one encompasses like a large majority of the map, so we have plenty of viable space.
Indeed, and in a situation too on Avalon, I feel like you always are, of course, worried about those rotations, but yeah, it's just really about, of course, who can get into the best positioning possible and hold it down. And you saw MZ's there getting a couple of shots in, but hey, doesn't need to overexert herself. And again, just a situation where everyone's just going to be kind of breaching, clearing, making sure their corners are good, corner checking, very popular in Call of Duty. Definitely need to make sure those buildings are clear, because you never know where a rat is hiding out and get picked on top of the helipad over here in the Hightown. He's just overlooking everything, and it's got to worry about someone coming up right up behind him. It's 37. I don't think he knows.
Finds another. You know, it's really tough. And you just almost feel like you have to like kind of whisper, because it's very horror movie-like. Repulse here. Last time we checked in with them, he got into an engagement right after. And well, we just saw where Die was, and Repulse takes some shots and has to hit the grapple to try and engage through the window. Can we clutch? We do. Takes down Die.
Ooh, but Repulse, I mean, he literally had a hair of health, like 2 health left. Die almost taking him down. So Repulse able to get that elimination, and that's going to be key here, of course, in solo YOLO. There's no teams. It is a 1-on-1. Hello?
Just two friends on a helipad.
Careful for those snipers, though. Pondy down below, opening up and seeing, what can we find? And, well, not deciding to pick up that attachment kit, maybe. Maybe he wants to find a better weapon, or maybe just use it for something else, but... Alright, we're just gonna decide, yeah, Peacekeeper's fine.
Hey, we talked to Crazy Foo earlier today, and had a lot of cool things to say. And sometimes you just gotta anchor down. You start hearing those footsteps approaching closer, and you're just like, oh, it's only a matter of time. Teep on 4. Another player down below. You just gotta hit him with a 1, 2, 3.
Holding the high ground.
I feel like just kind of messing around here, just seeing what we could do.
Of course, and noticing that damage mitigation from the tier 2 armor. TP is not necessarily worried. I mean, he's just gonna keep just holding this high ground and maybe decide to push. All right, we got you weak enough. We're done playing around. Gun shop, we'll see you later.
Why is that like so horrifying to me? Because it's like, oh, don't mind me. You're just gonna keep this damage going towards you with that purple armor. It's fine. And then next thing you know, you see the grapple come through. You're like, oh no, it's happening. It's happening now.
Especially if you don't have a grapple yourself. You're like, how do I get out of that? Like, I don't have a smoke. I don't have a stim. And even if I use a stim, I can't make myself visible. And yeah, Teep played it well. Of course, rightfully so. He's a world champion. He's a champion. We know Teep. He is very well. I mean, he could win this. He was the solo YOLO champion just a couple of years ago, the first. We'll see if he wins it, but Jake, hey, we are gonna watch this stairwell. We're gonna wait.
Oh, Soka, number 48 on your screen, on the hunt. Are we just trying to stab this guy in the back? Is that what we're doing? Trying to get MPX?
Bragging rights.
Just two friends hanging out.
Well, taking
okay.
a look on the opposite side of that too. We got a couple more members, and I believe on the lower part there, that might be I was gonna say, was that Repulse?
Repulse, I think, was number 47.
47.
It's really hard for me to track down like all 74 numbers.
I was like, hold on, it's color.
Actual was the captain there of US Army Esports Alpha, and well, we're getting kind of messy up here. Just trying to hold the angles, and I think that player's just gonna run away. We don't want to take a fight over here at High Village.
Yeah, most definitely. And I mean, let's see, taking a look to his, like, for actual, just thinking, yeah, we're back down. Rotating obviously is much better. Well, for all of these members, really, it's just holding inside of a building. Again, just staying alive. And, well, MPX player just like, hey, I don't want to peek these windows, too, because you got to be careful. Sometimes you could be seen through those windows, and... Still just waiting. Patience game.
That's truly what it is, right? And as I kind of check into where that circle is going to be ultimately pulling towards the western side of Avalon, players in stadiums should feel very, well, also scary because it's kind of dark there and plenty of angles, but there are some players there. But Hightown, I think, is going to be, where we currently are, will be one of the most populated places.
See, speaking of populated places too, I was trying to see how Trinity Stadium is too, because we saw a lot of action over there. Obviously, Lowtown, Hightown being on kind of like that east side here of the zone. It's closing in now. It looks like it could potentially be pulling towards the Trinity Stadium. Really just kind of looking at zone TIF, right? Where is it going to end up? That's the question, as majority of the action is happening around Hightown.
That's true, but let me just tell you, my zone calling has already expended itself. It was back, and I believe map number 3. I've used up all my luck. For J Pounds, well, you've got a heli. We just need to make sure that we have no damage, no vibes, but we get rotational capabilities and we just stay out of the lines of fire.
Most definitely. I mean, this is the strat, right? Get into the heli and then just fly around. Hopefully don't get, like, you know, don't get taken down, but like, who's going to take the risk to take you down, right? Ahsoka here kind of getting into this engagement up at the stairs, and that is Dreams. Of course, we had mentioned Dreams. Dreams just getting away, getting up back on the high ground, staying up on the top.
Right, well, Mag's still on 2. I'm curious who's gonna have the most kills out of this entire lobby here for the solo YOLO. We're still just holding angles at Casino, and honestly, we're pretty much on our own here on the northeastern side of that circle, just inside. So we could inevitably gatekeep, but let's see where it pops to, because we are gonna be back on the move just a bit south. So not too big of a rotation here.
Not too big indeed, and here we are. Okay. Strikesy, probably feeling good after the win, maybe feeling too good. Challenging Maddie there on the top, who's, look at Maddie, Tiff, currently on 4. Are you kidding?
Strong start, especially if you're gonna have someone grapple up on you, try to catch you by surprise, and you just kind of hold your own. There's some more beta code drops there on the left-hand side of your screen for those of you at home. And Zyro, up the stairs we go, a bit of a delay, still clutches up against Steiner there. Give him 5 of his own.
Yeah, Zyro definitely feeling himself right now. Working his way down, maybe. I was gonna say maybe. Putting down a point turret, but he has to. And now with. Yeah, no, Star-Lord just gets taken down. I was gonna say, you have no chance, buddy.
That was
not with that
nasty
hand cannon.
Yeah, that was disgusting there for Zyro. For Shady, well, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. I told you, it's all about tactical. I would be so nervous that if someone like flew in, I would like miss my first couple of shots because I'd be like waiting for someone to slide on in, and then the time would come and I'd be like, and I blew it.
No, that's what I say about everything. I'm like, man. No, I'm kidding. Shady though here, hiding out into the bathroom, and my goodness, it's so populated here. My goodness. Patience game, do you hear anything? I mean, at this point, your heart's probably pumping. You just thinking about that trophy, about the bragging rights to take home the 3rd annual solo YOLO.
Saw Whoopty fall. Looks like Breadman has got some action going. We're checking with Apollo. No kills just yet, but that's okay because it doesn't matter how many you have so long as you're the last person standing. And we have found ourselves in the midst of Hightown, surrounded by so many players. I didn't think you were going to be able to waltz through Hightown without getting lit up. Oh, we connect, but it's not going to save us just yet. Bit of slide, a bit of dodging. Maybe it's time to stay inside for a little.
Not a dodge, yeah. And at this point, you have no plates to work with. You have a swordfish. I mean, you're thinking, man, this is not gonna be the best close range, but do what you can, buddy. Maybe find a single plate. But you have to work every corner very cautiously, holding an L trigger, of course, not to be heard. You can't have those footsteps to be heard.
Wait.
Oh. Crazy Foo peeks. It's away. Doesn't challenge.
Hello, kind sir. I'm gonna make an appearance and away I go. For Get Picked, we've been holding this high ground, the highest position here in one of the main POIs of our circle. And as we cut towards the map, you can see just how many players have found themselves inside of Hightown. Even a few kind of playing the island outskirts. For Legion, dude, how many... You know what? Legion could do well here in the solo YOLO. We're almost to our top 40 players. About that halfway mark of the solo YOLO.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely. And yeah, he's looking up, kind of worried about who's up there, but hey, not worry about it. Just go back down, go inside the building. Maybe throw a random nade, maybe get some type of information.
Might work, might connect, might blow up Soka. thanks to Codcaster, we can see exactly where players are here for our broadcast. MZ does fall there towards Dawes off screen. Aces back up towards the high ground here. Sometimes holding these zips and angles, you just play towards the end game, play positioning, right? But there's always going to be those players that rotate in last minute. I'm so nervous. Like, I'm just looking at our map and I'm like, who still has to cross water? Who's not in that next circle?
And how much utility do you have, right? Because you see a lot of these players utilizing the point turrets, right? Utilizing any type of, as you can see here, Mag's using the Deadeye drone, maybe get some information, maybe get a couple of kills along the way. And I mean, you can see there is one member sniping, there's another one on the other side. Not connecting necessarily, but nonetheless, you still have resources, right? That's going to be really important as you can carry up to 2 on each. Both the support and the lethal.
All right, well, MPX here in the building. We've been kind of checking in with the squad number 11 for the time being. 54 Shady. Mags found a couple of kills. We've been seeing some early action as that next circle does pull. You can still see if you are in Hightown proper, you are in that next circle. Shady, after taking a couple of shots, decides maybe that wasn't in my best interest. I'll reposition now.
And with the zone too, the way this is polling, Mags seems to be on the, well, if you will, the good side of the zone of Hightown as it's pulling away towards the north. So you have to worry about, though, of course, that zip and who's above on the top part of that building. So for Mags, maybe we're just gonna kind of see if we can get a rotate in, but nonetheless, like, where do we position ourselves? And Betty Central, he is comfortable. I think that's Unizik and the other chopper there as well. And you can see everyone's shooting at this, and it's catching fire. He's gonna have to land, maybe chop up a couple members on the way.
Sir, we may have to abandon this. At what point do we think that it is too far too gone and we must abandon the heli? Down to almost our final 30 players. And D-Lo just holding that angle. We're not giving up anything. Quick check-in with our map. You can see 59, 62, 53 on that south side. 17 and 27, they could be 2 of the players inside the helicopters that are just kind of circling around each other because they are moving throughout that map very quickly.
D-Lo's like, what's the play here? Still, you can see he's just constantly checking his back too, like, hey, I gotta make sure that no one is on the highest building looking at me, or, you know, sometimes we've seen snipes happen, of course. But D-Lo just keeps checking that building, making sure no one's coming up on the opposite side, and, you know, essentially just checking both sides to where he doesn't get pinched.
Okay, Crazy Foo has 1 kill, but we still need to hit a rotation. And as we pan off of him, he gets picked up by D-Lo. It's unfortunate. Huskers was one of my call-outs for potential victory here. And the solo YOLO still has a heli, and so does Benny Central.
Both in the heli, indeed. It would be amazing. It would be crazy to see, and I'm not sure if we have Teep or Thief that in still, but you know, if we had a repeat winner or a new winner, that would be crazy if a repeat one. But Benny Central, imagine that, winning this solo YOLO after just taking code Bowl 7. Just keep flying and keep flying high.
No, Spinaman! You try to hit a rotate and Shady just picks you apart with a nice little stare glitch. Okay, I see you. Sometimes you gotta hold those nasty angles.
Yeah, and it looked like he was trying to get away from somebody else too, so in this moment, it's just everyone's going to be rotating into chaos. As we look at the overview, we have people up top, people down low, and well, for these fights, Tiff, I mean, looking at who could potentially be in the best possible position, it is not Kabase. We'll see you later. Hisoka still in the mix, fighting for his life, currently at 5 kills.
Dude, Dawes has been lighting up the kill feed, and I say that, and it was a curse because Shady just killed him down. Benny Central does leave the helicopter and straight into the loving arms of Aces, who throws him out of the lobby. MPX on 4, playing kind of this courtyard level of the building. There's where Shady is. Oh, some shots at a distance. Soka wants to join in as well.
I'm currently still just holding the high grounds for these members having to rotate in. It's going to be so troublesome. I'm not sure exactly who that was, but that's legendary armor able to save you. Zyro now able to clean up one and still just holding this bathroom with that door shut. Be careful.
We got munis. We've got all the resources. You were asking about it. We have them here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Playing the pipes underneath. Shady's still alive as well. This cross may be difficult. Someone could fly out these doors.
You know, Zyro's smart though for that. That's a good strat. Grab as many muni boxes as possible, especially if you have stims, right? I mean, anything that's possible, but grapple hooks, anything that you need, right, at your expense, right there in the bathroom.
Well, we have, you're right, Zyro's number 56. I was looking to see if I had wrote down some numbers, if we have some last standing people get picked. Number 38, and sure, Shady down, gets destroyed by Zyro as he makes the rotation. So much information he was trying to find, but not enough was going to tell you where Zyro was.
Zyro still continuing on with his life, has to worry about those point turrets, which are oh so annoying, but using the grapple to take down Breadman, he goes into the wall of the building, and then, oh, we have Teep also into the mix still too, Tiff.
Zyro's surrounded. He's got Teep ahead of him. He's got someone here on the cross, and you have to go forward. You hit a grapple. You've got the coverage. Teep finds aces. Husker's still in the mix as well as Huskers. MPX is down, and Zyro goes for the Chow. Legendary armors, making things difficult here against Teep. You almost have to kind of wave the white flag, but he gets the positioning, and no one wants to stay out in the open for too long, but into the final 5 we go.
This could be potentially maybe a repeat winner if Teep is able to take this now, but Zyro being annoying, and Teep is able to get out of dodge. He's gonna go ahead and grapple into the zone because that collapse is coming.
And we look for an early rotation. We fight for high ground, but looks like Soka's already claimed it. There goes Zyro, and down goes Soka.
Teep now from the bottom, still figuring this out. He has that legendary armor. He has a grapple. He sees one now. The top 3. Teep, will he be a repeat winner? Zyro almost gets taken down in that.
To the Chow we go. The grapples, about 20 HP, has to get the armor back on. This is why having that gold armor is so important for endgame. 2 grapples left. And there we go. Teep with the solo YOLO victory.
He's done it again. The solo YOLO champion. 2024 and now 2026. He is a champion, a world champion. Tyler Holchow, my goodness. My heart, Tiff.
That's crazy. I'm telling you, that's why it's like seeing a heart rate monitor potentially would be one of the craziest things, because you have to think about it. He's in the open playing like around the circle there with Zyro, who immediately grapples onto him, hits the Chow, doesn't quite finish it out. Teep disengages, sees the circle pull. Zyro hits a grapple and tries to get the early rotate. And from the high ground, oh my gosh.
I've watched this guy religiously, and I'm telling you what, he just last week even, he went on a win streak, I think the 25 win streak. It's just amazing to see him take it here. But not to mention not back to back, but a second time solo YOLO champion here in C.O.D.E Bowl. And man, as we take a look at the USAA highlights here, it was just an exciting one. A lot of action in Lowtown and Hightown.
It truly was. Those USAA highlights providing so many fun memories of what we were able to just witness. And it was Zyro from the start, right? Already on 6, just constantly keeping the movement going forward and just getting aggressive.
And seeing a lot of those muni boxes being utilized, right? Benny Central, of course, in the helicopters. We see all of them. We see 3 of them in the skies, but it was very risky. This would have been funny if he was able to get a couple trying to chop up. I believe that was what get picked on top of the helipad there.
That was insane. And then right here, Shady just holding the angle, and he's like kind of reserved about it. He's like, nah, yeah, I'm not gonna do it to spin him in just yet. Ooh, the wall bounce. Okay.
You know what's amazing about that too is, right, holding this low ground, and then Breadman, one of our shoutouts who could potentially win it there. It was Zyro to take him down, but Teep overall reigning supreme. And I have to say, Tiff, when we saw Hisoka raining shots into, I believe it was Teep down below. Remember, he couldn't get that kill because of the legendary armor. The damage mitigation is so crucial when it comes to Black Ops Royale, and Teep playing so confident, maybe taking advantage of some of these people sitting in corners corners was just like, you know what, I'm going for that high tier loot.
I can't wait to see and just like break it down because, dude, Code Bowl 7, ending things out on a solo YOLO, witnessing the chaos, having grapples in the mix, wingsuits, and the sensor darts, just changing up the game. Honestly, I think it made the solo YOLO that much more difficult.
Most definitely, it certainly did. So many resources, but for some, maybe easier. Either way, I believe we're gonna go ahead and head back to the San Diego desk with Lottie and Reflections.
Thank you so much, guys. Wow, what a solo YOLO.
Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable. We were getting a little bit high, weren't we?
Oh, the whole green room exploded when Teep ended up winning. You go back to DC, he wins solo YOLO. He was actually pumped. That interview, I was expecting him, because he's a champion. He's been a champion in multiple esports. And I expected him just to be like, it is what it is. No, it meant a lot to him when I conducted an interview. This time around, he wins again. Super smart plays. The only fault that I give him is at one point he was using a noob tube. I thought he was above that, but he was using it. He did not get the kill, so I think it's okay. But either way, good win, man. And put a tense 1v1 at the end. Haven't used a grapple gun, hitting the headshots on the head.
Close, by the way.
Very close.
Oh my word, he was cracked significantly there at the end.
Yeah.
I was a little bit worried for him and his life, but he managed to hit movement skill, just skill gap there with the movement, wiggle his way out of that one, and unbelievable again with the grapple and also just a beautiful shot. Considering as well higher ground, I mean, just stunning stuff. And again, like you said, goes back to experience and Teep knowing how to handle those high pressure situations. Unreal. Solo YOLO champion goes to TP with that gorgeous trophy. Let's head on over to Blaze, though, to find out yet again where he is here in San Diego on race day.
What's up, everybody? I'm here with the man himself, Brad Keselowski, driving that number 6, the Ford Mustang, our dark horse of the tournament. Brad, you've been racing many courses throughout your career. How does it feel to be in beautiful San Diego on a new course, getting prepared yet again?
Well, I'll tell you the first thing, Guy, it is beautiful. What a great place to be. Here on Coronado Island, you can hear the race cars running in the background. We're going to run here in a couple hours and hopefully have a great race, but beautiful sight, a lot of military presence. We're literally on the military base, which is somewhat surreal. I was just at the hangar where they filmed Top Gun. This is right behind me here. And there's all the aircraft and submarines and aircraft carriers. So a really surreal experience, but really cool and part of our country celebration of the 250th birthday of our country.
I mean, and what a joyous celebration it has been. We have seen so many amazing veterans out here. And we know when it comes down to our veterans, it's a lot of great leaders out there, okay? And when it comes down to even just leadership in the military, great leaders, they go in, they lead their team throughout success to victory. And, even throughout you in your career, you went from being a player, a soldier, to being a leader and an owner yourself, man. How does it feel? Just talk to me about that type of transition from being a driver to being an owner, and what did that do for your leadership?
Well, I mean, I've been very fortunate to be around some great people in my life that have taught me so many things and been able to learn from them and apply it to my career, from being a race car driver to now being a race car driver and a businessman with different businesses. And people make all the difference, who you surround yourself with. And so the journey hasn't been easy, but I feel really blessed. And I just want to keep going, right? I want to win more races and, one challenge after another. And this is a big challenge here in San Diego this weekend, but really blessed for sure.
Blessed indeed, man. You won a lot already in your career, and you're still continuing to push to go even further, even faster. Man, just, you think you could do this forever until you get more gray in the hair.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. That's what I want to do. But, time is undefeated, and I'm just trying to make the most of the time that I have in front of me with a lot of great races and chasing them checker flags, baby.
Chasing them checker flags. You heard it here from Brad, everybody, all right? Make use of the best time. Make use of your time the best way in which you can as you have it, all right? Keep chasing those checker flags.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I'll tell you what, another person chasing those checkered flags was, of course, our solo YOLO presented by USAA champion, which was TP. I mean, again, we kind of gassed him up a little bit just before we headed over to Blaze to find out which racing driver he was going to be with this time. And TP, honestly, one thing I had noticed about his POV watching that solo YOLO was how calm and collected he was. I think that honestly does kind of transcend everything that you think about a competitor who is willing to take risks, knowing doing exactly what he needs to do to get it done. And again, that experience that TP has across so many different years and all of his accolades in Call of Duty in general, he really is just, he's really my champion.
He's one of the best.
Across everything.
One of the best.
He's absolutely fantastic. Well, I tell you what, folks, that's enough from us over here in San Diego. Let's head on over to the champ himself, our solo YOLO, presented by USAA champion. It's TP with Tiff and Dream.
Well, thank you so much. Okay, team, let's go. Congratulations. You did it. I mean, look, you've done it again. A 2-time solo YOLO champion at the C.O.D.E Bowl. Is there a specific final moment? Like, what was going through your mind there at the end? It was looking gnarly.
It was a pretty crazy situation. That zone pulled so far away from Hightown, which we were not expecting. And I think it was Zyro that was just going absolutely insane, making crazy grapple plays. I think he was the one chasing me around that circle at the end. I was playing Ring Around the Rosie for a good 5 minutes there, it felt like. So I was just kind of letting everything kind of play out. I need to make sure I save my grapples towards the end game scenario. I caught a pretty crazy timing to get my plate back on to take the 1v1, and then I had enough grapples just to chow that last gunfight when I had the low ground. So a little bit of timing on my side, but those solo YOLOs can get so crazy. Like, all these guys are so talented. They're just fragging out like crazy, and I got my couple kills at the end when I needed them.
Hey, you only need to get the last one, be the last person standing. But I'm so curious, though, because you did mention grapples, all of these things, right? Black Ops Royale is so different, right, for solo YOLO. What do you think was the most difficult portion of today's solo YOLO because of that?
So yeah, I mean, out of all these competitors, I'm probably one of the few that still mains this mode all the time. So I think I had definite advantage there as far as, like, you know, managing and the inventory and that type of stuff. And obviously I go way back to the original Blackout. So this one was way different for me. I was in a pretty bad spot armor-wise for a lot of the time. So I was stuck on level 1. I burned through my trauma kit for the extra overheal. And I got really lucky holding like 3 players fighting each other out of the zone. And I was able to drive all the way into the zone and grab a level 3. When I drove back in, my car was fully healthy after that. And I had a level 3 armor, and I was like, with about 20-something people left, I'm like, okay, with a level 3, I have a pretty decent shot as long as I don't take a fight that I don't really need to. So from that moment on, I kind of just let everyone play out. My car got grenaded, but I had a munitions box and, like, you know, so 10 grapples basically to use for the end game there.
Teep, man, that's congratulations again. I mean, this is your second solo YOLO win here on C.O.D.E Bowl, and I mean, obviously you have a rap sheet, right? I mean, we've even competed against each other in the past. Like, you've been playing for such a long time, and yeah, it has. As it's Father's Day weekend, right? Congrats for those out there that maybe just wanted some tips from the GOAT. Like, how do you keep doing it?
Oh man, I'm about to be 34. I don't know how I'm still be able to, you know, get these wins somehow. Letting all these guys that are just absolutely insanely talented go crazy and just be in the right spot at the right time. It's been working for a very long time for me. Surround yourself with the right people, and then try and put yourself in a good situation, and who knows what can happen. So, yeah, C.O.D.E Bowl's always a blast, a blessing. You know, I swear I keep battling FIFA for these trophies behind me, so I'm able to stack it up this year. He got the one last year. So hopefully we keep trading back and forth, but it's always a blast doing this.
Congratulations and thank you again.
Love it. Yeah, congratulations. We're going to let you go celebrate. This trophy looks absolutely beautiful. It's going to look great on your shelf behind you. And congratulations on a successful C.O.D.E Bowl 7. Solo YOLO champ did it again. Now get your celebrations in.
Thank you, sir.
Well, guys, thank you so much. What an amazing... the solo YOLO presented by USAA. So grateful for USAA to throw down here with the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl and sponsor such a glorious mode. The solo YOLO is one of my favorites there, Dream, for sure.
Yes, most definitely. And I mean, to have this pleasure, of course, to be part of the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, the 7th one. And I mean, these just keep growing every year. It's a good cause here. And of course, USAA, Monster Energy, just being part of it, it's just an amazing feat. And Tiff, I couldn't have asked of a better co-caster, and just want to, of course, thank you all so much for having me.
Yeah, it's been actually such a magnificent time. And of course, we do still have the crew over there in San Diego that are likely still looking to wrap some things up. But it's been so fun taking over a naval base, the beautiful sunny California, and all of our branches of service members that were duking it out for Call of Duty Endowment Bowl 7. I can't even believe, I love that we get different winners, right? And I say different, but Teep does get a second solo YOLO. He even calls out FIFA. He's like, well, maybe FIFA will get it next year. We can just kind of ping pong it back and forth.
Hey, that's a hard feat to do, but nonetheless, I mean, British Army taking it after so long. It was amazing to see them finally get the victory now with the Jukies onto the squad.
And Gibbo getting the Monster Energy MVP. It was just so cool to see and be able to kind of tell him live and be around all of the boys to celebrate.
Most definitely. Well, GG's, Tiff, and well, thank you all so much again for having us.
Yes. Well, let's go ahead and get San Diego, the desk. Lottie, Reflections, Blaze have been crushing it live all day. So let's go ahead and check back in with them.
Thank you so much, Tiff, Dream. You guys have been incredible all day long. We've loved having your voices in our ears, guiding us through all of the action across Code Bowl 7 here. Now, I've got to say, it's beautiful weather in San Diego. It's a beautiful racetrack behind us. There's been relentless gameplay on our screens, including the win too. And I will say, some unmatched victories in the forms of the British Army, Gibbo and TP. A massive congratulations to all of our victors today. It has been a pleasure, an honor to watch you duke it out all day long. And I gotta say, Reflections, thank you so much for being up here with me, man, in San Diego. I mean, what a spot for a bit of work, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been one of the most unique events that I've ever done. I never expected to be at a NASCAR race, let alone, working it unofficially. Code Bowl is a wonderful product. It really is. And again, USAA does so much to bring this together. It means a lot to be, helping support not only Code Bowl, the endowment program, but also USAA as a whole, who's been helping me pretty much my entire life. Nice to see British Army getting a win. So happy for them. Gibbo obviously earning the Monster MVP, and then TP rounding it out, winning Solo YOLO. Now the most successful Solo YOLO champion we have in Code Bowl until potentially next year, right? We'll have to see. And challenging FIFA in the end. But seriously, this event has been wonderful. And Lottie, you've been a great co-host with me. Blaze, obviously, great coverage all around. It doesn't get any better than this. It really doesn't. And I cannot wait to see what the future of Code Bowl has to offer.
I can't wait either. Here. I join you with that sentiment. Taylor, thank you so much. Blaze in the back, if you're in a chopper. Well done, buddy. We love you. Thank you for joining us and bringing us all the floor action at the racetrack and the venue. And lastly, thank you so much, folks, for tuning in all day long to Code Bowl 7, presented by USAA. And thank you to all of our incredible partners for joining us on this ride, but especially to USAA, who have been a cornerstone of this event for quite some years now, bringing so much help and love to all of our military service members, day in, day out, whenever they need it the most. Thank you, folks, and we'll catch you next time.